Volume 2, Chapter 3 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 2, Chapter 3, The New House. A house stood on a hill, and that hill was Bleak Ridge, the summit of the little billow of land between Bursley and Hanbridge. Trafalgar Road passed over the crest of the billow. Bleak Ridge was certainly not more than 100 feet higher than Bursley, yet people were now talking a lot about the advantage of living up at Bleak Ridge, above the smoke, and out of the town, though it was not more than 5 minutes from the Duck Bank. To hear them talking, one might have fancied that Bleak Ridge was away in the mountains somewhere. The new steam cars would pull you up there in 3 minutes or so, every quarter of an hour. It was really the new steam cars that were to be the making of Bleak Ridge as a residential suburb. It had also been predicted that even Hanbridge men would come to live at Bleak Ridge now. Land was changing owners at Bleak Ridge, and rising in price. Complete streets of lobbied cottages grew at angles from the main road, with the rapidity of that plant which pushes out, strangling branches more quickly than a man can run. And these lobbied cottages were at once occupied. Cottage property in the centre of the town depreciated. The land fronting the main road was destined not for cottages but for residences, semi-detached or detached. Osmond Orgreave had a good deal of this land under his control. He did not own it, he hawked it. Like all provincial and most London architects, he was a land broker in addition to being an architect. Before obtaining a commission to build a house, he frequently had to create the commission himself by selling a convenient plot, and then persuading the purchaser that, if he wished to retain the respect of the community, he must put on the plot a house worthy of the plot. The Orgreave family all had expensive tastes, and it was Osmond Orgreave's task to find most of the money needed for the satisfaction of those tastes. He always did find it, because the necessity was upon him, but he did not always find it easily. Janet would say sometimes, "We mustn't be so hard on father this month. Really, lately we've never seen him with his cheque-book out of his hand." Undoubtedly the clothes on Janet's back were partly responsible for the celerity with which building land at Bleak Ridge was developed, just after the installation of steam cars in Trafalgar Road. (2) Mr Orgreave sold a corner plot to Darius. He had had his eye on Darius for a long time before he actually shot him down, but difficulties connected with the paring of estimates for printing had somewhat estranged them. Orgreave had had to smooth out these difficulties, offer to provide a portion of the purchase money on mortgage from another client, produce a plan for a new house that surpassed all records of cheapness, produce a plan for the transforming of Darius's present residence into business premises, talk poetically about the future of printing in the Five Towns, and lastly demonstrate by digits that Darius would actually save money by becoming a property owner. He had had to do all this and more before Darius would buy. The two were regular cronies for about a couple of months. That is to say, between the payment of the preliminary deposit and the signing of the contract for building the house. But the contract signed, their relations were once more troubled. Orgreave had nothing to fear then, and besides he was using his diplomacy elsewhere. The house went up to the accompaniment of scenes in which only the proprietor was irate. Osmond Orgreave could not be ruffled. He could not be deprived of his air of having done a favour to Darius Clayhanger. His social and moral superiority, his real aloofness, remained absolutely unimpaired. The clear image of him as a fine gentleman was never dulled nor distorted, even in the mind of Darius. Nevertheless, Darius hated the sight of the house ere the house was roofed in, but this did not diminish his pride in the house. He wished he had never set eyes on Ormond Orgreave. Yes, but the little boy from the Bastille was immensely content at the consequences of having set eyes on Osmond Orgreave. The little boy from the Bastille was achieving the supreme peak of greatness. He was about to live away from the business. Soon he would be going down to business of a morning. Soon he would be receiving 2 separate demand notes for rates. Soon he would be on a plane with the vainest earthenware manufacturer of them all. Ages ago he had got as far as a house with a lobby to it. Now it would be a matter of 2 establishments. Beneath all his discontents, moodiness, temper, and biliousness, lay this profound satisfaction of the little boy from the Bastille. Moreover, in any case, he would have been obliged to do something heroic, if only to find the room more and more imperiously demanded by his printing business. III. On the Saturday afternoon of Janet Orgreave's visit to the shop, Edwin went up to Bleakridge to inspect the house, and in particular the coloured lights in the upper squares of the drawing-room and dining-room windows. He had a key to the unpainted front door, and having climbed over various obstacles and ascended an inclined bending plank, he entered and stood in the square hall of the deserted, damp, and inchoate structure. The house was his father's only in name. In emotional fact it was Edwin's house, because he alone was capable of possessing it by enjoying it. To Darius, to Bursley in general, it was just a nice house, of red brick, with terracotta facings and red tiles, in the second Victorian style, the style that had broken away from Georgian austerity and first Victorian stucco and smugness, and wandered off vaguely into nothing in particular. To the plebeian in Darius it was of course grandiose and vast; to Edwin also, in a less degree. But to Edwin it was not a house, it was a work of art, it was an epic poem, it was an emanation of the soul. He did not realise this. He did not realise how the house had informed his daily existence. All that he knew about himself in relation to the house was that he could not keep away from it. He went and had a look at it nearly every morning before breakfast, when the workmen were fresh and lyrical. When the news came down to the younger generation that Darius had bought land and meant to build on the land, Edwin had been profoundly moved between apprehension and hope. His condition had been one of simple but intense, expectant excitement. He wondered what his own status would be in the great enterprise of house-building. All depended on Mr Orgreave. Would Mr Orgreave, of whom he had seen scarcely anything in 7 years, remember that he was intelligently interested in architecture? Or would Mr Orgreave walk right over him and talk exclusively to his father? He had feared, he had had a suspicion, that Mr Orgreave was an inconstant man. Mr Orgreave had remembered in the handsomest way. When the plans were being discussed, Mr Orgreave, with one word, a tone, a glance, had raised Edwin to the consultative level of his father. He had let Darius see that Edwin was in his opinion worthy to take part in discussions, and quite privately he had let Edwin see that Darius must not be treated too seriously. Darius, who really had no interest in 10,000 exquisitely absorbing details, had sometimes even said with impatience, "Oh, settle it how you like with Edwin." Edwin's own suggestions never seemed very brilliant, and Mr Orgreave was always able to prove to him that they were inadvisable, but they were never silly, like most of his father's, and he acquired leading ideas that transformed his whole attitude towards architecture. For example, he had always looked on a house as a front wall diversified by doors and windows, with rooms behind it. But when Mr Orgreave produced his first notions for the new house, Edwin was surprised to find that he had not even sketched the front. He had said, "We shall be able to see what the elevations look like when we've decided the plan a bit." and Edwin saw in a flash that the front of a house was merely the expression of the inside of it, merely a result, almost accidental. And he was astounded and disgusted that he, with his professed love of architecture and his intermittent study of it, had not perceived this obvious truth for himself. He never again looked at a house in the old irrational way. Then, when examining the preliminary sketch plan, he had put his finger on a square space and asked what room that was. "That isn't a room, that's the hall," said Mr Orgreave. "But it's square!" Edwin exclaimed. He thought that in houses to be lived in, the hall or lobby must necessarily be long and narrow. Now suddenly he saw no reason why a hall should not be square. Mr Orgreave had made no further remark about halls at the time, but another day, without any preface, he reopened the subject to Edwin in a tone good-naturedly informing, and when he had done, Edwin could see that the shape of the hall depended on the shape of the house, and that halls had only been crushed and pulled into something long and narrow because the disposition of houses absolutely demanded this ugly negation of the very idea of a hall. Again he had to begin to think afresh, to see afresh. He conceived a real admiration for Osmond Orgreave, not more for his original and yet common-sense manner of regarding things than for his aristocratic deportment, his equality to every situation, and his extraordinary skill in keeping his dignity and his distance during encounters with Darius. At the same time, when Darius would grumble savagely that Osmond Orgreave was too clever by half, Edwin could not deny that. Edwin's sisters got a good deal of Mr Orgreave through Edwin. He could never keep Mr Orgreave very long to himself. He gave away a great deal of Mr Orgreave's wisdom without mentioning the origin of the gift. Thus occasionally Clara would say cuttingly, "I know where you've picked that up. You've picked that up from Mr Orgreave." The young man Benbow, to whom the infant Clara had been so queerly engaged, also received from Edwin considerable quantities of Mr Orgreave. But the fellow was only a decent, dull, pushing, successful ass, and quite unable to assimilate Mr Orgreave. Edwin could never comprehend how Clara, so extremely difficult to please, so carping and captious, could mate herself to a fellow like Benbow. She had done so, however. They were recently married. Edwin was glad that that was over, for it had disturbed him in his attentions to the house. 4. When the house began to go up, Edwin lived in an ecstasy of contemplation. I say with deliberateness an ecstasy. He had seen houses go up before. He knew that houses were constructed brick by brick, beam by beam, lath by lath, tile by tile. He knew that they did not build themselves, and yet, in the vagueness of his mind, he had never imaginatively realised that a house was made with hands, and hands that could err. With its exact perpendiculars and horizontals, its geometric regularities, and its Chinese preciseness of fitting, a house had always seemed to him, again in the vagueness of his mind, as something superhuman. The commonest cornice, the most ordinary pillar of a staircase balustrade, could that have been accomplished in its awful perfection of line and contour by a human being? How easy to believe that it was not made with hands! But now he saw, he had to see. He saw a hole in the ground, with water at the bottom, and the next moment that hole was a cellar. Not an amateur cellar, a hole that would do at a pinch for a cellar, but a professional cellar. He appreciated the brains necessary to put a brick on another brick with just the right quantity of mortar in between. He thought the house would never get itself done, one brick at a time, and each brick cost a farthing. Slow, careful, yes, and even finicking. But soon the bricklayers had to stand on plank platforms in order to reach the raw top of the wall that was ever rising above them. The measurements, the rulings, the plumbings, the checkings. He was humbled, and he was enlightened. He understood that a miracle is only the result of miraculous patience, miraculous nicety, miraculous honesty, miraculous perseverance. He understood that there was no golden and magic secret of building. It was just putting one brick on another and against another, but to a hair's breadth. It was just like anything else. For instance, printing. He saw even printing in a new light. And when the first beams were bridged across two walls... The funny thing was that the men's fingers were thick and clumsy. Never could such fingers pick up a pin. And still they would manoeuvre 100 weight of timber to a pin's point. 5. He stood at the drawing-room bay window, of which each large pane had been marked with the mystic sign of a white circle by triumphant glaziers, and looked across the enclosed fragment of clayey field that ultimately would be the garden. The house was at the corner of Trafalgar Road and a side street that had lobbied cottages down its slope. The garden was oblong, with its length parallel to Trafalgar Road, and separated from the pavement only by a high wall. The upper end of the garden was blocked by the first of 3 new houses, which Osmond Orgreave was building in a terrace. These houses had their main fronts on the street. They were quite as commodious as the Clayhangers, but much inferior in garden space. Their bits of flower plots lay behind them. And away behind their flower plots, with double entrance gates in another side street, stretched the grounds of Osmond Orgreave, his house in the sheltered middle thereof. He had got cheaply one of the older residential properties of the district, Georgian, of a recognisable style, relic of the days when manufacturers formed a class entirely apart from their operatives. Even as far back as 1880, any operative might with luck become an employer. The south-east corner of the Clayhanger garden touched the north-west corner of the domains of Orgreave. For a few feet the 2 gardens were actually contiguous, with naught but an old untidy thorn hedge between them. This hedge was to be replaced by a wall that would match the topmost of the lobbied cottages, which bounded the view of the Clayhangers to the east. From the bay window Edwin could see over the hedge, and also through it on to the croquet lawn of the Orgreaves. Croquet was then in its first avatar. Nothing was more dashing than croquet. With rag balls and home-made mallets the Clayhanger children had imitated croquet in their yard in the 70s. The Orgreaves played real croquet. One of them had shone in a tournament at Buxton. Edwin noticed a figure on the gravel between the lawn and the hedge. He knew it to be Janet, by the crimson frock. But he had no notion that Janet had stationed herself in that quarter with intent to waylay him. He could not have credited her with such a purpose. Nor could his modesty have believed that he was important enough to employ the talent of the Orgreaves for agreeable chicane. The fact was that Janet had been espying him for a quarter of an hour. When at length she waved her hand to him, it did not occur to him to suppose that she was waving her hand to him. He merely wondered what peculiar thing she was doing. Then he blushed as she waved again, and he knew, first from the blood in his face, that Janet was making a signal, and that it was to himself that the signal was directed. His body had told his mind. This was very odd. Of course he was obliged to go out, and he went, muttering to himself. End of Chapter 3, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 4 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 2, Chapter 4, The 2 Gardens. In the full beauty of the afternoon they stood together, only the scraggy hedge between them, he on grass-tufted clay, and she on orderly gravel. "Well," said Janet, earnestly looking at him, "how do you like the effect of that window, now it's done?" "Very nice," he laughed nervously. "Very nice indeed." Father said it was," she remarked. "I do hope Mr Clayhanger will like it too." And her voice really was charged with sympathetic hope. It was as if she would be saddened and cast down if Darius did not approve the window. It was as if she fervently wished that Darius should not be disappointed with the window. The unskilled spectator might have assumed that anxiety for the success of the window would endanger her sleep at nights. She was perfectly sincere. Her power of emotional sympathy was all-embracing and inexhaustible. If she heard that an acquaintance of one of her acquaintances had lost a relative, or broken a limb, she would express genuine deep concern with a tremor of her honest and kindly voice. And if she heard the next moment that an acquaintance of one of her acquaintances had come into £5,000, or affianced himself to a sister spirit, her eyes would sparkle with heartfelt joy and her hands clasp each other in sheer delight. "Oh," said Edwin, touched. "It'll be all right for the dad. No fear." "I haven't seen it yet," she proceeded. "In fact, I haven't been in your house for such a long time. But I do think it's going to be very nice. All Father's houses are so nice, aren't they?" "Yes," said Edwin, with that sideways shake of the head that in the vocabulary of his gesture signified not dissent but emphatic assent. "You ought to come and have a look at it." He could not say less. "Do you think I could scramble through here?" She indicated the sparse hedge. I know what I'll do. I'll get the steps." She walked off sedately, and came back with a small pair of steps, which she opened out on the narrow flower bed under the hedge. Then she picked up her skirt and delicately ascended the rocking ladder till her feet were on a level with the top of the hedge. She smiled charmingly, savouring the harmless escapade and gazing at Edwin. She put out her free hand, Edwin took it, and she jumped. The steps fell backwards, but she was safe. "What a good thing mother didn't see me!" she laughed. Her grave, sympathetic, almost handsome face was now alive everywhere with a sort of challenging merriment. She was only pretending that it was a good thing her mother had not seen her, a delicious make-believe. Why, she was as motherly as her mother. In an instant her feet were choosing their way and carrying her with grace and stateliness across the mire of the unformed garden. She was the woman of the world, and Edwin the raw boy. The harmony and dignity of her movements charmed and intimidated Edwin. Compare her to Maggie. That she was hatless added piquancy. Two. They went into the echoing bare house, crunching gravel and dry clay on the dirty new floors. They were alone together in the house, and all the time Edwin was thinking, "I've never been through anything like this before. Never been through anything like this." And he recalled for a second the figure of Florence Simcox, the clog dancer. And below these images and reflections in his mind was the thought, "I haven't known what life is. I've been asleep. This is life." The upper squares of the drawing-room window were filled with small leaded diamond-shaped panes of many colours. It was the latest fashion in domestic glazing. The effect was at once rich and gorgeous. She liked it. "It will be beautiful on this side in the late afternoon," she murmured. "What a nice room!" Their eyes met, and she transmitted to him her joy in his joy at the admirableness of the house. He nodded. "By Jove," he thought, "she's a splendid girl. There can't be many girls knocking about as fine as she is." And when the garden's full of flowers, she breathed in rapture. She was thinking, "Strange, nice boy. He's so romantic. All he wants is bringing out." They wandered to and fro. They went upstairs. They saw the bathroom. They stood on the landing, and the unseen spaces of the house were busy with their echoes. They then entered the room that was to be Edwin's. "Mine," he said self-consciously. "And I see you're having shelves fixed on both sides of the mantelpiece. You're very fond of books, aren't you?" she appealed to him. "Yes," he said judicially. Aren't they wonderful things?" Her glowing eyes seemed to be expressing gratitude to Shakespeare and all his successors in the dynasty of literature. "That shelving is between your father and me," said Edwin. "The dad doesn't know. It'll go in with the house fittings. I don't expect the dad will ever notice it." "Really!" she laughed, eager to join the innocent conspiracy. "Father invented an excellent dodge for shelving in the hall at our house," she added. "The dear thing's most absurdly proud of it. I'm sure he'd like you to come and see it." "I should like to," Edwin answered diffidently. "Would you come in some evening and see us? Mother would be delighted. We all should." "Very kind of you." In his diffidence he was now standing on one leg. "Could you come to-night? Or to-morrow night?" "I'm afraid I couldn't come to-night or to-morrow night," he answered with firmness. A statement entirely untrue. He had no engagement. He never did have an engagement. But he was frightened, and his spirit sprang away from the idea like a fawn at a sudden noise in the brake, and stood still. He did not suspect that the unconscious gruffness of his tone had repulsed her. She blamed herself for a too brusque advance. "Well, I hope some other time," she said, mild and benignant. "Thanks, I'd like to," he replied more boldly, reassured now that he had heard again the same noise, but indefinitely farther off. She departed, but by the front door, and hatless and dignified, up Trafalgar Road in the delicate sunshine to the next turning. She was less vivacious. He hoped he had not offended her, because he wanted very much, not to go in cold blood to the famed mansion of the Orgreaves, but by some magic to find himself within it one night, at his ease, sharing in brilliant conversation. "Oh no," he said to himself, "she's not offended. A fine girl like that isn't offended for nothing at all." He had been invited to visit the Orgreaves. He wondered what his father would say or think. The unexpressed basic idea of the Clayhangers was that the Clayhangers were as good as other folks, be they who they might. Still, the Orgreaves were the Orgreaves. In sheer absence of mind he remounted the muddy stairs. THREE. He regarded the shabbiness of his clothes. He had been preoccupied by their defects for a quarter of an hour. Now he examined them in detail, and said to himself, disgusted, that really it was ridiculous for a man about to occupy a house like that to be wearing garments like those. Could he call on the Orgreaves in garments like those? His Sunday suit was not, he felt, in fact, much better. It was newer, less tumbled, but scarcely better. His suits did not cost enough. Finance was at the root of the crying scandal of his career as a dandy. The financial question must be reopened and settled anew. He should attack his father. His father was extremely dependent on him now, and must be brought to see reason. His father who had never seen reason. But the attack must not be made with the weapon of clothes, for on that subject Darius was utterly unapproachable. Whenever Darius found himself in a conversation about clothes, he gave forth the antique and well-tried criticism that as for him, he didn't mind what he wore, because if he was at home everybody knew him, and it didn't matter, and if he was away from home nobody knew him, and it didn't matter. And he always repeated the saying with gusto, as if it was brand new and none could possibly have heard it before. No, Edwin decided that he would have to found his attack on the principle of abstract justice. He would never be able to persuade his father that he lacked any detail truly needful to his happiness. To go into details would be to invite defeat. Of course it would be a bad season in which to raise the financial question. His father would talk savagely in reply about the enormous expenses of house building, house furnishing, and removing, and architects' and lawyers' fees. He would be sure to mention the rapacity of architects and lawyers. Nevertheless, Edwin felt that at just this season and no other must the attack be offered, because the inauguration of the new house was to be for Edwin, in a very deep and spiritual sense, the beginning of a new life. He had settled that, The new house inspired him. It was not paradise, but it was a temple. You of the younger generation cannot understand that without imagination. I say that the hot water system of the new house, simple and primitive as it was, affected and inspired Edwin like a poem. There was a cistern room, actually a room devoted to nothing but cisterns, and the main cistern was so big that the builders had had to install it before the roof was put on, for it would never have gone through a door. This cistern, by means of a ball tap, filled itself from the main nearly as quickly as it was emptied. Out of it grew pipes, creeping in secret downwards between inner walls of the house, penetrating everywhere. One went down to a boiler behind the kitchen range and filled it, and as the fire that was roasting the joint heated the boiler, the water mounted again magically to the cistern room and filled another cistern, spherical and sealed, and thence descended on a third journeying to the bath, and to the lavatory basin in the bathroom. All this was marvellous to Edwin. It was romantic. What! A room solely for baths! And a huge painted zinc bath! Edwin had never seen such a thing. And a vast porcelain basin, with tiles all round it, in which you could splash. An endless supply of water on the first floor. At the shop house every drop of water on the first floor had to be carried upstairs in jugs and buckets, and every drop of it had to be carried down again. No hot water could be obtained until it had been boiled in a vessel on the fire. Hot water had the value of champagne. To take a warm hip bath was an immense enterprise of heating, fetching, decanting, and general derangement of the entire house, and at best the bath was not hot. It always lost its virtue on the stairs and landing. And to splash, one of the most voluptuous pleasures in life, was forbidden by the code. Mrs Nixon would actually weep at a splashing. Splashing was immoral. It was as wicked as amorous dalliance in a monastery. In the shop-house godliness was child's play compared to cleanliness. And the shop-house was so dark. Edwin had never noticed how dark it was until the new house approached completion. The new house was radiant with light. It had always, for Edwin, the somewhat blinding brilliance which filled the sitting-room of the shop-house only when Duck Bank happened to be covered with fresh snow. And there was a dining-room solely for eating, and a drawing-room. Both these names seemed grand to Edwin, who had never sat in any but a sitting-room. Edwin had never dined. He had merely had dinner. And having dined, to walk ceremoniously into another room! Odd! After all, his father was a man of tremendous initiative. Would he and Maggie be able to do the thing naturally? Then there was the square hall, positively a room. That alone impelled him to a new life. When he thought of it all, the reception-rooms, the scientific kitchen, the vast scullery, the 4 large bedrooms, the bathroom, the 3 attics, the cistern-room, murmurous with water, and the water tirelessly, inexhaustibly coursing up and down behind walls, he thrilled to fine impulses. He took courage. He braced himself. The seriousness which he had felt on the day of leaving school revisited him. He looked back across the 7 years of his life in the world, and condemned them unsparingly. He blamed no one but Edwin. He had forgiven his father for having thwarted his supreme ambition. Long ago he had forgiven his father, though curiously he had never quite forgiven Mrs Hamps for her share in the catastrophe. He honestly thought he had recovered from the catastrophe undisfigured, even unmarked. He knew not that he would never be the same man again, and that his lightest gesture and his lightest glance were touched with the wistfulness of resignation. He had frankly accepted the fate of a printer, and in business he was convinced, despite his father's capricious complaints, that he had acquitted himself well. In all the details of the business he considered himself superior to his father, and Big James would invariably act on his secret instructions, given afterwards to counteract some misguided, hasty order of the old man's. It was the emptiness of the record of his private life that he condemned. What had he done for himself? Nothing large, nothing heroic and imposing. He had meant to pursue certain definite courses of study, to become the possessor of certain definite groups of books, to continue his drawing and painting, to practise this, that, and the other, to map out all his spare time, to make rules, and to keep them, all to the great end of self-perfecting. He had said, "What does it matter whether I'm an architect or a printer, so long as I improve myself to the best of my powers?" He hated young men who talked about improving themselves. He spurned the Young Men's Mutual Improvement Society, which had succeeded the Debating Society, defunct through over-indulgence in early rising. Nevertheless, in his heart he was far more enamoured of the idea of improvement than the worst prig of them all. He could never for long escape from the dominance of the idea. He might violently push it away, arguing that it could lead to nothing, and was futile and tedious. Back it would come. It had always worried him. And yet he had accomplished nothing. His systems of reading never worked for more than a month at a time, and for several months at a time he simply squandered his spare hours, the hours that were his very own, in a sort of coma of crass stupidity, in which he seemed to be thinking of nothing whatever. He had not made any friends whom he could esteem. He had not won any sort of notice. He was remarkable for nothing. He was not happy. He was not content. He had the consciousness of being a spendthrift of time and of years. A fair quantity of miscellaneous reading, that was all he had done. He was not a student. He knew nothing about anything. He had stood still. Thus he upbraided himself, and against this futility was his courage now braced by the inspiration of the new house, and tightened to a smartening tension by the brief interview with Janet Orgreave. He was going to do several feats at once: tackle his father, develop into a right expert on some subject, pursue his painting, and, for the moment this had the chief importance, come out of his shell. He meant to be social, to impress himself on others, to move about, to form connections, to be Edwin Clayhanger, an individuality in the town, to live. Why had he refused Janet's invitation? Mere silliness. The old self nauseated the new. But the next instant he sought excuses for the old self. Wait a bit. There was time yet. He was happy in the stress of one immense and complex resolve. End of Chapter 4, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5, Volume 2. Clothes. He heard voices below, and his soul seemed to shrink back as if into the recesses of the shell from which it had been peeping. His soul was tremendous in solitude, but even the rumour of society intimidated it. His father and another were walking about the ground floor. The rough voice of his father echoed upwards in all its crudity. He listened for the other voice. It was his Auntie Clara's. Darius, too, had taken his Sunday afternoon for a leisurely visit to the house, and somehow he must have encountered Mrs Hamps and brought her with him to view. Without giving himself time to dissipate his courage in reflection, he walked to the landing and called down the stairs, "Hello, Auntie!" Why should his tone have been self-conscious, forced? He was engaged in no crime. He had told his father where he was going, and his father had not contradicted his remark, that even if both of them happened to be out together, the shop would take no harm under the sole care of Stifford for an hour in the quiet of Saturday afternoon. Mrs. Hamps replied in her coaxing, sweet manner. "What did you leave the front door open for?" his father demanded curtly, and every room in the house heard the question. "Was it open?" he said lamely. "Was it open? All Trafalgar Road could have walked in and made themselves at home." Edwin stood leaning with his arms on the rail of the landing. Presently the visitors appeared at the foot of the stairs, and Darius climbed carefully, having first shaken the balustrade to make sure that it was genuine, stout, and well-founded. Mrs. Hamps followed, the fripperies of her elegant bonnet trembling, and her black gown rustling. Edwin smiled at her, and she returned his smile with usurious interest. There was now a mist of grey in her fine hair. "Oh, Edwin," she began, breathing relief on the top stair. "What a beautiful house! Beautiful! Quite perfect! The latest of everything! Do you know what I've been thinking while your dear father has been showing me all this? So that's the bathroom! Bless us! Hot! Cold! Waste! That cupboard under the lavatory's very handy. But what a snare for a careless servant! Maggie will have to look at it every day, or it'll be used for anything and everything. You tell her what her auntie says. I was thinking, if but your mother could have seen it all." Father and son said nothing. Auntie Hamps sighed. She was the only person who ever referred to the late Mrs. Clayhanger. The procession moved on from room to room, Darius fingering and grunting, Mrs. Hamps discovering in each detail the fine flower of utter perfection, and Edwin strolling loosely in the wake of her curls, her mantle, and her abundant black petticoats. He could detect the odour of her kid gloves. It was a peculiar odour that never escaped him, and it reminded him inevitably of his mother's funeral. He was glad that they had not arrived during the visit of Janet Orgreave. In due course Edwin's bedroom was reached, and here Auntie Clara's ecstasy was redoubled. "I'm sure you're very grateful to your father, aren't you, Edwin?" she majestically assumed, when she had admired passionately the window, the door, the pattern of the hearth tiles, and the spaciousness. Edwin could not speak. Inquiries of this nature from Mrs. Hamps paralysed the tongues of the children. They left nothing to be said. A sheepish grin, preceded by an inward mute curse, was all that Edwin could accomplish. How in heaven's name could the woman talk in that strain? His attitude towards his auntie was assuredly hardening with years. "What's all this?" questioned his father suddenly, pointing to upright boards that had been fastened to the walls on either side of the mantelpiece to a height of about 3 feet. Then Edwin perceived the clumsiness of his tactics in remaining upstairs. He ought to have gone downstairs to meet his father and auntie, and left them to go up alone. His father was in an inquisitive mood. "It's for shelves," he said. "Shelves? For my books. It's Mr Orgreave's idea. He says it'll cost less." "Cost less? Mr Orgreave's got too many ideas. That's what's the matter with him. He'll idea me into the bankruptcy court, if he keeps on." Edwin would have liked to protest against the savagery of the tone, to inquire firmly why, since shelves were necessary for books, and he had books, there need be such a display of ill-temper about a few feet of deal plank. The words were ready, the sentences framed in his mind. But he was silent. The door was locked on these words, but it was not Edwin who had turned the key. It was some force within him over which he had no control. TWO. Now, father," intervened Mrs. Hamps. "You know you've said over and over again how glad you are he's so fond of books, and never goes out. There isn't a better boy in Bursley, that I will say, and to his face." She smiled like an angel at both of them. You say," Darius remarked curtly, trying to control himself. A few years ago he would never have used such violent demeanour in her presence. "And how much easier these shelves will be to keep clean than a bookcase! No polishing, just a rub and a wipe with a damp cloth now and then, and no dirt underneath. They will do away with 4 corners anyhow. That's what I think of, eh? Poor Maggie, keeping all this clean. There'll be work for 2 women night and day, early and late, and even then. But it's a great blessing to have water on every floor, that it is. And people aren't so particular nowadays as they used to be, I fancy. I fancy that more and more." Mrs. Hamps sighed, cheerfully, bearing up. Without a pause she stepped quickly across to Edwin. He wondered what she was at. She merely straightened down the collar of his coat, which, unknown to him, had treacherously allowed itself to remain turned up behind. It had probably been thus misbehaving itself since before dinner, when he had washed. "Now I do like my nephew to be tidy," said Mrs. Hamps affectionately. "I'm very jealous for my nephew." She caressed the shoulders of the coat, and Edwin had to stand still and submit. "Let me see. It's your birthday next month, isn't it?" "Yes, auntie." "Well, I know he hasn't got a lot of money, and I know his father hasn't any money to spare just now, what with all these expenses, the house." "Ye may well say it, sister," Darius growled. "I saw you the day before yesterday." "My nephew didn't see me, but his auntie saw him. Oh, never mind where. And I said to myself, I should like my only nephew to have a suit a little better than that when he goes up and down on his father's business. What a change it would be if his old auntie gave him a new suit for a birthday present this year." "Oh, auntie!" She spoke in a lower voice. "You come and see me to-morrow, and I shall have a little piece of paper in an envelope waiting for you, and you must choose something really good. You've got excellent taste, we all know that. And this will be a new start for you, a new year, and a new start, and we shall see how neat and spruce you'll keep yourself in future, eh?" 3. It was insufferable, but it was fine. Who could deny that Auntie Clara was not an extraordinary, an original, and a generous woman? What a masterly reproof to both father and son! Perhaps not delicately administered, yet Auntie Clara had lavished all the delicacy of her nature on the administering. To Edwin it seemed like an act of God in his favour. It seemed to set a divine seal on his resolutions. It was the most astonishing and apposite piece of luck that had ever happened to him. When he had lamely thanked the benefactor, he slipped away as soon as he could. Already he could feel the crinkling of the £5 note in his hand. £5! He had never had a suit that cost more than 50 shillings. He slipped away. A great resolve was upon him. Shillitoe closed at 4 o'clock on Saturday afternoons. There was just time. He hurried down Trafalgar Road in a dream, and when he had climbed Duck Bank he turned to the left, and without stopping he burst into Shillitoe's. Not from eagerness to enter Shillitoe's, but because if he had hesitated he might never have entered at all. He might have slunk away to the old undistinguished tailor in St. Luke's Square. Shillitoe was the stylish tailor. Shillitoe made no display of goods, scorning such paltry devices. Shillitoe had wire blinds across the lower part of his window, and on the blinds in gold, "Gentleman's tailor and outfitter, breeches maker." Above the blind could be seen a few green cardboard boxes. Shillitoe made breeches for men who hunted. Shillitoe's lowest price for a suit was notoriously 4 guineas. Shillitoe's was the resort of the fashionable youth of the town and district. It was a terrific adventure for Edwin to enter Shillitoe's. His nervousness was painful. He seemed to have a vague idea that Shillitoe might sneer at him. However, he went in. The shop was empty. He closed the door as he might have closed the door of a dentist's. He said to himself, "Well, I'm here." He wondered what his father would say on hearing that he had been to Shillitoe's, and what would Clara have said had she been at home. Then Shillitoe in person came forward from the cutting-out room, and Shillitoe's tone and demeanour reassured him. End of Chapter 5, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 6 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6, Volume 2. Janet loses her bet. Accident, that is to say a chance somewhat more fortuitous than the common hazards which we group together and call existence, pushed Edwin into the next stage of his career. As on one afternoon in late June he was turning the corner of Trafalgar Road to enter the shop, he surprisingly encountered Charlie Orgreave, whom he had not seen for several years. And when he saw this figure, at once fashionably and carelessly dressed, his first thought was one of deep satisfaction that he was wearing his new Sillitoe suit of clothes. He had scarcely worn the suit at all, but that afternoon his father had sent him over to Hanbridge about a large order from Bostock's, the recently established drapers there, whose extravagant advertising had shocked and pained the commerce of the Five Towns. Darius had told him to titivate himself, a most startling injunction from Darius, and thus the new costly suit had been, as it were, officially blessed, and henceforth could not be condemned. "How do, Teddy?" Charlie greeted him. "I've just been in to see you at your shop." Edwin paused. "Hullo, the Sunday," he said quietly, and he kept thinking, as his eyes noted details of Charlie's raiment, "It's a bit of luck I've got these clothes on." And he was in fact rather sorry that Charlie probably paid no real attention to clothes. The new suit had caused Edwin to look at everybody's clothes, had caused him to walk differently and to put his shoulders back, and to change the style of his collars, had made a different man of Edwin. "Come in, will you?" Edwin suggested. They went into the shop together. Stifford smiled at them both, as if to felicitate them on the chance which had brought them together. "Come in here," said Edwin, indicating the small office. "The lion's den, eh?" observed the Sunday. He, as much as Edwin, was a little tongue-tied and nervous. "Sit down, will you?" said Edwin, shutting the door. "No, take the arm-chair. I'll absquatulate on the desk. I'd no idea you were down. When did you come?" "Last night. Last train. Just a freak, you know." Two. They were within a foot of each other in the ebonised cubicle. Edwin's legs were swinging a few inches away from the arm-chair. His hat was at the back of his head, and Charlie's hat was at the back of Charlie's head. This was their sole point of resemblance. As Edwin surreptitiously examined the youth who had once been his intimate friend, he experienced the half-sneering awe of the provincial for the provincial who has become a Londoner. Charlie was changed. Even his accent was changed. He and Edwin belonged to utterly different worlds now. They seldom saw the same scenes or thought the same things. But of course they were obliged by loyalty to the past to pretend that nothing was changed. "You've not altered much," said Edwin. And indeed, when Charlie smiled, he was almost precisely the old Sunday, despite his metropolitan mannerisms. And there was nothing whatever in his figure or deportment to show that he had lived for several years in France and could chatter in a language whose verbs had 4 conjugations. After all, he was less formidable than Edwin might have anticipated. "You have, anyhow." Edwin grinned self-consciously. "I suppose you've got this place practically in your own hands now," said Charlie. "I wish I was on my own, I can tell you that." An instinctive gesture from Edwin made Charlie lower his voice in the middle of a sentence. The cubicle had the appearance, but not the reality, of being private. "Don't you make any mistake," Edwin murmured. He who depended on his aunt's generosity for clothes, the practical ruler of the place. Still, he was glad that Charlie supposed that he ruled, even though the supposition might be mere small talk. "You're in that hospital, aren't you?" "Bart's." "Bart's, is it? Yes, I remember. I expect you aren't thinking of settling down here?" Charlie was about to reply in accents of disdain. "Not me!" But his natural politeness stayed his tongue. "I hardly think so," he said. "Too much competition here." "So there is everywhere, for the matter of that." The disillusions of the young doctor were already upon Charlie. And yet people may be found who will assert that in those days there was no competition, that competition had been invented during the past 10 years. "You needn't worry about competition," said Edwin. "Why not?" "Why not, man? Nothing could ever stop you from getting patients, with that smile. You'll simply walk straight into anything you want." "You think so?" Charlie affected an ironic incredulity, but he was pleased. He had met the same theory in London. "Well, you didn't suppose degrees and things had anything to do with it, did you?" said Edwin, smiling a little superiorly. He felt with pleasure that he was still older than the Sunday, and it pleased him also to be able thus to utilise ideas which he had formed from observation, but which by diffidence and lack of opportunity he had never expressed. "All a patient wants is to be smiled at in the right way," he continued, growing bolder. "Just look at 'em." "Look at who?" "The doctors here." He dropped his voice further. "Do you know why the dad's gone to heave?" "Gone to heave, has he? Left or who is it?" "Yes. I don't say heave isn't clever, but it's his look that does the trick for him." "You seem to go about noticing things. Any charge?" Edwin blushed and laughed. Their nervousness was dissipated. Each was reassured of the old basis of decency in the other. 3. "Look here," said Charlie, "I can't stop now." "Hold on a bit. I only called to tell you that you've simply got to come up to-night." "Come up where?" "To our place. You've simply got to." The secret fact was that Edwin had once more been under discussion in the house of the Orgreaves, and Osmond Orgreave had lent Janet a shilling so that she might bet Charlie a shilling that he would not succeed in bringing Edwin to the house. The understanding was that if Janet won, her father was to take sixpence of the gain. Janet herself had failed to lure Edwin into the house. He was so easy to approach and so difficult to catch. Janet was slightly piqued. As for Edwin, he was postponing the execution of all his good resolutions until he should be installed in the new house. He could not achieve highly difficult tasks under conditions of expectancy and derangement. The whole Clayhanger premises were in a suppressed state of being packed up. In a week the removal would occur. Until the removal was over and the new order was established, Edwin felt that he could still conscientiously allow his timidity to govern him, and so he had remained in his shell. The sole herald of the new order was the new suit. "Oh, I can't come. Not to-night." "Why not?" "We're so busy." "Bosh to that." "Some other night." "No, I'm going back to-morrow. Must." "Now look here, old man, come on. I shall be very disappointed if you don't." Edwin wondered why he could not accept and be done with it, instead of persisting in a sequence of insincere and even lying hesitations. But he could not. "That's all right," said Charlie, as if clinching the affair. Then he lowered his voice to a scarce audible confidential whisper. "Fine girl staying up there just now." His eyes sparkled. "Oh, at your place?" Edwin adopted the same cautious tone. Stifford outside strained his ears. In vain. The magic word "girl" had in an instant thrown the shop into agitation. The shop was no longer provincial. It became a part of the universal. "Yes. Haven't you seen her about?" "No. Who is she?" "Oh, a friend of Janet's. Hilda Lessways, her name is. I don't know much of her myself." "Bit of all right, is she?" Edwin tried in a whisper to be a man of vast experience and settled views. He tried to whisper as though he whispered about women every day of his life. He thought that these Londoners were terrific on the subject of women, and he did his best to reach their level. He succeeded so well that Charlie, who as a man knew more of London than of the provinces, thought that after all London was nothing in comparison to the seeming quiet provinces. Charlie leaned back in his chair, drew down the corners of his mouth, nodded his head knowingly, and then quite spoiled the desired effect of doggishness by his delightfully candid smile. Neither of them had the least intention of disrespect towards the fine girl who was on their lips. 4. Edwin said to himself, "Is it possible that he's come down specially to see this Hilda?" He thought enviously of Charlie as a free bird of the air. "What's she like?" Edwin inquired. "You come up and see," Charlie retorted. "Not to-night," said the fawn, in spite of Edwin. "You come to-night, or I perish in the attempt," said Charlie in his natural voice. This phrase from their schooldays made them both laugh again. They were now apparently as intimate as ever they had been. "All right," said Edwin. "I'll come." "Sure?" "Yes." "Come for a sort of supper at 8. "Oh!" Edwin drew back. "Supper? I didn't... Suppose I come after supper for a bit?" "Suppose you don't!" Charlie snorted, sticking his chin out. "I'm off now. Must." They stood a moment together at the door of the shop in the declining warmth of the summer afternoon, mutually satisfied. "So long! So long!" The Sunday elegantly departed. Edwin had given his word, and he felt as he might have felt had surgeons just tied him to the operating table. Nevertheless, he was not ill pleased with his own demeanour in front of Charlie, and he liked Charlie as much as ever. He should rely on Charlie as a support during this adventure into the worldly regions peopled by fine girls. He pictured this Hilda as being more romantic and strange than Janet Orgreave. He pictured her as mysteriously superior, and he was afraid of his own image of her. At tea, in the dismantled sitting-room, though he was going out to supper, he ate quite as much tea as usual, from sheer poltroonery. He said, as casually as he could, "By the way, Charlie Orgreave called this afternoon." "Did he?" said Maggie. "He's off back to London to-morrow. He would have me slip up there to-night to see him." "And shall you?" "I think so," said Edwin, with an appearance of indecision. "I may as well." It was the first time that there had ever been question of him visiting a private house, except his aunt's, at night. To him the moment marked an epoch, the inception of freedom. But the phlegmatic Maggie showed no sign of excitement. Clara would have gone into a fit, he reflected. And his father only asked a casual question about Charlie. Chapter 6, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Volume 2, Chapter 7. Lane End House. Here was another of those impressive square halls on the other side of the suddenly opened door of Lane End House. But Edwin was now getting accustomed to square halls. Nevertheless, he quaked as he stood on the threshold. An absurd young man. He wondered whether he would ever experience the sensation of feeling authentically grown up. Behind him, in the summer twilight, lay the large oval lawn, and the gates which once had doubtless marked the end of Manor Lane, now Oak Street. And actually he had an impulse to rush back upon his steps and bring on himself eternal shame. The servant, however, primly held him with her eyes alone, and he submitted to her sway. "Mr Charles in?" he required glumly, affecting nonchalance. The servant bowed her head with a certain condescending deference, as who should say, "Do not let us pretend that they are not expecting you." A door to the right opened, Janet was revealed, and behind her, Charlie. Both were laughing. There was a sound of a piano. As soon as Charlie caught sight of Edwin, he exclaimed to Janet, "Where's my bob?" "Charlie!" she protested, checking her laughter. "Why, what have I said?" Charlie inquired with mock innocence, perceiving that he had been indiscreet, and trying to remedy his rash mistake. "Surely I can say Bob." Edwin understood nothing of this brief passage. Janet, ignoring Charlie and dismissing the servant with an imperceptible sign, advanced to the visitor. She was dressed in white, and Edwin considered her to be extraordinarily graceful, dignified, sweet, and welcoming. There was a peculiar charm in the way in which her skirts half reluctantly followed her along the carpet, causing beautiful curves of drapery from the waist. And her smile was so warm and so sincere. For the moment she really felt that Edwin's presence in the house satisfied the keenest of her desires, and of course her face generously expressed what she felt. "Well, Miss Orgreave," Edwin grinned, "here I am, you see." "And we're delighted," said Janet simply, taking his hand. She might have amiably teased him about the protracted difficulties of getting him. She might have hinted an agreeable petulance against the fact that the brother had succeeded where the sister had failed. Her sisterly manner to Charlie a little earlier had perhaps shown flashes of such thoughts in her mind. But no, in the presence of Edwin, Janet's extreme good nature forgot everything save that he was there, a stranger to be received and cherished. "Here, give us that tile," said Charlie. "Beautiful evening," Edwin observed. "Oh, isn't it!" breathed Janet in ecstasy, and gazed from the front door into the western sky. "We were out on the lawn, but mother said it was damp." "It wasn't," she laughed. "But if you think it's damp, it is damp, isn't it? Will you come and see mother? Charlie, you can leave the front door open." Edwin said to himself that she had all the attractiveness of a girl and of a woman. She preceded him towards the door to the right. Charlie hovered behind, on springs. Edwin, nervously pulling out his handkerchief and putting it back, had a confused vision of the hall, full of little pictures, plates, stools, rugs, and old sword sheaths. There seemed to him to be far more knick-knacks in that hall than in the whole of his father's house. Mr Orgreave's ingeniously contrived bookshelves were simply overlaid and smothered in knick-knacks. Janet pushed at the door, and the sound of the piano suddenly increased in volume. Two. There was no cessation of the music as the three entered. As it were, beneath the music, Mrs Orgreave, a stout and faded, calm lady, greeted him kindly. "Mr Edwin." She was shorter than Janet, but Edwin could see Janet in her movements and in her full lips. "Well, Edwin," said Osmond Orgreave, with lazy and distinguished good nature, shaking hands. Jimmy and Johnnie, now aged 19 and 18 respectively, were in the room. Johnnie was reading. Their blushing awkwardness in salutation and comic effects, to be curtly benevolent in the manner of clubmen, somewhat eased the tension in Edwin. They addressed him as Clayhanger. The eldest and the youngest child of the family sat at the piano in the act of performing a duet. Tom, pale, slight, near-sighted, and wearing spectacles, had reached the age of 32, and was junior partner in a firm of solicitors at Hanbridge. Bursley seldom saw him. Alicia had the delightful gawkiness of 12 years. One only of the 7 children was missing. Marian, aged 30, and married in London, with 2 little babies. Marian was adored by all her brothers and sisters, and most by Janet, who during the visits of the married sister fell back with worshipping joy into her original situation of second daughter. Edwin, Charles, and Janet sat down on a sofa. It was not until after a moment that Edwin noticed an ugly young woman who sat behind the players and turned over the pages of music for them. "Surely that can't be his wonderful Hilda," Edwin thought. In the excitement of arrival he had forgotten the advertised Hilda. Was that she? The girl could be no other. Edwin made the reflection that all men make: "Well, it's astonishing what other fellows like." And having put down Charlie several points in his esteem, he forgot Hilda. Evidently loud and sustained conversation was not expected nor desired while the music lasted, and Edwin was glad of this. It enabled him to get his breath and his bearings in what was to him really a tremendous ordeal, and in fact he was much more agitated than even he imagined. The room itself abashed him. Everybody, including Mr Orgreave, had said that the Clayhanger drawing-room with its bay window was a fine apartment. But the Orgreave drawing-room had a bay window and another large window. It was twice as big as the Clayhangers, and of an interesting irregular shape. Although there were in it 2 unoccupied expanses of carpet, it nevertheless contained what seemed to Edwin immense quantities of furniture of all sorts. Easy-chairs were common and everywhere. Several bookcases rose to the low ceiling. Dozens and dozens of pictures hid the walls. Each corner had its little society of objects. Cushions and candlesticks abounded. The piano was a grand, and Edwin was astounded to see another piano, a small upright, in the farther distance. There were even 2 fireplaces with 2 mirrors, 2 clocks, 2 sets of ornaments, and 2 embroidered screens. The general effect was of extraordinary lavish profusion, of wilful, splendid, careless extravagance. Yet the arm of the sofa on which Edwin leaned was threadbare in 2 different places. The room was faded and worn, like its mistress. Like its mistress, it seemed to exhale a silent and calm authority based on historic tradition. And the room was historic. It had been the theatre of history. For 25 years, ever since Tom was 7, it had witnessed the adventurous domestic career of the Orgreaves, so quiet superficially, so exciting in reality. It was the drawing-room of a man who had consistently used immense powers of industry for the satisfaction of his prodigal instincts. It was the drawing-room of a woman whose placidity no danger could disturb, and who cared for nothing if only her husband was amused. Spend and gain, and for a change, gain and spend. That was the method. Work till sheer exhaustion beat you, plan, scheme, devise, satisfy your curiosity and your other instincts, experiment, accept risks, buy first, order first, pledge yourself first, and then split your head in order to pay and to redeem. When chance aids you to accumulate, let the pile grow out of mere perversity, and then scatter it royally. Play heartily. Play with the same intentness as you work. Live to the utmost instant, and to the last flicker of energy. Such was the spirit of Osmond Orgreave, and the spirit which reigned in the house generally, if not in every room of the house. III. For each child had its room, except Jimmy and Johnnie, who shared one. And each room was the fortress of an egoism, the theatre of a separate drama, mysterious and sacred from the others. Jimmy could not remember having been in Janet's room. It was forbidden by Alicia, who was jealous of her sole right of entree. Nobody would have dreamed of violating the chamber of Jimmy and Johnnie to discover the origin of peculiar noises that puzzled the household at 7 o'clock in the morning. As for Tom's castle, it was a legend to the younger children. It was supposed to be wondrous. All the children had always cost money, and a great deal of money, until Marian had left the family in deep gloom for her absence, and Tom, with a final wrench of a vast sum from the willing but wincing father, had settled into a remunerative profession. Tom was now keeping himself and repaying the weakened parent. The rest cost more and more every year as their minds and bodies budded and flowered. It was endless, it was staggering, it would not bear thinking about. The long and varied chronicle of it was somehow written on the drawing-room as well as on the faces of the father and mother. On the drawing-room, which had the same dignified, childlike, indefatigable, invincible, jolly expression as its owners. Threadbare in places, and why not? The very identical Turkish carpet at which Edwin gazed in his self-consciousness, on that carpet Janet, the queenly and mature, had sprawled as an infant, while her mother, a fresh, previous Janet of less than 30, had cooed and said incomprehensible foolishness to her. Tom was patriarchal because he had vague memories of an earlier drawing-room, misted in far antiquity. Threadbare, by heaven, its mere survival was magnificent. I say that it was a miraculous drawing-room. Its chairs were humanised. Its little cottage piano that nobody ever opened now, unless Tom had gone mad on something for 2 pianos, because it was so impossibly tinny. The cottage piano could humanly recall the touch of a perfect baby, when Marian, the wife, sat down to it. Marian was one of your silly, sentimental, nice things. On account of its associations, she really preferred the cottage piano to the grand. The 2 carpets were both resigned, grim old humanities, used to dirty heels and not caring, or pretending not to care. What did the curtains know of history? Naught. They were always new. They could not last. But even the newest curtains would at once submit to the influences of the room, and take on something of its physiognomy, and help to express his comfortableness. You could not hang a week in front of one of those windows without being subtly informed by the tradition of adventurous happiness that presided over the room. It was that, a drawing-room in which a man and a woman and boys and girls had been on the whole happy, if often apprehensive. IV. The music began to engage Edwin's attention. It was music of a kind quite novel to him. Most of it had no meaning for him, but at intervals some fragment detached itself from the mass and stood out beautiful. It was as if he were gazing at a stage in gloom, but lighted momentarily by fleeting rays that revealed a lovely detail and were bafflingly cut off. Occasionally he thought he noticed a recurrence of the same fragment. Murmurs came from behind the piano. He looked cautiously. Alicia was making faces of alarm and annoyance. She whispered, "Oh dear! It's no use. We're all wrong, I'm sure." Tom kept his eyes on the page in front of him, doggedly playing. Then Edwin was conscious of dissonances, and then the music stopped. "Now, Alicia," her father protested mildly, "you mustn't be nervous." "Nervous!" exclaimed Alicia. "Tom's just as nervous as I am, so he needn't talk." She was as red as a cock's crest. Tom was not talking. He pointed several times violently to a place on Alicia's half of the open book. She was playing the bass part. "There! There!" The music recommenced. "She's always nervous like that," Janet whispered kindly, "when anyone's here. But she doesn't like to be told." "She plays splendidly," Edwin responded. "Do you play?" Janet shook her head. "Yes, she does," Charlie whispered. "Keep on, darling. You're at the end now." Edwin heard a low, stern voice. That must be the voice of Hilda. A second later he looked across and surprised her glance, which was intensely fixed on himself. She dropped her eyes quickly. He also. Then he felt by the nature of the chords that the piece was closing. The music ceased. Mr Orgreave clapped his hands. "Bravo! Bravo!" "Why," cried Charlie to the performers, "you weren't within 10 bars of each other!" And Edwin wondered how Charlie could tell that. As for him, he did not know enough of music to be able to turn over the pages for others. He felt himself to be an ignoramus among a company of brilliant experts. "Well," said Mr Orgreave, "I suppose we may talk a bit now. It's more than our place is worth to breathe aloud while these Rubinsteins are doing Beethoven." He looked at Edwin, who grinned. "Oh, my word!" smiled Mrs Orgreave, supporting her hand. "Beethoven, is it?" Edwin muttered. He was acquainted only with the name, and had never heard it pronounced as Mr Orgreave pronounced it. "1 symphony a night," Mr Orgreave said with irony. "And we're only at the second, it seems. 7 more to come. What do you think of that, Edwin?" "Very fine." "Let's have the Lost Chord, Janet," Mr Orgreave suggested. There was a protesting chorus of "Oh, Dad!" "Very well, very well," the father murmured, acting humility. "I'm snubbed." Tom had now strolled across the room, smiling to himself and looking at the carpet in an effort to behave as one who had done nothing in particular. "How d'ye do, Clayhanger?" he greeted Edwin, and grasped his hand in a feverish clutch. "You must excuse us. We aren't used to audiences. That's the worst of being rotten amateurs." Edwin rose. "Oh!" he deprecated. He had never spoken to Tom Orgreave before, but Tom seemed ready to treat him at once as an established acquaintance. Then Alicia had to come forward and shake hands. She could not get a word out. "Now, baby!" Charlie teased her. She tossed her mane and found refuge by her mother's side. Mrs Orgreave caressed the mane into order. "This is Miss Lessways. Hilda, Mr Edwin Clayhanger." Janet drew the dark girl towards her as the latter hovered uncertainly in the middle of the room, her face forced into the look of elaborate negligence conventionally assumed by every self-respecting person who waits to be introduced. She took Edwin's hand limply, and failed to meet his glance. Her features did not soften. Edwin was confirmed in the impression of her obdurate ugliness. He just noticed her olive skin and black eyes and hair. She was absolutely different in type from any of the Clayhangers. The next instant she and Charlie were talking together. Edwin felt the surprised relief of one who has plunged into the sea and discovers himself fairly buoyant on the threatening waves. "Janet," asked Mrs Orgreave, "will supper be ready?" In the obscurer corners of the room grey shadows gathered furtively, waiting their time. V. "Seen my latest, Charlie?" asked Tom in his thin voice. "No, what is it?" Charlie replied. The younger brother was flattered by this proof of esteem from the elder, but he did his best by casualness of tone to prevent the fact from transpiring. All the youths were now standing in a group in the middle of the drawing-room. Their faces showed pale and more distinct than their bodies in the darkening twilight. Mrs Orgreave, her husband, and the girls had gone into the dining-room. Tom Orgreave, with the gestures of a precisian, drew a bunch of keys from his pocket and unlocked a rosewood bookcase that stood between the two windows. Jimmy winked to Johnnie, and included Edwin in the fellowship of the wink, which meant that Tom was more comic than Tom thought, with his locked bookcases and his simple vanities of a collector. Tom collected books. As Edwin gazed at the bookcase, he perceived that it was filled mainly with rich bindings. And suddenly all his own book-buying seemed to him petty and pitiful. He saw books in a new aspect. He had need of no instruction, of no explanation. The amorous care with which Tom drew a volume from the bookcase was enough in itself to enlighten Edwin completely. He saw that a book might be more than reading matter, might be a bibelot, a curious jewel, to satisfy the lust of the eye and of the hand. He instantly condemned his own few books as being naught. He was ashamed of them. Each book in that bookcase was a separate treasure. "See this, my boy," said Tom, handing to Charlie a calf-bound volume with a crest on the sides. 6 volumes. Picked them up at Stafford. Assizes, you know. It's the Wilbraham crest. I never knew they'd been selling their library." Charlie accepted the book with respect. Its edges were gilt, and the paper thin and soft. Edwin looked over his shoulder and saw the title page of Victor Hugo's Notre Dame de Paris in French. The volume had a most romantic, foreign, even exotic air. Edwin desired it fervently, or something that might rank equal with it. "How much did they stick you for this lot?" asked Charlie. Tom held up one finger. "Quid?" Charlie wanted to be sure. Tom nodded. "Cheap as dirt, of course," said Tom. "Binding's worth more than that. Look at the other volumes. Look at them." "Pity it's only a second edition," said Charlie. "Well, damn it, man, one can't have everything." Charlie passed the volume to Edwin, who fingered it with the strangest delight. Was it possible that this exquisitely delicate and uncustomary treasure, which seemed to exhale all the charm of France and the savour of her history, had been found at Stafford? He had been to Stafford himself. He had read Notre Dame himself, but in English, out of a common book like any common book, not out of a bibelot. "You've read it, of course, Clayhanger," Tom said. "Oh," Edwin answered humbly, "only in a translation." Yet there was a certain falseness in his humility, for he was proud of having read the work. What sort of a duffer would he have appeared had he been obliged to reply no? "You ought to read French in French," said Tom, kindly authoritative. "Can't," said Edwin. "Bosh!" Charlie cried. "You were always spiffing in French. You could simply knock spots off me." "And do you read French in French the Sunday?" Edwin asked. "Well," said Charlie, "I must say it was Thomas put me up to it. You simply begin to read, that's all. What you don't understand you miss. But you soon understand. You can always look at a dictionary if you feel like it. I usually don't." "I'm sure you could read French easily in a month," said Tom. "They always gave a good grounding at Oldcastle. There's simply nothing in it." "Really!" Edwin murmured, relinquishing the book. "I must have a shot. I never thought of it." And he never thought of reading French for pleasure. He had construed Xavier de Maistre's Voyage autour de ma chambre for marks, assuredly not for pleasure. "Are there any books in this style to be got on that bookstall in Hanbridge Market?" he inquired of Tom. "Sometimes," said Tom, wiping his spectacles. "Oh yes." It was astounding to Edwin how blind he had been to the romance of existence in the Five Towns. "It's all very well," observed Charlie, reflectively, fingering one or two of the other volumes. "It's all very well, and Victor Hugo is Victor Hugo. But you can say what you like, there's a lot of this that'll bear skipping, your worships." "Not a line!" said a passionate, vibrating voice. The voice so startled and thrilled Edwin that he almost jumped as he looked round. To Edwin it was dramatic. It was even dangerous and threatening. He had never heard a quiet voice so charged with intense emotion. Hilda Lessways had come back to the room, and she stood near the door, her face gleaming in the dusk. She stood like an Amazonian defender of the aged poet. Edwin asked himself, can anyone be so excited as that about a book? The eyes, lips, and nostrils were a revelation to him. He could feel his heart beating. But the girl strongly repelled him. Nobody else appeared to be conscious that anything singular had occurred. Jimmy and Johnnie sidled out of the room. "Oh, indeed!" Charlie directed his candid and yet faintly ironic smile upon Hilda Lessways. "Don't you think some of it's dullish, Teddy?" Edwin blushed. "Well, yes," he answered, honestly judicial. "Mrs Orgreave wants to know when you're coming to supper," said Hilda, and left. Tom was relocking the bookcase. Chapter 7, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. The Family Supper. "Now, father, let's have a bottle of wine, eh?" Charlie vociferously suggested. Mr Orgreave hesitated. "You'd better ask your mother." "Really, Charlie," Mrs Orgreave began. "Oh yes!" Charlie cut her short. "Right you are, Martha." The servant, who had stood waiting for a definite command during this brief conflict of wills, glanced interrogatively at Mrs Orgreave, and perceiving no clear prohibition in her face, departed with a smile to get the wine. She was a servant of sound prestige, and had the inexpressible privilege of smiling on duty. In her time she had fought lively battles of repartee with all the children from Charlie downwards. Janet humoured Martha, and Martha humoured Mrs Orgreave. The whole family, save absent Marian, was now gathered in the dining room, another apartment on whose physiognomy were written in cipher the annals of the vivacious tribe. Here the curtains were drawn, and all the interest of the room centred on the large white gleaming table, about which the members stood or sat under the downward radiance of a chandelier. Beyond the circle illuminated by the shaded chandelier could be discerned dim forms of furniture and of pictures, with a glint of high light here and there burning on the corner of some gold frame. Mr and Mrs Orgreave sat at either end of the table. Alicia stood by her father with one arm half round his neck. Tom sat near his mother. Janet and Hilda sat together, flanked by Jimmy and Johnnie, who stood, having pushed chairs away. Charlie and Edwin stood opposite. The table seemed to Edwin to be heaped with food, cold and yet rich remains of bird and beast. A large fruit pie, opened, another intact, some puddings, cheese, sandwiches, raw fruit. At Janet's elbow were cups and saucers and a pot of coffee. A large glass jug of lemonade shone near by. Plates, glasses, and cutlery were strewn about irregularly. The effect upon Edwin was one of immense and careless prodigality. It intoxicated him. It made him feel that a grand profuseness was the finest thing in life. In his own home the supper consisted of cheese, bread, and water, save on Sundays, when cold sausages were generally added to make a feast. But the idea of the price of living as the Orgreaves lived seriously startled the prudence in him. Imagine that expense always persisting, day after day, night after night! There were certainly at least 4 in the family who bought clothes at Shillitoe's, and everybody looked elaborately costly, except Hilda Lessways, who did not flatter the eye. But equally they all seemed quite unconscious of their costliness. "Now, Charlie, darling, you must look after Mr Edwin," said Mrs Orgreave. "She never calls us darling," said Johnny, affecting disgust. "She will as soon as you've left home," said Janet, ironically soothing. "I do. I often do," Mrs Orgreave asserted. "Much oftener than you deserve." "Sit down, Teddy," Charlie enjoined. "Oh, I'm all right, thanks," said Edwin. "Sit down," Charlie insisted, using force. "Do you talk to your poor patients in that tone?" Alicia inquired, from the shelter of her father. "Here I come down specially to see them," Charlie mused aloud, as he twisted the corkscrew into the cork of the bottle, unceremoniously handed to him by Martha. "And not only they don't offer to pay my fares, but they grudge me a drop of claret." Plop! He grimaced as the cork came out. "And my last night too. Hilda, this is better than coffee, as St Paul remarked on a famous occasion. Pass your glass." "Charlie!" his mother protested. "I'll thank you to leave St Paul out." "Charlie, your mother will be boxing your ears if you don't mind," his father warned him. "I'll not have it," said his mother, shaking her head in a fashion that she imagined to be harsh and forbidding. Two. Towards the close of the meal Mr Orgreave said, "Well, Edwin, what does your father say about Bradlaugh?" "He doesn't say much," Edwin replied. "Let me see. Does he call himself a Liberal?" "He calls himself a Liberal," said Edwin, shifting on his chair. "Yes, he calls himself a Liberal. But I'm afraid he's a regular old Tory." Edwin blushed, laughing, as half the family gave way to more or less violent mirth. "Father's a regular old Tory too," Charlie grinned. "Oh, I'm sorry," said Edwin. "Yes, father's a regular old Tory," agreed Mr Orgreave. "Don't apologise. Don't apologise. I'm used to these attacks. I've been nearly kicked out of my own house once. But someone has to keep the flag flying." It was plain that Mr Orgreave enjoyed the unloosing of the hurricane which he had brought about. Mrs Orgreave used to say that he employed that particular tone from a naughty love of mischief. In a moment all the boys were upon him, except Jimmy, who, out of sheer intellectual snobbery, as the rest averred, supported his father. Atheistical Bradlaugh had been exciting the British public to disputation for a long time, and the Bradlaugh question happened to be acute. In that very week the Northampton member had been committed to custody for outraging Parliament, and released, and it was known that Gladstone meant immediately to bring in a resolution for permitting members to affirm, instead of taking oath by appealing to a god. Than this complication of theology and politics, nothing could have been better devised to impassion an electorate which had but 2 genuine interests, theology and politics. The rumour of the feverish affair had spread to the most isolated communities. People talked theology and people talked politics, who had till then only felt silently on these subjects. In loquacious families Bradlaugh caused dissension and division, more real perhaps than apparent, for not all Bradlaugh's supporters had the courage to avow themselves such. It was not easy, at any rate it was not easy in the Five Towns, for a timid man, in reply to the question, "Are you in favour of a professed free thinker sitting in the House of Commons?" to reply, "Yes, I am." There was something shameless in that word "professed." If the free thinker had been ashamed of his free thinking, if he had sought to conceal it in phrases, the implication was that the case might not have been so bad. This was what astonished Edwin, the candour with which Bradlaugh's position was upheld in the dining-room of the Orgreaves. It was as if he were witnessing deeds of wilful, perilous daring. But the conversation was not confined to Bradlaugh, for Bradlaugh was not a perfect test for separating Liberals and Tories. Nobody in the room, for example, was quite convinced that Mr Orgreave was anti-Bradlaugh. To satisfy their instincts for father baiting, the boys had to include other topics, such as Ireland and the proposal for Home Rule. As for Mr Orgreave, he could and did always infuriate them by refusing to answer seriously. The fact was that this was his device for maintaining his prestige among the turbulent mob. Dignified and brilliantly clever as Osmond Orgreave had the reputation of being in the town, he was somewhat outshone in cleverness at home, and he never put the bar of his dignity between himself and his children. Thus he could only keep the upper hand by allowing hints to escape from him of the secret amusement roused in him by the comicality of the spectacle of his filial enemies. He had one great phrase which he would drawl out at them with the accents of a man who is trying politely to hide his contempt. "You'll learn better as you get older." III. Edwin, who said little, thought the relationship between father and sons utterly delightful. He had not conceived that parents and children ever were or could be on such terms. "Now, what do you say, Edwin?" Mr Orgreave asked. "Are you a... Charlie, pass me that bottle." Charlie was helping himself to another glass of wine. The father, the two elder sons, and Edwin alone had drunk of the wine. Edwin had never tasted wine in his life, and the effect of half a glass on him was very agreeable and strange. "Oh, Dad, I just want to..." Charlie objected, holding the bottle in the air above his glass. "Charlie," said his mother, "do you hear your father?" "Pass me that bottle," Mr Orgreave repeated. Charlie obeyed, proclaiming himself a martyr. Mr Orgreave filled his own glass, emptying the bottle, and began to sip. "This will do me more good than you, young man," he said. Then turning again to Edwin, "Are you a Bradlaugh man?" And Edwin, uplifted, said, "All I say is, you can't help what you believe. You can't make yourself believe anything. And I don't see why you should either. There's no virtue in believing." "Hooray!" cried the sedate Tom. "No virtue in believing? Oh, Mr Edwin, Mr Edwin!" This sad expostulation came from Mrs Orgreave. "Don't you see what I mean?" he persisted vivaciously, reddening. But he could not express himself further. "Hooray!" repeated Tom. Mrs Orgreave shook her head with grieved good nature. "You mustn't take mother too seriously," said Janet, smiling. "She only puts on that expression to keep worse things from being said. She's only pretending to be upset. Nothing could upset her, really. She's past being upset. She's been through so much, haven't you, poor dear?" In looking at Janet, Edwin caught the eyes of Hilda blazing on him fixedly. Her head seemed to tremble, and he glanced away. She had added nothing to the discussion, and indeed Janet herself had taken no part in the politics, content merely to advise the combatants upon their demeanour. "So you're against me too, Edwin?" Mr Orgreave sighed with mock melancholy. "Well, this is no place for me." He rose, lifted Alicia and put her into his arm-chair, and then went towards the door. "You aren't going to work, are you, Osmond?" his wife asked, turning her head. "I am," said he. He disappeared amid a wailing chorus of "Oh, Dad!" Volume 2, Chapter 8. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. In the Porch. When the front door of the Orgreaves interposed itself that night between Edwin and a little group of gas-lit faces, he turned away towards the warm gloom of the garden in a state of happy excitement. He had left fairly early, despite protests, because he wished to give his father no excuse for a spectacular display of wrath. Edwin's desire for a tranquil existence was growing steadily. But now that he was in the open air, he did not want to go home. He wanted to be in full possession of himself, at leisure and in freedom, and to examine the treasure of his sensations. "It's been rather quiet," the Orgreaves had said. "We generally have people dropping in." Quiet! It was the least quiet evening he had ever spent. He was intoxicated, not with wine, though he had drunk wine. A group of well-intentioned philanthropists, organised into a powerful society for combating the fearful evils of alcoholism, had seized Edwin at the age of 12 and made him bind himself with solemn childish signature and ceremonies never to taste alcohol save by doctor's orders. He thought of this pledge in the garden of the Orgreaves. "Damned rot!" he murmured, and dismissed the pledge from his mind as utterly unimportant, if not fatuous. No remorse. The whole philosophy of asceticism inspired him at that moment with impatient scorn. It was the hope of pleasure that intoxicated him, the vision which he had had of the possibilities of being really interested in life. He saw new avenues towards joy, and the sight thereof made him tingle, less with the desire to be immediately at them than with the present ecstasy of contemplating them. He was conscious of actual physical tremors and agreeable smartings in his head, electrical disturbances. But he did not reason, he felt. He was passive, not active. He would not even just then attempt to make new plans. He was in a beatitude, his mouth unaware that it was smiling. Two. Behind him was the lighted house, in front the gloom of the lawn ending in shrubberies and gates, with a street lamp beyond. And there was silence, save for the vast furnace breathings coming over undulating miles which the people of the Five Towns, hearing them always, never hear. A great deal of diffused light filtered through the cloudy sky. The warm wandering airs were humid on the cheek. He must return home. He could not stand dreaming all the night in the garden of the Orgreaves. To his right uprose the great rectangular mass of his father's new house, entirely free of scaffolding, having all the aspect of a house inhabited. It looked enormous. He was proud of it. In such an abode, and so close to the Orgreaves, what could he not do? Why go to gaze on it again? There was no common sense in doing so. And yet he felt, "I must have another glance at it before I go home." From his attitude towards it he might have been the creator of that house. That house was like one of his more successful drawings. When he had done a drawing that he esteemed, he was always looking at it. He would look at it before running down to breakfast, and after breakfast, instead of going straight to the shop, he would rush upstairs to have still another look at it. The act of inspection gave him pleasure. So with the house. Strange superficially, but the simple explanation was that for some things he had the eyes of love. Yes, in his dancing and happy brain the impulse to revisit the house was not to be conquered. The few battered yards of hedge between his father's land and that of Mr Orgreave seemed more passable in the night. He crunched along the gravel, stepped carefully with noiseless foot on the flower bed, and then pushed himself right through the frail bushes, forgetting the respect due to his suit. The beginning of summer had dried the sticky clay of the new garden. Paths had already been traced on it, and trenches cut for the draining of the lawn that was to be. Edwin, in the night, saw the new garden finished, mellow, blooming with such blossoms as were sold in St Luke's market. He had scarcely ever seen flowers growing in the mass. He saw himself reclining in the garden with a rare and beautiful book in his hand, while the sound of Beethoven's music came to him through the open window of the drawing-room. In so far as he saw Maggie at all, he saw her somehow mysteriously elegant and vivacious. He did not see his father. His fancy had little relation to reality, but this did not mar his pleasure. Then he saw himself talking over the hedge wittily to amiable and witty persons in the garden of the Orgreaves. Three. He had not his key to the new house, but he knew a way of getting into it through the cellar. No reason in doing so. Nevertheless, he must get into it, must localise his dream in it. He crouched down under the blank east wall, and feet foremost disappeared slowly as though the house were swallowing him. He stood on the stillage of the cellar and struck a match. Immense and weird, the cellar, and the doorless doorway leading to the cellar steps seemed to lead to affrighting matters. He was in the earth, in it, with the smells of damp mortar and of bricks, and of the earth itself about him. And above him rose the house, a room over him, and a room over that, and another over that, and then the chimney cowl up in the sky. He jumped from the stillage and went quickly to the doorway and saw the cellar steps. His heart was beating, he trembled, he was afraid, exquisitely afraid, acutely conscious of himself amid the fundamental mysteries of the universe. He reached the top of the steps as the match expired. After a moment he could distinguish the forms of things in the hall, even the main features of the pattern of the tiles. The small panes in the glazed front door, whose varied tints repeated those of the drawing-room window in daytime, now showed a uniform dull grey, lifeless. The cellar was formidable below, and the stairs curved upwards into the formidable. But he climbed them. The house seemed full of inexplicable noises. When he stopped to listen, he could hear scores of different infinitesimal sounds. His spine thrilled as if a hand delicate and terrible had run down it in a caress. All the unknown of the night and of the universe was pressing upon him, but it was he alone who had created the night and the universe. He reached his room, the room in which he meant to inaugurate the new life and the endeavour towards perfection. Already, after his manner, he had precisely settled where the bed was to be, and where the table, and all the other objects of his world. There he would sit and read rare and beautiful books in the original French. And there he would sit to draw. And to the right of the hearth over bookshelves would be such and such a picture, and to the left of the hearth over bookshelves such and such another picture. Only now he could not dream in the room as he had meant to dream, because beyond the open door was the empty landing, and the well of the stairs, and all the terror of the house. The terror came and mingled with the delicious sensations that had seized him in the solitude of the garden of the Orgreaves. No, never had he been so intensely alive as then. He went cautiously to the window and looked forth. Instantly the terror of the house was annihilated. It fell away, was gone. He was not alone in his fancy-created universe. The reassuring illusion of reality came back like a clap of thunder. He could see a girl insinuating herself through the gap in the hedge which he had made 10 minutes earlier. 4. "What the deuce is she after?" he muttered. He wondered whether, if she happened to glance upwards, she would be able to see him. He stood away a little from the window, but as in the safer position he could no longer distinguish her, he came again close to the glass. After all, there could be no risk of her seeing him. And if she did see him, the fright would be hers, not his. Having passed through the hedge, she stopped, bent down, leaning backward and to one side, and lifted the hem of her skirt to examine it. Possibly it was torn. Then she dropped it. By that black, tight skirt, and by something in her walk, he knew she was Hilda. He could not decipher her features. She moved towards the new house very slowly, as if she had emerged for an aimless nocturnal stroll. Strange and disquieting creature! He peered as far as he could leftwards to see the west wall of Lane End House. In a window of the upper floor a light burned. The family had doubtless gone to bed, or were going. And she had wandered forth solitary, and was trespassing in his garden. Cheek! If ever he got an opportunity, he should mysteriously tease her on the subject of illegal night excursions. Yes, he should be very witty and ironic. Nothing but cheek. He was confirmed in his hostility to her. She had no charm, and yet the entire Orgreave family was apparently infatuated about her. Her interruption on behalf of Victor Hugo seemed to be savage. Girls ought not to use that ruthless tone. And her eyes were hard, even cruel. She was less feminine than masculine. Her hair was not like a girl's hair. She still came on until the projecting roof of the bay window beneath him hid her from sight. He would have opened his window and leaned out to glimpse her, could he have done so without noise. Where was she? In the garden porch? She did not reappear. She might be capable of getting into the house. She might even then actually be getting into the house. She was queer, incalculable. Supposing that she was in the habit of surreptitiously visiting the house, and had found a key to fit one of the doors. Or supposing that she could push up a window? She would doubtless mount the stairs and trap him. Absurd, these speculations, as absurd as a nightmare. But they influenced his conduct. He felt himself forced to provide against the wildest hazards. Abruptly he departed from the bedroom and descended the stairs, stamping, clumping, with all possible noise. In addition he whistled. This was to warn her to fly. He stopped in the hall until she had had time to fly, and then he lit a match as a signal which surely no carelessness could miss. He could have gone direct by the front door into the street, so leaving her to her odd self, but instead he drew back the slip-catch of the garden door and opened it, self-consciously humming a tune. She was within the porch. She turned deliberately to look at him. He could feel his heartbeats. His cheeks burned, and yet he was chilled. "Who's there?" he asked. But he did not succeed, to his own satisfaction, in acting alarmed surprise. "Me," said Hilda, challengingly, rudely. "Oh!" he murmured, at a loss. "Did you want me? Did anyone want me?" "Yes," she said. "I just wanted to ask you something." She paused. He could not see her scowling, but it seemed to him that she must be. He remembered that she had rather thick eyebrows, and that when she brought them nearer together by a frown, they made almost one continuous line, the effect of which was not attractive. "Did you know I was in here?" "Yes, that's my bedroom window over there. I've left the gas up. And I saw you get through the hedge, so I came down. They'd all gone off to bed except Tom, and I told him I was just going a walk in the garden for a bit. They never worry me, you know. They let me alone. I knew you'd got into the house by the light." "But I only struck a match a second ago," he protested. "Excuse me," she said coldly. "I saw a light quite 5 minutes ago." "Oh yes," he apologised. "I remember. When I came up the cellar steps." "I dare say you think it's very queer of me," she continued. "Not at all," he said quickly. "Yes, you do," she bitterly insisted. "But I want to know. Did you mean it when you said, at supper, that there's no virtue in believing?" "Did I say there was no virtue in believing?" he stammeringly demanded. "Of course you did," she remonstrated. "Do you mean to say you can say a thing like that and then forget about it? If it's true, it's one of the most wonderful things that were ever said. And that's why I wanted to know if you meant it, or whether you were only saying it because it sounded clever. That's what they're always doing in that house, being clever." Her tone was invariably harsh. "Yes," he said simply, "I meant it. Why?" "You did?" Her voice seemed to search for insincerity. "Well, thank you. That's all. It may mean a new life to me. I'm always trying to believe. Always. Aren't you?" "I don't know," he mumbled. "How do you mean?" "Well, you know," she said, as if impatiently smashing his pretence of not understanding her. "But perhaps you do believe." He thought he detected scorn for a facile believer. "No," he said, "I don't. And it doesn't worry you. Honestly. Don't be clever. I hate that." "No," he said. "Don't you ever think about it?" "No, not often." "Charlie does." "Has he told you?" So she talks to the Sunday too, he reflected. "Yes, but of course I quite see why it doesn't worry you, if you honestly think there's no virtue in believing." "Well," said Edwin, "is there?" The more he looked at it through her eyes, the more wonderful profundities he discovered in that remark of his, which at the time of uttering it had appeared to him a simple platitude. It went exceedingly deep in many directions. "I hope you're right," she replied. Her voice shook. FIve. There was silence. To ease the strain of his self-consciousness, Edwin stepped down from the stone floor of the porch to the garden. He felt rain, and he noticed that the sky was very much darker. "By Jove," he said, "it's beginning to rain, I do believe." "I thought it would," she answered. A squall of wind suddenly surged rustling through the high trees in the garden of the Orgreaves, and the next instant threw a handful of wild raindrops on his cheek. "You'd better stand against the other wall," he suggested. "You'll catch it there if it keeps on." She obeyed. He returned to the porch, but remained in the exposed portion of it. "Better come here," she said, indicating somehow her side. "Oh, I'm all right." "You needn't be afraid of me," she snapped. He grinned awkwardly, but said nothing, for he could not express his secret resentment. He considered the girl to be of exceedingly unpleasant manners. "Would you mind telling me the time?" she asked. He took out his watch, but peer as he might, he could not discern the position of the hands. "Half a second," he said, and struck a match. The match was blown out before he could look at the dial, but by its momentary flash he saw Hilda pressed against the wall. Her lips were tight, her eyes blazing, her hands clenched. She frowned. She was pale, and especially pale by contrast with the black of her plain, austere dress. "If you'll come into the house," he said, "I can get a light there." The door was ajar. "No, thanks," she declined. "It doesn't really matter what time it is, does it? Good night." He divined that she was offering her hand. He clasped it blindly in the dark. He could not refuse to shake hands. Her hand gave his a feverish and lingering squeeze, which was like a contradicting message in the dark night, as though she were sending through her hand a secret denial of her spoken accents and her frown. He forgot to answer her "good night." A trap rattled furiously up the road. Yes, only 6 yards off, on the other side of the boundary wall, was the public road, and he standing hidden there in the porch with this girl whom he had seen for the first time that evening. It was the mail cart rushing to Knype. She did not move. She had said "good night" and shaken hands, and yet she remained. They stood speechless. Then, without warning, after perhaps a minute that seemed like 10 minutes, she walked away slowly into the rain. And as she did so, Edwin could just see her straightening her spine and throwing back her shoulders with a proud gesture. "I say, Miss Lessways," he called in a low voice. But he had no notion of what he wanted to say. Only her departure had unlocked his throat. She made no sign. Again he grinned awkwardly, a little ashamed of her, and a little ashamed of himself, because neither had behaved as woman or man of the world. After a short interval he followed in her steps as far as the gap in the hedge, which he did not find easily. There was no sign of her. The gas burned serenely in her bedroom, and the window was open. Then he saw the window close up a little, and an arm in front of the drawn blind. The rain had apparently ceased. 6. "Well, that's an eye-opener, that is," he murmured, and thereby expressed the situation. Of all the damned impudence! He somewhat overstated his feelings, because he was posing a little to himself. An accident that sooner or later happens to every man. "And she'll go back and make out to Master Tom that she's just had a stroll in the garden." Garden, indeed! And yet they're all so fearfully stuck on her. He nodded his head several times reflectively, as if saying, "Well, well, what next?" And he murmured aloud, "So that's how they carry on, is it?" He meant, of course, women. He was very genuinely astounded. But the chief of all his acute sensations in that moment was pride, sheer pride. He thought what 99 men out of 100 would have thought in such circumstances. "She's taken a fancy to me." Useless to call him a conceited coxcomb, from disgust that he did not conform to a sentimentally idealistic standard. He thought, "She's taken a fancy to me." And he was not a conceited coxcomb. He exulted in the thought. Nothing had ever before so startled and uplifted him. It constituted the supreme experience of his career as a human being. The delightful and stimulating experience of his evening in the house of the Orgreaves sank into unimportance by the side of it. The new avenues towards joy which had been revealed to him appeared now to be quite unexciting paths. He took them for granted. And he forgot the high and serious mood of complex emotion in which he had entered the new house. Music and the exotic flavours of a foreign language seemed a little thing, in comparison with the feverish hand-clasp of the girl whom he so peculiarly disliked. The lifeless hand which he had taken in the drawing-room of the Orgreaves could not be the same hand as that which had closed intimately on his under the porch. She must have two right hands. And even more base than his coxcombry, he despised her because it was he, Edwin, to whom she had taken a fancy. He had not sufficient self-confidence to justify her fancy in his own eyes. His argument actually was that no girl worth having could have taken a fancy to him at sight. Thus he condemned her for her faith in him. As for his historic remark about belief, well, there might or might not be something in that. Perhaps there was something in it. One instant he admired it, and the next he judged it glib and superficial. Moreover, he had conceivably absorbed it from a book. But even if it were an original epigrammatic pearl, was that an adequate reason for her following him to an empty house at dead of night? Of course an overwhelming passion might justify such behaviour. He could recall cases in literature. Yes, he had got so far as to envisage the possibility of overwhelming passion. Then all these speculations disconcertingly vanished, and Hilda presented herself to his mind as a girl intensely religious, who would shrink from no unconventionality in the pursuit of truth. He did not much care for this theory of Hilda, nor did it convince him. "Imagine marrying a girl like that!" he said to himself disdainfully, and he made a catalogue of her defects of person and of character. She was severe, satiric, merciless. And I suppose, if I were to put my finger up, thus ran on his despicable ideas. Janet Orgreave now. Janet had every quality that he could desire, that he could even think of. Janet was balm. "You needn't be afraid," that unpleasant girl had said, and he had only been able to grin in reply. Still, pride, intense masculine pride. There was one thing he had liked about her, that straightening of the spine and setting back of the shoulders as she left him. She had in her some tinge of the heroic. He quitted the garden, and as soon as he was in the street he remembered that he had not pulled to the garden door of the house. "Dash the confounded thing!" he exploded, returning. But he was not really annoyed. He would not have been really annoyed even if he had had to return from half-way down Trafalgar Road. Everything was a trifle, save that a girl had run after him under such romantic circumstances. The circumstances were not strictly romantic, but they so seemed to him. Going home he did not meet a soul. Only in the middle distance of one of the lower side streets he espied a policeman. Trafalgar Road was a solitude of bright and forlorn gas lamps and dark, excluding facades. Suddenly he came to the corner of Wedgwood Street. He had started from Bleakridge. He had arrived at home. The interval between these two events was a perfect blank, save for the policeman. He could not recall having walked all the way down the road, and as he put the key into the door he was not in the least disturbed by the thought that his father might not have gone to bed. He went upstairs with a certain swaggering clatter, as who should say to all sleepers and bullies, "You be damned, I don't care for any of you. Something's happened to me." And he mused, if anybody had told me this afternoon that before midnight I should... End of Volume 2, Chapter 9. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. The Centenary. It was immediately after this that the Centenary, mispronounced in every manner conceivable, began to obsess the town. Superior and aloof persons like the Orgreaves had for weeks heard a good deal of vague talk about the Centenary from people whom intellectually they despised, and had condescended to the Centenary as an amiable and excusable affair which lacked interest for them. They were wrong. Edwin had gone further, and had sniffed at the Centenary to every one except his father, and Edwin was especially wrong. On the antepenultimate day of June he first uneasily suspected that he had committed a fault of appraisement. That was when his father brusquely announced that by request of the mayor all places of business in the town would be closed in honour of the centenary. It was the centenary of the establishment of Sunday schools. Edwin hated Sunday schools. Nay, he venomously resented them, though they had long ceased to incommode him. They were connected in his memory with atrocious tedium, pietistic insincerity, and humiliating contacts. At the bottom of his mind he still regarded them as a malicious device of parents for wilfully harassing and persecuting inoffensive, helpless children. And he had a particular grudge against them because he alone of his father's offspring had been chosen for the nauseating infliction. Why should his sisters have been spared and he doomed? He became really impatient when Sunday schools were under discussion, and from mere irrational annoyance he would not admit that Sunday schools had any good qualities whatever. He knew nothing of their history and wished to know nothing. Nevertheless, when the day of the centenary dawned, and dawned in splendour, he was compelled, even within himself, to treat Sunday schools with more consideration. And in fact, for 2 or 3 days previously, the gathering force of public opinion had been changing his attitude from stern hatred to a sort of half-hearted derision. Now the derision was mysteriously transformed into an inimical respect. By what? By he knew not what. By something without a name in the air which the mind breathes. He felt it at 6 o'clock ere he arose. Lying in bed he felt it. The day was to be a festival. The shop would not open, nor the printing office. The work of preparing for the removal would be suspended. The way of daily life would be quite changed. He was free. That was, nearly free. He said to himself that of course his excited father would expect him to witness the celebrations and to wear his best clothes, and that was a bore. But therein he was not quite honest, for he secretly wanted to witness the celebrations and to wear his best clothes. His curiosity was hungry. He admitted what many had been asserting for weeks, that the centenary was going to be a big thing, and his social instinct wished him to share in the pride of it. "It's a grand day!" exclaimed his father, cheerful and all glossy, as he looked out on Duck Square before breakfast. "It'll be rare and hot." And it was a grand day, one of the dazzling, spectacular blue and gold days of early summer, and Maggie was in finery, and Edwin too. Useless for him to pretend that a big thing was not afoot, and his father in a white waistcoat. Breakfast was positively talkative, though the conversation was naught but a repeating and repeating of what the arrangements were, and of what everybody had decided to do. The three lingered over breakfast because there was no reason to hurry, and then even Maggie left the sitting-room without a care, for though Clara was coming for dinner, Mrs Nixon could be trusted. Mrs Nixon, if she had time, would snatch half an hour in the afternoon to see what remained to be seen of the show. Families must eat, and if Mrs Nixon was stopped by duty from assisting at this centenary, she must hope to be more at liberty for the next. Two. At 9 o'clock, in a most delicious mood of idleness, Edwin strolled into the shop. His father had taken down one shutter from the doorway and slanted it carelessly against another on the pavement. A blind man or a drunkard might have stumbled against it and knocked it over. The letters had been hastily opened. Edwin could see them lying in disorder on the desk in the little office. The dust-sheets thought the day was Sunday. He stood in the narrow aperture and looked forth. Duck Square was a shimmer of sunshine. The Dragon and the Duck and the other public house at the top corner seemed as usual stolidly confident in the thirst of populations. But the borough dining-rooms next door but one to the corner of Duck Square and Wedgwood Street were not as usual. The cart of Doy the butcher had halted laden in front of the borough dining-rooms, and the anxious proprietor, attended by his 2 little daughters, aproned and sleeved for hard work in imitation of their stout, perspiring mother, was accepting unusual joints from it. Ticklish weather for meat. You could see that from the man's gestures. Even on ordinary days those low-ceilinged dining rooms, stretching far back from the street in a complicated vista of interiors, were apt to be crowded, for the quality of the eightpenny dinner could be relied upon. Edwin imagined what a stifling, deafening inferno of culinary odours and clatter there would be at 1:00, at 2:00. 3 hokey-pokey ice-cream hand-carts, one after another, turned the corner of Trafalgar Road and passed in front of him along Wedgwood Street. 3! The men pushing them, one an Italian, seemed to wear nothing but shirt and trousers, with a straw hat above and vague slippers below. The steam cart lumbered up out of the valley of the road and climbed Duck Bank, throwing its enormous shadow to the left. It was half full of bright frocks and suits. An irregular current of finery was setting into the gates of the Wesleyan School yard at the top of the bank, and ceremoniously bedecked individuals of all ages hurried in this direction and in that, some with white handkerchiefs over flowered hats, a few beneath parasols. All the town's store of Sunday clothes was in use. The humblest was crudely gay. Pawnbrokers had full tills and empty shops for 24 hours. Then a procession appeared out of Moorthorne Road, from behind the Wesleyan chapel keeper's house, and as it appeared it burst into music. First a purple banner upheld on crimson poles with gilded lance points, then a brass band in full note, and then children, 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 little, middling, and big. As the procession curved down into Trafalgar Road, it grew in stature until, towards the end of it, the children were as tall as the adults, who walked fussily as hens, proudly as peacocks on its flank. And last came a railway lorry on which dozens of tiny infants had been penned, and the horses of the lorry were ribboned and their manes and tails tightly plaited. On that grand day they could not be allowed to protect themselves against flies. They were sacrificial animals. A power not himself drew Edwin to the edge of the pavement. He could read on the immense banner, "Moorthorne St. John's Sunday School." These, then, were church folk, and indeed the next moment he descried a curate among the peacocks. The procession made another curve into Wedgwood Street, on its way to the supreme rendezvous in St. Luke's Square. The band blared, the crimson cheeks of the trumpeters sucked in and out, the drum man leaned backwards to balance his burden, and banged. Every soul of the variegated company, big and little, was in a perspiration. The staggering bearers of the purple banner, who held the great poles in leathern sockets slung from the shoulders, and their acolytes before and behind, who kept the banner upright by straining at crimson halyards, sweated most of all. Every foot was grey with dust, and the dark trousers of boys and men showed dust. The steamy whiff of humanity struck Edwin's nostrils. Up hill and down dale the procession had already walked over 2 miles, yet it was alert, joyous, and expectant, a chattering procession. From the lorry rose a continuous faint shriek of infantile voices. Edwin was saddened as by pathos. I believe that as he gazed at the procession waggling away along Wedgwood Street, he saw Sunday schools in a new light. And that was the opening of the day. There were to be dozens of such processions. Some would start only in the town itself, but others were coming from the villages like Red Cow, 5 sultry miles off. 3. A young woman under a sunshade came slowly along Wedgwood Street. She was wearing a certain discreet amount of finery, but her clothes did not fit well, and a thin mantle was arranged so as to lessen as much as possible the obviousness of the fact that she was about to become a mother. The expression of her face was discontented and captious. Edwin did not see her until she was close upon him, and then he immediately became self-conscious and awkward. "Hello, Clara!" he greeted her with his instinctive warm transient smile, holding out his hand sheepishly. It was a most extraordinary and amazing thing that he could never regard the ceremony of shaking hands with a relative as other than an affectation of punctilio. Happily he was not wearing his hat. Had it been on his head he would never have taken it off, and yet would have cursed himself for not doing so. "We are grand!" exclaimed Clara, limply taking his hand and dropping it as an article of no interest. In her voice there was still some echo of former sprightliness. The old Clara in her had not till that moment beheld the smart and novel curves of Edwin's Shillitoe suit, and the satiric cry came unbidden from her heart. Edwin gave an uneasy laugh, which was merely the outlet for his disgust. Not that he was especially disgusted with Clara, for indeed marriage had assuaged a little the tediousness of some of her mannerisms, even if it had taken away from her charm. He was disgusted more comprehensively by the tradition, universal in his class and in most classes, according to which relatives could not be formally polite to one another. He obeyed the tradition as slavishly as anyone, but often said to himself that he would violate the sacred rule if only he could count on a suitable response. He knew that he could not count on a suitable response, and he had no mind to be in the excruciating position of one who, having started God Save the Queen at a meeting, finds himself alone in the song. Why could not he and Clara behave together as, for instance, he and Janet Orgreave would behave together, with dignity, with worldliness, with mutual deference? But no, it was impossible, and would ever be so. They had been too brutally intimate, and the result was irremediable. "She's got no room to talk about personal appearance, anyway," he thought sardonically. There was another extraordinary and amazing thing. He was ashamed of her condition. He could not help the feeling. In vain he said to himself that her condition was natural and proper. In vain he remembered the remark of the sage that a young woman in her condition was the most beautiful sight in the world. He was ashamed of it. And he did not think it beautiful, he thought it ugly. It worried him. What? His sister? Other men's sisters, yes, but his? He forgot that he himself had been born. He could scarcely bear to look at Clara. Her face was thin and changed in colour. Her eyes were unnaturally lustrous and large, bold and fatigued. She looked ill, really ill, and she was incredibly unornamental. And this was she whom he could remember as a graceful child. And it was all perfectly correct and even laudable. So much so that young Clara undoubtedly looked down now, as from a superior height, upon both himself and Maggie. "Where's father?" she asked. "Just shut my sunshade." "Oh, somewhere about. I expect he'll be along in a minute." "Albert coming?" He followed her into the shop. "Albert?" she protested, shocked. "Albert can't possibly come till 1 o'clock. Didn't you know he's one of the principal stewards in St. Luke's Square? He says we aren't to wait dinner for him if he isn't prompt." "Oh," Edwin replied, and put the sunshade on the counter. Clara sat down heavily on a chair and began to fan herself with a handkerchief. In spite of the heat of exercise, her face was of a pallid yellow. "I suppose you're going to stay here all morning?" Edwin inquired. "Well," said Clara, "you don't see me walking up and down the streets all morning, do you? Albert said I was to be sure and go upstairs at once and not move. He said there'd be plenty to see for a long time yet from the sitting-room window, and then afterwards I could lie down." "Albert said, Albert said." Clara's intonation of this frequent phrase always jarred on Edwin. It implied that Albert was the supreme fount of wisdom and authority in Bursley, whereas to Edwin Albert was in fact a mere tedious, self-important manufacturer in a small way, with whom he had no ideas in common. A decent fellow at bottom, the fastidious Edwin was bound to admit to himself by reason of slight glimpses which he had had of Albert's uncouth good nature, but pietistic, overbearing, and without humour. "Where's Maggie?" Clara demanded. "I think she's putting her things on," said Edwin. "But didn't she understand I was coming early?" Clara's voice was querulous, and she frowned. "I don't know," said Edwin. He felt that if they remained together for hours he and Clara would never rise above this plane of conversation, personal, factual, perfectly devoid of wide interest. They would never reach an exchange of general ideas. They never had done. He did not think that Clara had any general ideas. "I hear you're getting frightfully thick with the Orgreaves," Clara observed, with a malicious accent and smile, as if to imply he was getting frightfully above himself, and, simultaneously, that the Orgreaves were, after all, no better than other people. "Who told you that?" He walked towards the doorway uneasily. The worst was that he could not successfully pretend that these sisterly attacks were lost on him. "Never mind who told me," said Clara. Her voice took on a sudden charming roguish quality, and he could hear again the girl of 14. His heart at once softened to her. The impartial and unmoved spectator that sat somewhere in Edwin, as in everybody who possesses artistic sensibility, watching his secret life as from a conning tower, thought how strange this was. He stared out into the street. And then a face appeared at the aperture left by the removed shutter. It was Janet Orgreave's, and it hesitated. Edwin gave a nervous start. 4. Janet was all in white again, and her sunshade was white, with regular circular holes in it to let through spots of sunlight which flecked her face. Edwin had not recovered from the blow of her apparition just at that moment, when he saw Hilda Lessways beyond her. Hilda was slate-coloured and had a black sunshade. His heart began to thump. It might have been a dramatic and dangerous crisis that had suddenly come about, and to Edwin the situation did in fact present itself as critical. His sister behind, and these two so different girls in front. Yet there was nothing critical in it whatsoever. He shook hands as in a dream, wondering what he should do, trying to summon out of himself the man of the world. "Do come in," he urged them, hoping they would refuse. "Oh no, we mustn't come in," said Janet, smiling gratefully. Hilda did not smile. She had not even smiled in shaking hands, and she had shaken hands without conviction. Edwin heard a hurried step in the shop, and then the voice of Maggie, maternal and protective, in a low exclamation of surprise. "You dear!" And then the sound of a smacking kiss, and Clara's voice, thin, weak, and confiding. "Yes, I've come." "Come upstairs, do," said Maggie imploringly. "Come and be comfortable." Then steps ceasing to be heard as the sisters left the shop at the back. The solicitude of Maggie for Clara during the last few months had seemed wonderful to Edwin, as also Clara's occasional childlike acceptance of it. "But you must come in," he said more boldly to the visitors, asking himself whether either Janet or Hilda had caught sight of his sisters in the gloom of the shop. They entered, Hilda stiffly. Each, with the same gesture, closed her parasol before passing through the slit between the shutters into the deep shade. But whereas Janet smiled with pleasant anticipation as though she was going into heaven, Hilda wrinkled her forehead when her parasol would not subside at the first touch. Janet talked of the Centenary, said they had decided only that morning to come down into the town and see whatever was to be seen, said with an angelic air of apologising to the Centenary that up at Lane End House they had certainly been underestimating its importance and its interest as a spectacle, said that it was most astonishing to see all the shops closed, and Edwin interjected vague replies, pulling the chair out of the little ebonised cubicle so that they could both sit down, and Hilda remained silent. And Edwin's thoughts were diving darkly beneath Janet's chatter, as in a deep sea beneath light waves. He heard and answered Janet with a minor part of his being that functioned automatically. "She's a caution," reflected the main Edwin, obsessed in secret by Hilda Lessways. Who could have guessed by looking at her that only 3 evenings before she had followed him in the night to question him, to squeeze his hand, and to be rude to him? Did Janet know? Did anyone? No. He felt sure that he and she had the knowledge of that interview to themselves. She sat down glum, almost glowering. She was no more worldly than Maggie and Clara were worldly. Than they, she had no more skill to be sociable, and in appearance she was scarcely more stylish. But she was not as they, and it was useless vindictively to disparage her by pretending that she was. She could be passionate concerning Victor Hugo. She was capable of disturbing herself about the abstract question of belief. He had not heard her utter a single word in the way of common girlish conversation. The doubt again entered his mind whether indeed her visit to the porch of the new house had been due to a genuine interest in abstract questions, and not to a fancy for himself. Yes, he reflected, that must have been it. In 2 days his pride in the affair had lost its first acuteness, though it had continued to brighten every moment of his life, and though he had not ceased to regret that he had no intimate friend to whom he could recount it in solemn and delicious intimacy. Now, philosophically, he stamped on his pride as on a fire, and he affected to be relieved at the decision that the girl had been moved by naught but a sort of fanaticism. But he was not relieved by the decision. The decision itself was not genuine. He still clung to the notion that she had followed him for himself. He preferred that she should have taken a fancy to him, even though he discovered no charm in her, no beauty, no solace, nothing but matter for repulsion. He wanted her to think of him in spite of his distaste for her, to think of him hopelessly. "You are an ass," murmured the impartial watcher in the conning tower. And he was. But he did not care. It was agreeable thus to be an ass. His pride flared up again, and instead of stamping he blew on it. "By Jove," he thought, eyeing her slyly, "I'll make you show your hand. You see if I don't. You think you can play with me, but you can't." He was as violent against her as if she had done him an injury instead of having squeezed his hand in the dark. Was it not injurious to have snapped at him when he refused her invitation to stand by her against the wall in the porch? "You needn't be afraid." Janet would never have said such a thing. If only she resembled Janet! During all this private soliloquising, Edwin's mien of mild nervousness never hardened to betray his ferocity, and he said nothing that might not have been said by an innocuous idiot. The paper boy, arrayed richly, slipped apologetically into the shop. He had certain packets to take out for delivery, and he was late. Edwin nodded to him distantly. The conversation languished. Then the head of Mr Orgreave appeared in the aperture. The architect seemed amused. Edwin could not understand how he had ever stood in awe of Mr Orgreave, who, with all his distinction and expensiveness, was the most companionable person in the world. "Oh, father," cried Janet, "what a deceitful thing you are! Do you know, Mr Edwin, he pooh-poohed us coming down. He said he was far too busy for such childish things as centenaries. And look at him!" Mr Orgreave, whose suit, hat, and necktie were a harmony of elegant greys, smiled with paternal ease and swung his cane. "Come along now. Don't let's miss anything. Come along. Now, Edwin, you're coming, aren't you?" "Did you ever see such a child?" murmured Janet, adoring him. Edwin turned to the paper boy. "Just find my father before you go," he commanded. "Tell him I've gone, and ask him if you are to put the shutter up." The paper boy respectfully promised obedience, and Edwin was glad that the forbidding Hilda was there to witness his authority. Janet went out first. Hilda hesitated, and Edwin, having taken his hat from its hook in the cubicle, stood attending her at the aperture. He was sorry that he could not run upstairs for a walking stick. At last she seemed to decide to leave, yet left with apparent reluctance. Edwin followed, giving a final glance at the boy who was tying a parcel hurriedly. Mr Orgreave and his daughter were 10 yards off, arm in arm. Edwin fell into step with Hilda Lessways. Janet looked round and smiled and beckoned. "I wonder," said Edwin to himself, "what the devil's going to happen now? I'll take my oath she stayed behind on purpose." Well! This swaggering audacity was within. Without, even a skilled observer could have seen nothing but a faint, sheepish smile. And his heart was thumping again. Volume 2, Chapter 10. Volume 2, Chapter 11 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. The Bottom of the Square. Another procession, that of the Old Church Sunday School, came up, with standards floating and drums beating, out of the steepness of Woodison Bank, and turned into Wedgwood Street, which thenceforward was loosely thronged by procession and sightseers. The importance of the festival was now quite manifest, for at the end of the street could be seen St. Luke's Square, massed with human beings in movement. Osmond Orgreave and his daughter were lost to view in the brave crowd, but after a little Edwin distinctly saw Janet Sunshade leave Wedgwood Street at the corner of the Wedgwood Institution and bob slowly into the Cock Yard, which was a narrow thoroughfare leading to the market-place and the town hall, and so to the top of St. Luke's Square. He said nothing, and kept straight on along Wedgwood Street past the covered market. "I hope you didn't catch cold in the rain the other night," he remarked, grimly as he thought. "I should have thought it would have been you who were more likely to catch cold," Hilda replied, in her curt manner. She looked in front of her. The words seemed to him to carry a double meaning. Suddenly she moved her head, glanced full at him for an instant, and glanced behind her. "Where are they?" she inquired. "The others? Aren't they in front? They must be somewhere about." Unless she also had marked their deviation into the Cock Yard, why had she glanced behind her in asking where they were? She knew as well as he that they had started in front. He could only deduce that she had been as willing as himself to lose Mr Orgreave and Janet. Just then an acquaintance raised his hat to Edwin in acknowledgement of the lady's presence, and he responded with pride. Whatever his private attitude to Hilda, he was undeniably proud to be seen in the streets with a disdainful, aloof girl unknown to the town. It was an experience entirely new to him, and it flattered him. He desired to look long at her face, to examine her expression, to make up his mind about her, but he could not, because they were walking side by side. The sole manifestation of her that he could judge was her voice. It was a remarkable voice, rather deep, with a sort of chiselled intonation. The cadences of it fell on the ear softly and yet ruthlessly, and when she had finished speaking, you became aware of silence, as after a solemn utterance of destiny. What she happened to have been saying seemed to be immaterial to the effect, which was physical, vibratory. II. At the border of St. Luke's Square, junction of 8 streets, true centre of the town's traffic and the sole rectangular open space enclosed completely by shops, they found a line of constables which yielded only to processions and to the bearers of special rosettes. The Square, as it was called by those who inhabited it, had been chosen for the historic scene of the day because of its pre-eminent claim and suitability. The least of its advantages, its slope, from the top of which it could be easily dominated by a speaker on a platform, would alone have secured for it the honours of the centenary. As the police cordon closed on the procession from the old church, definitely dividing the spectators from the spectacle, it grew clear that the spectators were in the main a shabby lot, persons without any social standing, unkempt idlers, good-for-nothings, wastrels, clay, whitened pot-girls, who had to work even on that day, and who had run out for a few moments in their flannel aprons to stare, and a few score ragamuffins whose parents were too poor or too careless to make them superficially presentable enough to figure in a procession. Nearly the whole respectability of the town was either fussily marshalling processions or gazing down at them in comfort from the multitudinous open windows of the Square. The leads over the projecting windows of Baines, the chief drapers, were crowded with members of the ruling caste. And even within the Square it could be seen, between the towering backs of constables, that the spectacle itself was chiefly made up of indigents bedecked. The thousands of perspiring children, penned like sheep and driven to and fro like sheep by anxious and official rosettes, nearly all had the air of poverty decently putting the best face on itself. They were nearly all, beneath their vague sense of importance, wistful with the resigned fatalism of the young and of the governed. They knew not precisely why they were there, but merely that they had been commended to be there, and that they were hot and thirsty, and that for weeks they had been learning hymns by heart for this occasion, and that the occasion was glorious. Many of the rosettes themselves had a poor, driven look. None of these bought suits at Shillitoe's nor millinery at Bain's. None of them gave orders for printing, nor had preferences in the form of ledgers, nor held views on Victor Hugo, nor drank wine, nor yearned for perfection in the art of social intercourse. To Edwin, who was just beginning to touch the planes of worldliness and of dilettantism in art, to Edwin, with the mysterious and haughty creature at his elbow, they seemed to have no more in common with himself and her than animals had. And he wondered by virtue of what decree he, in the Shillitoe suit, and the grand house waiting for him up at Bleakridge, had been lifted up to splendid ease above the squalid and pitiful human welter. III. Such musings were scarcely more than subconscious in him. He stood now a few inches behind Hilda, and above these thoughts, and beneath the stir and strident glitter and noise of the crawling ant-heap, his mind was intensely occupied with Hilda's ear and her nostril. He could watch her now at leisure, for the changeful interest of the scene made conversation unnecessary and even inept. What a lobe! What a nostril! Every curve of her features seemed to express a fine arrogant acrimony and harsh truculence. At any rate, she was not half alive. She was alive in every particle of herself. She gave off antipathies as a liquid gives off vapour. Moods passed across her intent face like a wind over a field. Apparently she was so rapt as to be unaware that her sunshade was not screening her. Sadness prevailed among her moods. The mild Edwin said secretly, "By Jove, if I had you to myself, my lady, I'd soon teach you a thing or two." He was quite sincere too. His glance, roving, discovered Mrs. Hamps above him, 10 feet over his head, at the corner of the Baines' balcony. He flushed, for he perceived that she must have been waiting to catch him. She was at her most stately and most radiant, wonderful in lavender, and she poured out on him the full opulence of a proud recognition. Everybody should be made aware that Mrs. Hamps was greeting her adored nephew, who was with a lady friend of the Orgreaves. She leaned slightly from her cane chair. "Isn't it a beautiful sight?" she cried. Her voice sounded thin and weak against the complex din of the square. He nodded, smiling. "Oh, I think it's a beautiful sight!" she cried, once more ecstatic. People turned to see whom she was addressing. But though he nodded again, he did not think it was a beautiful sight. He thought it was a disconcerting sight, a sight vexatious and troublesome, and he was in no way tranquillised by the reflection that every town in England had the same sight to show at that hour. And moreover, anticipating their next interview, he could in fancy plainly hear his Aunt Clara saying, with hopeless longing benignancy, "Oh, Edwin, how I do wish I could have seen you in the square, bearing your part!" Hilda seemed to be oblivious of Mrs. Hamps's ejaculations, but immediately afterwards she straightened her back with a gesture that Edwin knew, and staring into his eyes said, as it were resentfully, "Well, they evidently aren't here," and looked with scorn among the sightseers. It was clear that the crowd contained nobody of the rank and stamp of the Orgreaves. "They may have gone up to the Cock Yard, if you know where that is," said Edwin. "Well, don't you think we'd better find them somehow?" CHAPTer 11, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 12 of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. The Top of the Square. In making the detour through the Cock Yard to reach St. Luke's Square again at the top of it, the only members of the Orgreave clan whom they encountered were Jimmy and Johnny, who, on hearing of the disappearance of their father and Janet, merely pointed out that their father and Janet were notoriously always getting themselves lost, owing to gross carelessness about whatever they happened to be doing. The youths then departed, saying that the Bursley show was nothing, and that they were going to Hanbridge. They conveyed the idea that Hanbridge was the only place in the world for self-respecting men of fashion. But before leaving they informed Edwin that a fellow at the corner of the square was letting out rather useful barrels on lease. This fellow proved to be an odd jobman who had been discharged from the Duke of Wellington vaults in the market-place for consistently intemperate language, but whose tongue was such that he had persuaded the landlord on this occasion to let him borrow a dozen stout empty barrels, and the police to let him dispose them on the pavement. Every barrel was occupied, and, perceiving this, Edwin at once became bold with the barrel-man. He did not comfortably fancy himself perched prominent on a barrel with Hilda Lessways by his side, but he could enjoy talking about it, and he wished to show Hilda that he could be as dashing as those young sparks Jimmy and Johnny. "Now, mister," shouted the barrel-man thickly, in response to Edwin's airy remark, "these 'ere two chaps'll shunt off for the price of a quart." He indicated a couple of barrel-tenants of his own tribe, who instantly jumped down, touching their soiled caps. They were part of the barrel-man's machinery for increasing profits. Edwin could not withdraw. His very cowardice forced him to be audacious. By the time he had satisfied the clawing greed of 3 dirty hands, the 2 barrels had cost him a shilling. Hilda's only observation was, as Edwin helped her to the plateau of the barrel, "I do wish they wouldn't spit on their money." All barrels being now let to bona fide tenants and paid for, the 3 men sidled hastily away in order to drink luck to Sunday schools in the Duke of Wellington's entire. And Edwin, mounting the barrel next to Hilda's, was thinking, "I've been done over that job. I ought to have got them for 6pence." He saw how expensive it was, going about with delicately nurtured women. Never would he have offered a barrel to Maggie, and even had he done so, Maggie would assuredly have said that she could make shift well enough without one. "It's simply perfect for seeing!" exclaimed Hilda, as he achieved her altitude. Her tone was almost cordial. He felt surprisingly at ease. II. The whole square was now suddenly revealed as a swarming mass of heads, out of which rose banners and pennons that were cruder in tint even than the frocks and hats of the little girls and the dresses and bonnets of their teachers. The men, too, by their neckties, scarves, and rosettes, added colour to colour. All the windows were chromatic with the hues of bright costumes, and from many windows and from every roof that had a flagstaff, flags waved heavily against the gorgeous sky. At the bottom of the square the lorries with infants had been arranged, and each looked like a bank of variegated flowers. The principal bands, that is to say, all the bands that could be trusted, were collected round the red baize platform at the top of the square, and the vast sun-reflecting euphoniums, trumpets, and comets made a glittering circle about the officials and ministers and their wives and women. All denominations, for one day only, fraternised effusively together on that platform, for princes of the royal house and the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Lord Mayor of London had urged that it should be so. The primitive Methodist parson discovered himself next but one to Father Milton, who on any other day would have been a popish priest, and whose wooden substitute for a wife was the Queen on a chessboard. And on all these the sun blazed torridly. And almost in the middle of the square an immense purple banner bellied in the dusty breeze, saying in large gold letters, the blood of the lamb, together with the name of some Sunday school which Edwin from his barrel could not decipher. Then a hoary, white-tied notability on the platform raised his mighty arm very high, and a bugle called, and a voice that had filled fields in exciting times of religious revival floated in thunder across the enclosed square, easily dominating it. "Let us sing!" And the conductor of the eager massed band set them free with a gesture, and after they had played a stave, a small stentorian choir at the back of the platform broke forth, and in a moment the entire multitude, at first raggedly, but soon in good unison, was singing: "Rock of ages, cleft for me, let me hide myself in thee. Let the water and the blood from thy riven side which flowed be of sin the double cure, cleanse from guilt and make me pure." The volume of sound was overwhelming. Its crashing force was enough to sweep people from barrels. Edwin could feel moisture in his eyes, and he dared not look at Hilda. "Why the deuce do I want to cry?" he asked himself angrily, and was ashamed. And at the beginning of the second verse, when the glittering instruments blared forth anew, and the innumerable voices, high and loud, infantile and aged, flooded swiftly over their brassy notes, subduing them, the effect on Edwin was the same again: a tightening of the throat and a squeezing down of the eyelids. Why was it? Through a mist he read the words, "the blood of the lamb," and he could picture the riven trunk of a man dying, and a torrent of blood flowing therefrom, and people like his Auntie Clara and his brother-in-law Albert plunging ecstatically into the liquid in order to be white. The picture came again in the third verse, the red fountains and the frantic bathers. Then the notability raised his arm once more and took off his hat, and all the males on the platform took off their hats, and presently every boy and man in the square had uncovered his head to the strong sunshine. And at last Edwin had to do the same, and only the policemen, by virtue of their high office, could dare to affront the majesty of God. And the reverberating voice cried, "O most merciful Lord, have pity upon us! We are brands plucked from the burning," and continued for several minutes to descant upon the theme of everlasting torture by incandescence and thirst, nominally addressing a deity, but in fact preaching to his audience. He announced that even for the veriest infant on a lorry there was no escape from the eternal fires save by complete immersion in the blood, and he was so convinced and convincing that an imaginative nose could have detected the odour of burnt flesh. And all the while the great purple banner waved insistently, "The blood of the Lamb." 3. When the prayer was finished for the benefit of the little ones, another old and favourite hymn had to be sung. None but the classical lyrics of British Christianity had found a place in the programme of the great day. Guided by the orchestra, the youth of Bursley, and the maturity thereof, chanted with gusto: "There is a fountain filled with blood, drawn from Emmanuel's veins, and sinners plunged beneath that flood lose all their guilty stains. Dear dying Lamb, thy precious blood." Edwin, like everybody, knew every line of the poem. With the purple banner waving there a bloody motto, he foresaw each sanguinary detail of the verse ere it came to him from the shrill childish throats. And a phrase from another hymn jumped from somewhere in his mind, just as William Cowper's ended and a speech commenced. The phrase was "India's coral strand." In thinking upon it, he forgot to listen to the speech. He saw the flags, banners, and pennons floating in the sunshine and in the heavy breeze. He felt the reverberation of the tropic sun on his head. He saw the crowded humanity of the square, attired in its crude primary colours. He saw the great brass serpentine instruments gleaming. He saw the red dais. He saw, bursting with infancy, the immense cams to which were attached the fantastically plaited horses. He saw the venerable zealots on the dais, raving lest after all the institutions whose centenary they had met to honour should not save these children from hopeless and excruciating torture for ever and ever. He saw those majestic purple folds in the centre embroidered with the legend of the blood of the mystic paschal lamb. He saw the meek, stupid, and superstitious faces, all turned one way, all for the moment under the empire of one horrible idea, all convinced that the consequences of sins could be prevented by an act of belief, all gloating over inexhaustible tides of blood. And it seemed to him that he was not in England any longer. It seemed to him that in the dim cellars under the shambles behind the town hall, where he had once been, there dwelt, squatting, a strange and savage god who would blast all those who did not enter his presence dripping with gore, be they child or grandfather. It seemed to him that the drums were tom-toms and bains a bazaar. He could fit every detail of the scene to harmonise with a vision of India's coral strand. There was no mist before his eyes now. His sight was so clear that he could distinguish his father at a window of the bank, at the other top corner of the square. Part of his mind was so idle that he could wonder how his father had contrived to get there, and whether Maggie was staying at home with Clara. But the visualisation of India's coral strand in St. Luke's Square persisted. A phrase in the speech loosed some catch in him, and he turned suddenly to Hilda, and in an intimate half-whisper murmured, "More blood." "What?" she harshly questioned, but he knew that she understood. "Well," he said audaciously, "look at it. It only wants the Ganges at the bottom of the square." No one heard save she, but she put her hand on his arm protestingly. "Even if we don't believe," said she, not harshly but imploringly, "we needn't make fun." "We don't believe!" That new tone of entreaty she had comprehended without explanation. She was a weird woman. Was there another creature, male or female, to whom he would have dared to say what he had said to her? He had chosen to say it to her because he despised her, because he wished to trample on her feelings. She roused the brute in him, and perhaps no one was more astonished than himself to witness the brute stirring. Imagine saying to the gentle and sensitive Janet, "It only wants a Ganges at the bottom of the square." He could not. They stood silent, gazing and listening, and the sun went higher in the sky and blazed down more cruelly. And then the speech ended, and the speaker wiped his head with an enormous handkerchief, and the multitude, led by the brazen instruments, which in a moment it overpowered, was singing to a solemn air: "When I survey the wondrous cross on which the Prince of Glory died, my richest gain I count but loss, and pour contempt on all my pride." Hilda shook her head. "What's the matter?" he asked, leaning towards her from his barrel. "That's the most splendid religious verse ever written," she said passionately. "You can say what you like. It's worth while believing anything if you can sing words like that, and mean them." She had an air of restrained fury. "But fancy exciting herself over a hymn!" "Yes, it is fine, that is," he agreed. "Do you know who wrote it?" she demanded menacingly. "I'm afraid I don't remember," he said. The hymn was one of his earliest recollections, but it had never occurred to him to be curious as to its authorship. Her lips sneered. "Dr. Watts, of course!" she snapped. He could hear her, beneath the tremendous chanting from the square, repeating the words to herself with her precise and impressive articulation. Volume 2, Chapter 12. Volume 2, Chapter 13. Of Clayhanger, by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Oldest Sunday School Teacher. From the elevation of his barrel, Edwin could survey, in the lordly and negligent manner of people on a height, all the detail of his immediate surroundings. Presently, in common with Hilda and the other aristocrats of barrels, he became aware of the increased vivacity of a scene which was passing at a little distance, near a hokey-pokey barrow. The chief actors in the affair appeared to be a young policeman, the owner of the hokey-pokey barrow, and an old man. It speedily grew into one of those episodes which, occurring on the outskirts of some episode immensely greater, draw too much attention to themselves, and thereby outrage the sense of proportion residing in most plain men, and especially in most policemen. "Give him a ha'porth of hokey," said a derisive voice. "He hasn't got a tooth in his head, but it wants no chewing, hokey doesna." There was a general guffaw from the little rabble about the barrow. "Aye, give us some of that," said the piping, silly voice of the old man. "But I mun get to that there platform, I'm telling ye." "I'm telling all of ye." He made a senile plunge against the body of the policeman, as against a moveless barricade, and then his hat was awry, and it fell off, and somebody lifted it into the air with a neat kick, so that it dropped on the barrow. All laughed. The old man laughed. "Now, old sodger," said the hot policeman curtly, "none o' this, none o' this. I advise ye civilly to be quiet. That's what I advise ye. You can't go on the platform without a ticket." "Nay," piped the old man. "Don't I tell ye I lost it down the sitch?" "And where's your rosette?" "Never had any rosette," the old man replied. "I'm the oldest Sunday school teacher in the Five Towns. Aye, 50 years and more since I was super at Turnhill Primitive Sunday School. And all Turnhill knows it. And I've got to get on that there platform. I'm the oldest Sunday school teacher in the Five Towns, and I was super—" Two ribald youngsters intoned "Super, super," and another person unceremoniously jammed the felt hat on the old man's head. "It's nowt to me if you was 40 supers," said the policeman, with menacing disdain. "I've got my orders, and I'm not here to be knocked about. Where did ye have your last drink?" "No wine, no beer, nor spirituous liquors have I tasted for 61 years, come Martinmas," whimpered the old man, and he gave another lurch against the policeman. "My name's Shushions," and he repeated in a frantic treble, "My name's Shushions." "Go and bury thyself, old gaffer," a herculean young collier advised him. "Why," murmured Hilda, with a sharp frown, "that must be poor old Mr Shushions from Turnhill, and they're guying him. You must stop it. Something must be done at once." She jumped down feverishly, and Edwin had to do likewise. He wondered how he should conduct himself so as to emerge creditably from the situation. He felt himself, and had always felt himself, to be the last man in the world capable of figuring with authority in a public altercation. He loathed public altercations. The name of Shushions meant nothing to him. He had forgotten it, if indeed he had ever wittingly heard it, and he did not at first recognise the old man. Descended from the barrel, he was merely an item in the loose-packed crowd. As, in the wake of Hilda, he pushed with false eagerness between stubborn shoulders, he heard the band striking up again. Two. Approaching, he saw that the old man was very old. And then memory stirred. He began to surmise that he had met the wizened face before, that he knew something about it. And the face brought up a picture of the shop door, and of his father standing beside it a long time ago. He recalled his last day at school. Yes, of course, this was the old man named Shushions, some sort of an acquaintance of his father's. This was the old man who had wept a surprising tear at the sight of him, Edwin. The incident was so far off that it might have been recorded in history books. He had never seen Mr Shushions since, and the old man was changed, nearly out of recognition. The old man had lived too long. He had survived his dignity. He was now nothing but a bundle of capricious and obstinate instincts, set in motion by ancient souvenirs remembered at hazard. The front of his face seemed to have given way in general collapse. The lips were in a hollow, the cheeks were concave, the eyes had receded, and there were pits in the forehead. The pale, silvery, straggling hairs might have been counted. The wrinkled skin was of a curious brown yellow, and the veins, instead of being blue, were outlined in Indian red. The impression given was that the flesh would be unpleasant and uncanny to the touch. The body was bent, and the neck eternally cricked backwards in the effort of the eyes to look up. Moreover, the old man was in a state of neglect. His beard alone proved that. His clothes were dirty and had the air of concealing dirt, and he was dressed with striking oddness. He wore boots that were not a pair. His collar was only fastened by one button behind. The ends oscillated like wings. He had forgotten to fasten them in front. He had forgotten to put on a necktie. He had forgotten the use of buttons on all his garments. He had grown down into a child again, but Providence had not provided him with a nurse. Worse than these merely material phenomena was the mumbling, toothless gibber of his shrill protesting, the glassy look of idiocy from his fatigued eyes, and the inane smile and impotent frown that alternated on his features. He was a horrible and offensive old man. He was Time's obscene victim. Edwin was revolted by the spectacle of the younger men baiting him. He was astonished that they were so short-sighted as not to be able to see the image of themselves in the old man, so imprudent as not to think of their own future, so utterly brutalised. He wanted, by the simple force of desire, to seclude and shelter the old man, to protect the old man not only from the insults of stupid and crass bullies, but from the old man himself, from his own fatuous senility. He wanted to restore to him, by a benevolent system of pretences, the dignity and the self-respect which he had innocently lost, and so to keep him decent to the eye, if not to the ear, until death came to repair its omission. And it was for his own sake, for the sake of his own image, as much as for the sake of the old man, that he wanted to do this. III. All that flashed through his mind and heart in a second. "I know this old gentleman, at least I know him by sight," Hilda was saying to the policeman. "He's very well known in Turnhill as an old Sunday school teacher, and I'm sure he ought to be on that platform." Before her eye, and her precise and haughty voice, which had no trace of the local accent, the young policeman was secretly abashed, and the louts fell back sheepishly. "Yes, he's a friend of my father's, Mr Clayhanger, printer," said Edwin behind her. The old man stood blinking in the glare. The policeman, ignoring Hilda, glanced at Edwin and touched his cap. "His friends hadn't ought to let him out like this, sir. Just look at him," he sneered, and added, "I'm on point duty. If you ask me, I should say his friends ought to take him home." He said this with a peculiar, mysterious emphasis, and looked furtively at the louts for moral support in sarcasm. They encouraged him with grins. "He must be got on to the platform somehow," said Hilda, and glanced at Edwin as if counting absolutely on Edwin. "That's what he's come for. I'm sure it means everything to him." "Aye," the old man droned. "I was super when we had to teach 'em their alphabet and give 'em a crust to start with. Many's the man walking about in these towns in purple and fine raiment as I taught his letters to, and his spellings, aye, and his multiplication table, in them days." "That's all very well, miss," said the policeman, "but who's going to get him to the platform? He'll be dropping in a sunstroke afore ye can say knife." "Can't we?" She gazed at Edwin appealingly. "Stack him into the pub," growled the collier, audacious. At the same moment two rosettes bustled up authoritatively. One of them was the burly Albert Benbow. For the first time Edwin was conscious of genuine pleasure at the sight of his brother-in-law. Albert was a born rosette. "What's all this? What's this? What is it?" he said sharply. "Hello! What? Mr Shushions!" He bent down and looked close at the old man. "Where you been, old gentleman?" He spoke loud in his ear. "Everybody's been asking for you. Service is well nigh over, but you must come up." The old man did not appear to grasp the significance of Albert's patronage. Albert turned to Edwin and winked, not only for Edwin's benefit, but for that of the policeman, who smiled in a manner that infuriated Edwin. "Queer old stick," Albert murmured. "No doing anything with him. He's quarrelled with everyone at Turnhill. That's why he wanted to come to us. And of course we weren't going to refuse the oldest Sunday school teacher in the Five Towns. He's a catch. Come along, old gentleman." Mr Shushions did not stir. "Now, Mr Shushions," Hilda persuaded him in a voice exquisitely mild, and with a lovely gesture she bent over him. "Let these gentlemen take you up to the platform. That's what you've come for, you know." The transformation in her amazed Edwin, who could see the tears in her eyes. The tableau of the little silly old man looking up, and Hilda looking down at him, with her lips parted in a heavenly invitation, and one gloved hand caressing his greenish black shoulder, and the other mechanically holding the parasol aloft, this tableau was imprinted for ever on Edwin's mind. It was a vision blended in an instant, and in an instant dissolved. But for Edwin it remained one of the epochal things of his experience. Hilda gave Edwin her parasol, and quickly fastened Mr Shushions's collar, and the old man consented to be led off between the two rosettes. The bands were playing the Austrian hymn. "Like to come up with your young lady friend?" Albert whispered to Edwin importantly as he went. "Oh, no, thanks," Edwin hurriedly smiled. "Now, old gentleman," he could hear Albert adjuring Mr Shushions, and he could see him broadly winking to the other rosettes and embracing the yielding crowd in his wink. Thus the doddering old fool who had given his youth to Sunday schools when Sunday schools were not patronised by princes, archbishops, and lord mayors, when Sunday schools were the scorn of the intelligent, and had sometimes to be held in public houses for lack of better accommodation, thus was he taken off for a show and a museum curiosity by indulgent and shallow Samaritans, who had not even the wit to guess that he had sown what they were reaping. And Darius Clayhanger stood oblivious at a high window of the Sacred Bank, and Edwin, who all unconscious owed the very fact of his existence to the doting imbecile, regarded him chiefly as a figure in a tableau, as the chance instrument of a woman's beautiful revelation. Mr Shushions's sole crime against society was that he had forgotten to die. FOur. Hilda Leslie's would not return to the barrels. She was taciturn, and the only remark which she made bore upon the advisability of discovering Janet and Mr Orgreave. They threaded themselves out of the moving crowd, and away from the hokey-pokey stall and the barrels, into the tranquillity of the market-place, where the shadow of the gold angel at the top of the town hall spire was a mere squat shapeless stain on the irregular paving stones. The sound of the festival came diminished from the square. "You're very fond of poetry, aren't you?" Edwin asked her, thinking among many other things of her observation upon the verse of Isaac Watts. "Of course," she replied disagreeably. "I can't imagine anybody wanting to read anything else." She seemed to be ashamed of her kindness to Mr Shushions, and to wish to efface any impression of amiability that she might have made on Edwin. But she could not have done so. "Well," he said to himself, "there's no getting over it. You're the biggest caution I've ever come across." His condition was one of various agitation. Then, just as they were passing the upper end of the Cock Yard, which was an archway, Mr Orgreave and Janet appeared in the archway. "We've been looking for you everywhere. And so have we. What have you been doing? What have you been doing?" Father and daughter were gay. They had not seen much, but they were gay. Hilda Lessways and Edwin were not gay, and Hilda would characteristically make no effort to seem that which she was not. Edwin, therefore, was driven by his own diffidence into a nervous light loquacity. He began the tale of Mr Shushions, and Hilda punctuated it with stabs of phrases. Mr Orgreave laughed. Janet listened with eager sympathy. "Poor old thing! What a shame!" said Janet. But to Edwin, with the vision of Hilda's mercifulness in his mind, Even the sympathy of Janet for Mr Shushions had a quality of uncomprehending, facile condescension which slightly jarred on him. The steam car loitered into view, discharged 2 passengers, and began to manoeuvre for the return journey. "Oh, do let's go home by car, father!" cried Janet. "It's too hot for anything." Edwin took leave of them at the car steps. Janet was the smiling incarnation of loving kindness. Hilda shook hands grudgingly. Through the windows of the car he saw her sternly staring at the advertisements of the interior. He went down the Cock Yard into Wedgwood Street, whence he could hear the bands again and see the pennons. He thought, "This is a funny way of spending a morning," and wondered what he should do with himself till dinner time. It was not yet 12:15. Still the hours had passed with extraordinary speed. He stood aimless at the corner of the pavement, and people who, having had their fill of the sun and the spectacle in the Square, were strolling slowly away, saw a fair young man in a stylish suit, evidently belonging to the aloof classes, gazing at nothing whatever, with his hands elegantly in his pockets. Chapter 13, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 14 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Money. Things sometimes fall out in a surprising way. The removal of the Clayhanger household from the corner of Duck Square to the heights of Bleakridge was diversified by a circumstance which Edwin, the person whom alone it concerned, had not in the least anticipated. It was the Monday morning after the Centenary. Foster's largest furniture van, painted all over with fine pictures of the van itself, travelling by road, rail, and sea, stood loaded in front of the shop. One van had already departed, and this second one, in its crammed interior, on its crowded roof, on a swinging platform beneath its floor, and on a posterior ledge supported by rusty chains, contained all that was left of the furniture and domestic goods which Darius Clayhanger had collected in half a century of ownership. The moral effect of Foster's activity was always salutary, in that Foster would prove to any man how small a space the acquisitions of a lifetime could be made to occupy when the object was not to display but to pack them. Foster could put all your pride onto 4 wheels, and Foster's driver would crack a whip and be off with the lot of it, as though it were no more than a load of coal. The pavement and the road were littered with straw, and the straw straggled into the shop and heaped itself at the open side door. One large brass saucepan lay lorn near the doorstep, a proof that Foster was human. For everything except that saucepan a place had been found. That saucepan had witnessed sundry ineffectual efforts to lodge it, and had also suffered frequent forgetfulness. A tin candlestick had taken refuge within it, and was trusting for safety to the might of the obstinate vessel. In the sequel, the candlestick was pitched by Edwin on to the roof of the van, and Darius Clayhanger, coming fussily out of the shop, threw a question at Edwin, and then picked up the saucepan and went off to Bleakridge with it, thus making sure that it would not be forgotten, and demonstrating to the town that he, Darius, was at last flitting into his grand new house. Even weighted by the saucepan in which Mrs Nixon had boiled hundredweights of jam, he still managed to keep his arms slanted outwards and motionless, retaining his appearance of a rigid body that swam smoothly along on mechanical legs. Darius, though putting control upon himself, was in a state of high complex emotion, partly due to apprehensiveness about the violent changing of the habits of 1/4 century, and partly due to nervous pride. Maggie and Mrs Nixon had gone to the new house half an hour earlier, to devise encampments therein for the night, for the Clayhangers would definitely sleep no more at the corner of Duck Square. The rooms in which they had eaten and slept and lain awake and learnt what life and what death was, were to be transformed into workshops and stores for an increasing business. The premises were not abandoned empty. The shop had to function as usual on that formidable day, and the printing had to proceed. This had complicated the affair of the removal, but it had helped everybody to pretend in an adult and sedate manner that nothing in the least unusual was afoot. Edwin loitered on the pavement with his brain all tingling, and excitedly incapable of any consecutive thought whatever. It was his duty to wait. 2 of Foster's men were across in the vaults of the Dragon, and the rest were at Bleakridge with the first and smaller van. Only one of Foster's horses was in the dropped double shafts, and even he had his nose towards the van and in a nose-bag. 2 others were to come down soon from Bleakridge to assist. II. A tall, thin, grey-bearded man crossed Trafalgar Road from Aboukir Street. He was very tall and very thin, and the peculiarity of his walk was that the knees were never quite straightened, so that his height was really greater even than it seemed. His dark suit and his boots and hat were extraordinarily neat. You could be sure at once that he was a person of immutable habits. He stopped when, out of the corner of his eye, whose gaze was always precisely parallel to the direction of his feet, he glimpsed Edwin. Deflecting his course, he went close to Edwin, and, addressing the vacant air immediately over Edwin's pate, he said in a mysterious confidential whisper, "When are you coming in for that money?" He spoke as though he was anxious to avoid, by a perfect air of nonchalance, arousing the suspicions of some concealed emissary of the Russian secret police. Edwin started. "Oh!" he exclaimed. "Is it ready?" "Yes. Waiting." "Are you going to your office now?" "Yes." Edwin hesitated. "It won't take a minute, I suppose. I'll slip along in 2 jiffs. I'll be there almost as soon as you are." "Bring a receipt stamp," said the man, and resumed his way. He was the secretary of the Bursley and Turnhill Permanent £50 Benefit Building Society, one of the most solid institutions of the district, and he had been its secretary for decades. No stories of the defalcation of other secretaries of societies, no rumours as to the perils of the system of the more famous Star Bouquet building societies, ever bred a doubt in Bursley or Turnhill of the eternal soundness of the Bursley and Turnhill Permanent £50 Benefit Building Society. You could acquire a share in it by an entrance fee of 1 shilling, and then you paid 18p per week for 10 years, making something less than £40, and then, after an inactive period of 3 months, the society gave you £50, and you began therewith to build a house, if you wanted a house, and if you were prudent, you instantly took out another share. You could have as many shares as you chose. Though the society was chiefly nourished by respectable artisans with stiff chins, nobody in the district would have considered membership to be beneath him. The society was an admirable device for strengthening an impulse towards thrift, because once you had put yourself into its machinery, it would stand no nonsense. Prosperous tradesmen would push their children into it, and even themselves. This was what had happened to Edwin in the dark past, before he had left school. Edwin had regarded the trick with indifference at first, because, except the opening half-crown, his father had paid the subscriptions for him until he left school and became a wage-earner. Thereafter he had regarded it as simple parental madness. His whole life seemed to be nothing but a waste of Friday evenings, on which he went to the Society's office between 7 and 9 to pay the club. The social origin of any family in Bursley might have been decided by the detail, whether it referred to the society as the building society or as the club. Artisans called it the club, because it did resemble an old-fashioned benefit club. Edwin had invariably heard it called club at home, and he called it club, and he did not know why. III. On 10,000 Friday evenings, as it seemed to him, he had gone into the gas-lit office with the wire blinds in the Cock Yard, and the procedure never varied. Behind a large table sat two gentlemen, the secretary and a subordinate, who was, however, older than the secretary. They had enormous ledgers in front of them, and at the lower corners of the immense pages was a transverse crease, like a mountain range on the left and like a valley on the right, caused by secretarial thumbs in turning over. On the table were also large metal inkstands and wooden money coffers. The two officials both wore spectacles, and they both looked above their spectacles when they talked to members across the table. They spoke in low tones, they smiled with the most scrupulous politeness, they never wasted words. They counted money with prim and efficient gestures, ringing gold with the mien of judges inaccessible to human emotions. They wrote in the ledgers and on the membership cards in a hand astoundingly regular and discreetly flourished. The pages of the ledgers had the mystic charm of ancient manuscripts, and the finality of decrees of fate. Apparently the scribes never made mistakes, but sometimes they would whisper in colloquy, and one, without leaning his body, would run a finger across the ledger of the other. Their fingers knew intimately the geography of the ledgers, and moved as though they could have found a desired name, date, or number in the dark. The whole ceremony was impressive. It really did impress Edwin, as he would wait his turn among the 3 or 4 proud and respectable members that the going and coming seemed always to leave in the room. The modest blue-yellow gas, the vast table and ledgers, and the 2 sober heads behind, the polite murmurings, the rustle of leaves, the chink of money, the smooth sound of elegant pens, all this made something not merely impressive but beautiful, something that had a true if narrow dignity, something that ministered to an ideal, if a low one. But Edwin had regarded the operation as a complete loss of the money whose payment it involved. 10 years! It was an eternity. And even then his father would have some preposterous suggestion for rendering useless the unimaginable £50. Meanwhile the weekly deduction of 18p from his miserable income was an exasperating strain. And then one night the secretary had told him that he was entering on his last month. If he had possessed any genuine interest in money he would have known for himself, but he did not. And then the payments had ceased. He had said nothing to his father. And now the share had matured, and there was the unimaginable sum waiting for him. He got his hat and a stamp, and hurried to the Cock Yard. The secretary, in his private room now, gave him 5 notes as though the notes had been naught but tissue paper, and he accepted them in the same inhuman manner. The secretary asked him if he meant to take out another share, and from sheer moral cowardice he said that he did mean to do so. And he did so, on the spot. And in less than 10 minutes he was back at the shop. Nothing had happened there. The other horses had not come down from Bleakridge, and the men had not come out of the Dragon. But he had £50 in his pocket, and it was lawfully his. A quarter of an hour earlier he positively could not have conceived the miracle. 4. 2 days later, on the Wednesday evening, Edwin was in his new bedroom overlooking his father's garden, with a glimpse of the garden of Lane End House. His chamber for him was palatial, and it was at once the symbol and the scene of his new life. A stranger entering would have beheld a fair-sized room, a narrow bed, 2 chairs, an old-fashioned table, a new wardrobe, an old dressing-table, a curious carpet and hearthrug, low bookshelves on either side of the fireplace, and a few prints and drawings, not all of them framed, on the distempered walls. A stranger might have said in its praise that it was light and airy, but a stranger could not have had the divine vision that Edwin had. Edwin looked at it and saw clearly and with the surest conviction that it was wonderful. He stood on the hearthrug with his back to the hearth, bending his body concavely and then convexly, with the idle, easy sinuousness of youth, and he saw that it was wonderful. As an organic whole it was wonderful. Its defects were qualities. For instance, it had no convenience for washing, but with a bathroom a few yards off, who would encumber his study (it was a study) with washing apparatus? He had actually presented his old ramshackle washstand to the attic, which was to be occupied by Miss Nixon's niece, a girl engaged to aid her aunt in the terrible work of keeping clean a vast mansion. And the bedroom could show one or two details that in a bedroom were luxurious. Chief of these were the carpet, the hearthrug, and the table. Edwin owed them to a marvellous piece of good fortune. He had feared, and even Maggie had feared, that their father would impair the practical value and the charm of the new house by parsimony in the matter of furniture. The furniture in the domestic portion of the old dwelling was quite inadequate for the new one, and scarcely fit for it either. Happily Darius had heard of a house full of furniture for sale at Oldcastle by private treaty, and in a wild adventurous hour he had purchased it, exceedingly cheap. Edwin had been amazed at his luck. He accepted the windfall as his own private luck when he first saw the bought furniture in the new house before the removal. Out of it he had selected the table, the carpet, and the rug for his bedroom, and none had demurred. He noticed that his father listened to him in affairs of the new house as to an individuality whose views demanded some trifle of respect. Beyond question his father was proving himself to possess a mind equal to the grand situation. What with the second servant and the furniture, Edwin felt that he would not have to blush for the house, no matter who might enter it to spy it out. As for his own room, he would not object to the Sunday seeing it. Indeed, he would rather like the Sunday to see it on his next visit. Already it was in nearly complete order, for he had shown a singular callous disregard for the progress of the rest of the house, against which surprising display of selfishness both Maggie and Mrs Nixon had glumly protested. The truth was that he was entirely obsessed by his room. It had disabled his conscience. When he had oscillated on his heels and toes for a few moments, with his gaze on the table, he faced about and stared in a sort of vacant beatitude at the bookshelves to the left hand. Those to the right hand were as yet empty. Twilight was deepening. 5. He heard his father's heavy and clumsy footstep on the landing. The old man seemed to wander uncertainly a little, and then he pushed open Edwin's door with a brusque movement and entered the room. The two exchanged a look. They seldom addressed each other save for an immediate practical purpose, and they did not address each other now. But Darius ejaculated as he glanced around. They had no intimacy. Darius never showed any interest in his son as an independent human being with a developing personality, though he might have felt such an interest, and Edwin was never conscious of a desire to share any of his ideas or ideals with his father, whom he was content to accept as a creature of inscrutable motives. Now he resented his father's incursion. He considered his room as his castle, whereof his rightful exclusive dominion ran as far as the doormat, and to placate his pride Darius should have indicated by some gesture or word that he admitted being a visitor on sufferance. It was nothing to Edwin that Darius owned the room and nearly everything in it. He was generally nervous in his father's presence, and his submissiveness only hid a spiritual independence that was not less fierce for being restrained. He thought Darius a gross fleshly organism, as he indeed was, and he privately objected to many paternal mannerisms of eating, drinking, breathing, eructation, speech, deportment, and garb. Further, he had noted and felt the increasing moroseness of his father's demeanour. He could remember a period when Darius had moods of grim gaiety, displaying rough humour. These moods had long ceased to occur. "So this is how you fix yourself up," Darius observed. "Yes," Edwin smiled, not moving from the hearthrug, and not ceasing to oscillate on heels and toes. "Well, I'll say this. You've got a goodish notion of looking after yourself, when you can spare a few minutes to do a bit downstairs." This sentence was sarcastic and required no finishing. "I was just coming," said Edwin, and to himself, "What on earth does he want here, making his noises?" With youthful lack of imagination and of sympathy, he quite failed to perceive the patent fact that his father had been drawn into the room by the very same instinct which had caused Edwin to stand on the hearthrug in an idle bliss of contemplation. It did not cross his mind that his father too was during these days going through wondrous mental experiences, that his father too had begun a new life, that his father too was intensely proud of the house, and found pleasure in merely looking at it, and looking at it again, and at every corner of it. A glint of gold attracted the eye of Darius to the second shelf of the left-hand bookcase, and he went towards it with the arrogance of an autocrat whose authority recognises no limit. 14 fine calf-backed volumes stood on that shelf in a row. 12 of them were uniform, the other 2 odd. These books were taller and more distinguished than any of their neighbours. Their sole possible rivals were half a dozen garishly bound middle school prizes, machine-tooled and to be mistaken for treasures only at a distance of several yards. Edwin trembled, and loathed himself for trembling. He walked to the window. "What be these?" Darius inquired. "Oh, some books I've been picking up." 6. That same morning Edwin had been to the St. Luke's Covered Market to buy some apples for Maggie, who had not yet perfected the organisation necessary to a house-mistress who does not live within half a minute of a large central source of supplies, and to his astonishment he had observed that one of the interior shops was occupied by a second-hand bookseller with an address at Hanbridge. He had never noticed the shop before, or if he had noticed it, he had despised it. But the chat with Tom Orgreave had awakened in him the alertness of a hunter. The shop was not formally open, Wednesday's market being only half a market. The shopkeeper, however, was busy within. Edwin loitered. Behind the piles of negligible sermons, pietisms, keepsakes, school-books, and Aristotles tied up in red twine, these last, he could descry in the farther gloom actual folios and quartos. It was like seeing the gleam of nuggets on the familiar slopes of Mao Cop, which is the Five Towns mountain. The proprietor, an extraordinarily grimy man, invited him to examine. He could not refuse. He found Byron's Childe Harold in one volume, and Don Juan in another, both Royal Octavo editions, slightly stained but bound in full calf. He bought them. He knew that to keep his resolutions he must read a lot of poetry. Then he saw Voltaire's prose tales in 4 volumes in French, an enchanting Didot edition, with ink as black as Hades and paper as white as snow, also bound in full calf. He bought them. And then the proprietor showed him, in 8 similar volumes, Voltaire's Dictionnaire Philosophique. He did not want it, but it matched the tales, and it was impressive to the eye. And so he bought the other 8 volumes. The total cost was 17 shillings. He was intoxicated, and he was frightened. What a nucleus for a collection of real books, of treasures! Those volumes would do no shame even to Tom Orgreave's bookcase, and they had been lying in the Covered Market, of all places in the universe. Blind, how blind he had been to the possibilities of existence! Laden with a bag of apples in one hand and a heavy parcel of books in the other, he had had to go up to dinner in the car. It was no matter, he possessed riches. The car stopped specially for him at the portals of the new house. He had introduced the books into the new house surreptitiously, because he was in fear despite his acute joy. He had pushed the parcel under the bed. After tea he had passed half an hour in gazing at the volumes, as at precious contraband. Then he had ranged them on the shelf, and had gazed at them for perhaps another quarter of an hour. And now his father, with the infallible nose of fathers for that which is no concern of theirs, had lighted upon them and was peering into them, and fingering them with his careless, brutal hands that could not differentiate between a ready reckoner and a treasure. As the light failed, he brought one of them and then another to the window. He muttered. Voltaire. Byron. And how much did they ask ye for these? 15 shillings, said Edwin in a low voice. Here, take it, said his father, relinquishing a volume to him. He spoke in a queer, hard voice, and instantly left the room. Edwin followed him shortly, and assisted Maggie to hang pictures in that wilderness, the drawing-room. Supper was eaten in silence, and Maggie looked askance from her father to her brother, both of whom had a strained demeanour. Chapter 14. Money. Volume 2, Chapter 15 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. The Insult. The cold bath, the early excursion into the oblong of meadow that was beginning to be a garden, the brisk, stimulating walk down Trafalgar Road to business, all these novel experiences which for a year Edwin had been anticipating with joyous eagerness, as bliss final and sure, had lost their savour on the following morning. He had been ingenuous enough to believe that he would be happy in the new house, that the new house somehow meant the rebirth of himself and his family. Strange delusion! The bath splashings and the other things gave him no pleasure, because he was saying to himself all the time, "There's going to be a row this morning. There's going to be a regular shindy this morning." Yet he was accustomed to his father's scenes. Not a word at breakfast, for which indeed Darius was very late, but a thick cloud over the breakfast table. Maggie showed that she felt the cloud. So did even Mrs Nixon. The niece alone, unskilled in the science of meteorology, did not notice it, and was pertly bright. Edwin departed before his father, hurrying. He knew that his father, starting from the luxurious books, would ask him brutally what he meant by daring to draw out his share from the club without mentioning the affair, and particularly without confiding to his safe custody the whole sum withdrawn. He knew that his father would persist in regarding the £50 as sacred, as the Ark of the Covenant, and on the basis of the alleged outrage would build one of those cold furies that seemed to give him so perverse a delight. On the other hand, despite his father's peculiar intonation of the names of Edwin's authors, Voltaire and Byron, he did not fear to be upbraided for possessing himself of loose and poisonous literature. It was a point to his father's credit that he never attempted any kind of censorship. Edwin never knew whether this attitude was the result of indifference or due to a grim sporting instinct. There was no sign of trouble in the shop until noon. Darius was very busy superintending the transformation of the former living rooms upstairs into supplementary workshops, and also the jobbing builder was at work according to the plans of Osmond Orgreave. But at 12:05, just before Stifford went out to his dinner, Darius entered the ebonised cubicle, and said curtly to Edwin, who was writing there, "Show me your book." This demand surprised Edwin. His book was the shop sales book. He was responsible for it, and for the petty cash book, and for the shop till. His father's private cash book was utterly unknown to him, and he had no trustworthy idea of the financial totality of the business. But the management of the shop till gave him the air of being in his father's confidence, accustomed him to the discipline of anxiety, and also somewhat flattered him. He produced the book. The last complete page had not been added up. "Add this," said his father. Darius himself added up the few lines on the incomplete page. "Stiff!" he shouted. "Bring me the sales slip." The amounts of sales conducted by Stifford himself were written on a slip of paper, from which Edwin transferred the items at frequent intervals to the book. "Go to your dinner," said Darius to Stifford when he appeared at the door of the cubicle with the slip. "It's not quite time yet, sir." "Go to your dinner, I tell you." Stifford had 3/4 of an hour for his dinner. Two. Darius combined the slip with the book and made a total. "Petty cash," he muttered shortly. Edwin produced the petty cash book, a volume of very trifling importance. "Now bring me the till." Edwin went out of the cubicle and brought the till, which was a large and battered japanned cash box with a lid in 2 independent parts, from its well-concealed drawer behind the fancy counter. Darius counted the coins in it, and made calculations on blotting paper, breathing stertorously all the time. "What on earth are you trying to get at?" Edwin asked, with innocent familiarity. He thought that the club share crisis had been postponed by one of his father's swift, strange caprices. Darius turned on him, glaring. "I'm trying to get at where you got the brass from to buy them there books as I saw last night. Where did ye get it from? There's nowt wrong here, unless you're mighty lot cleverer than I take ye for. Where did you get it from? You don't mean to tell me as you saved it up?" Edwin had had some shocks in his life. This was the greatest. He could feel his cheeks and his hands growing dully hot, and his eyes smarting. And he was suddenly animated by an almost murderous hatred and an inexpressible disgust for his father, who, in the grossness of his perceptions and his notions, had imagined his son to be a thief. "Loathsome beast!" he thought savagely. "I'm waiting," said his father. "I've drawn my club money," said Edwin. For an instant the old man was at a loss. Then he understood. He had entirely forgotten the maturing of the club share, and assuredly he had not dreamed that Edwin would accept and secrete so vast a sum as £50 without uttering a word. Darius had made a mistake, and a bad one. But in those days fathers were never wrong. Above all, they never apologised. In Edwin's wicked act of concealment, Darius could choose new and effective ground, and he did so. "And what does mean by doing that and saying nowt? Sneaking What do you mean by calling me a thief?" Edwin and Darius were equally startled by this speech. Edwin knew not what had come over him, and Darius, never having been addressed in such a dangerous tone by his son, was at a loss. "I never called ye a thief." "Yes, you did." "Yes, you did," Edwin nearly shouted now. "You starve me for money until I haven't got 6d. to bless myself with. You couldn't get a man to do what I do for twice what you pay me. And then you call me a thief. And then you jump down my throat because I spend a bit of money of my own," he snorted. He knew that he was quite mad, but there was a strange drunken pleasure in this madness. "Hold your tongue, lad," said Darius as stiffly as he could. But Darius, having been unprepared, was intimidated. Darius vaguely comprehended that a new and disturbing factor had come into his life. "Make a less row," he went on more strongly. "Do you want all the street to hear?" "I won't make a less row. You make as much noise as you want, and I'll make as much noise as I want," Edwin cried, louder and louder. And then, in bitter scorn, "Thief, indeed!" "I never called you " "Let me out!" Edwin shouted. They were very close together. Darius saw that his son's face was all drawn. Edwin snatched his hat off its hook, pushed violently past his father, and, sticking his hands deep in his pockets, strode into the street. 3. In 4 minutes he was hammering on the front door of the new house. Maggie opened in alarm. Edwin did not see how alarmed she was by his appearance. "What? Father thinks I've been stealing his damned money!" Edwin snapped in a breaking voice. The statement was not quite accurate, but it suited his boiling anger to put it in the present tense instead of in the past. He hesitated an instant in the hall, throwing a look behind at Maggie, who stood entranced with her hand on the latch of the open door. Then he bounded upstairs and shut himself in his room with a tremendous bang that shook the house. He wanted to cry, but he would not. Nobody disturbed him till about 2 o'clock, when Maggie knocked at the door and opened it without entering. "Edwin, I've kept your dinner hot." "No, thanks." He was standing with his legs wide apart on the hearth-rug. "Father's had his dinner and gone." "No, thanks." She closed the door again. Chapter 15. The Insult. Volume 2, Chapter 16 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. The Sequel. "I say, Edwin!" Maggie called through the door. "Well, come in," he replied gruffly. And as he spoke he sped from the window, where he was drumming on the pane, to the hearth-rug, so that he should have the air of not having moved since Maggie's previous visit. He knew not why he made this manoeuvre, unless it was that he thought vaguely that Maggie's impression of the seriousness of the crisis might thereby be intensified. She stood in the doorway, evidently placatory and sympathetic, and behind her stood Mrs Nixon, in a condition of great mental turmoil. "I think you'd better come and have your tea," said Maggie firmly, and yet gently. She was soft and stout, and incapable of asserting herself with dignity. But she was his elder, and there were moments when an unusual, scarce perceptible quality in her voice would demand from him a particular attention. He shook his head and looked sternly at his watch, in the manner of one who could be adamant. He was astonished to see that the hour was 6:15. "Where is he?" he asked. "Father? He's had his tea and gone back to the shop. Come along." "I must wash myself first," said Edwin gloomily. He did not wish to yield, but he was undeniably very hungry indeed. Mrs Nixon could not leave him alone at tea, worrying him with offers of specialities to tempt him. He wondered who had told the old thing about the affair. Then he reflected that she had probably heard his outburst when he entered the house. Possibly the pert, nice niece also had heard it. Maggie remained sewing at the bow window of the dining-room, while he ate a plenteous tea. "Father said I could tell you that you could pay yourself an extra half-crown a week wages from next Saturday," said Maggie suddenly, when she saw he had finished. It was always Edwin who paid wages in the Clayhanger establishment. He was extremely startled by this news, with all that it implied of surrender and of pacific intentions. But he endeavoured to hide what he felt, and only snorted. "He's been talking, then? What did he say?" "Oh, not much. He told me I could tell you if I liked." "It would have looked better of him if he'd told me himself," said Edwin, determined to be ruthless. Maggie offered no response. TWO. After about a quarter of an hour he went into the garden and kicked stones in front of him. He could not classify his thoughts. He considered himself to be perfectly tranquillised now. But he was mistaken. As he idled in the beautiful August twilight near the garden front of the house, catching faintly the conversation of Mrs Nixon and her niece as it floated through the open window of the kitchen round the corner, together with quiet soothing sounds of washing up, he heard a sudden noise in the garden porch, and turned swiftly. His father stood there. Both of them were off guard. Their eyes met. "Had your tea?" Darius asked in an unnatural tone. "Yes," said Edwin. Darius, having saved his face, hurried into the house, and Edwin moved down the garden, with heart sensibly beating. The encounter renewed his agitation. And at the corner of the garden, over the hedge which had been repaired, Janet entrapped him. She seemed to have sprung out of the ground. He could not avoid greeting her, and in order to do so he had to dominate himself by force. She was in white. She appeared always to wear white on fine summer days. Her smile was exquisitely benignant. "So you're installed," she began. They talked of the removal, she asking questions and commenting, and he giving brief replies. "I'm all alone to night," she said in a pause, "except for Alicia." Mother and father and the boys are gone to a fete at Longshaw." "And Miss Lessways?" he inquired self-consciously. "Oh, she's gone," said Janet. "She's gone back to London. Went yesterday." "Rather sudden, isn't it?" "Well, she had to go." "Does she live in London?" Edwin asked, with an air of indifference. "She does just now. I only ask because I thought from something she said she came from Turnhill way." "Her people do," said Janet. "Yes, you may say she's a Turnhill girl." "She seems very fond of poetry," said Edwin. "You've noticed it?" Janet's face illuminated the dark. "You should hear her recite." "Recites, does she?" "You'd have heard her that night you were here. But when she knew you were coming she made us all promise not to ask her." "Really?" said Edwin. "But why?" "She didn't know me. She'd never seen me." "Oh, she might have just seen you in the street. In fact, I believe she had. But that wasn't the reason." Janet laughed. "It was just that you were a stranger. She's very sensitive, you know." "Yes," he admitted. THREE. He took leave of Janet somehow, and went for a walk up to Toft End, where the wind blows. His thoughts were more complex than ever in the darkness. So she had made them all promise not to ask her to recite when he was at the Orgreaves'. She had seen him, previous to that, in the street, and had obviously discussed him with Janet. And then, at nearly midnight, she had followed him to the new house. And on the day of the Centenary she had manoeuvred to let Janet and Mr Orgreave go in front. He did not like her. She was too changeable, too dark, and too light. But it was exciting. It was flattering. He saw again and again her gesture as she bent to Mr Shushions, and the straightening of her spine as she left the garden porch on the night of his visit to the Orgreaves'. Yet he did not like her. Her sudden departure, however, was a disappointment. It was certainly too abrupt. Probably very characteristic of her. Strange day! He had been suspected of theft. He had stood up to his father. He had remained away from the shop, and his father's only retort was to give him a rise of 1/2 crown a week. "The old man must have had a bit of a shock," he said to himself, grimly vain. "I lay I don't hear another word about that £50." Yes, amid his profound resentment there was some ingenuous vanity at the turn which things had taken. And he was particularly content about the rise of 1/2 crown a week, because that relieved him from the most difficult of all the resolutions, the carrying out of which was to mark the beginning of the new life. It settled the financial question, for the present at any rate. It was not enough, but it was a great deal, from his father. He was ashamed that he could not keep his righteous resentment pure from this gross satisfaction at an increase of income. The fineness of his nature was thereby hurt. But the gross satisfaction would well up in his mind. And in the night, with the breeze on his cheek and the lamps of the Five Towns curving out below him, he was not unhappy, despite what he had suffered and was still suffering. He had a tingling consciousness of being unusually alive. FOUR. Later, in his bedroom, shut in and safe and independent, with the new blind drawn and the gas fizzing in its opaline globe, he tried to read Don Juan. He could not. He was incapable of fixity of mind. He could not follow the sense of a single stanza. Images of his father and of Hilda Lessways mingled with reveries of the insult he had received and the triumph he had won, and all the confused wonder of the day and evening engaged his thoughts. He dwelt lovingly on the supreme disappointment of his career. He fancied what he would have been doing, and where he would have been then, if his appalling father had not made it impossible for him to be an architect. He pitied himself, but he saw the material of happiness ahead, in the faithful execution of his resolves for self-perfecting. And Hilda had flattered him. Hilda had given him a new conception of himself. A tiny idea arose in his brain that there was perhaps some slight excuse for his father's suspicion of him. After all, he had been secretive. He trampled on that idea, and it arose again. He slept very heavily and woke with a headache. A week elapsed before his agitation entirely disappeared, and hence before he could realise how extreme that agitation had been. He was ashamed of having so madly and wildly abandoned himself to passion. Chapter 16. Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 17 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Challenge and Response. Time passed like a ship across a distant horizon which moves, but which does not seem to move. One Monday evening Edwin said that he was going round to Lane End House. He had been saying so for weeks and hesitating. He thoroughly enjoyed going to Lane End House. There was no reason why he should not go frequently and regularly. And there were several reasons why he should. Yet his visitings were capricious because his nature was irresolute. That night he went, sticking a hat carelessly on his head and his hands deep into his pockets. Down the slope of Trafalgar Road, in the biting November mist, between the 2 rows of gas lamps that flickered feebly into the pale gloom, came a long straggling band of men who also, to compensate for the absence of overcoats, stuck hands deep into pockets and strode quickly. With reluctance they divided for the passage of the steam car, and closed growling together again on its rear. The potters were on strike, and a Bursley contingent was returning in embittered silence from a mass meeting at Hanbridge. When the sound of the steam car subsided, as the car dipped over the hilltop on its descent towards Hanbridge, nothing could be heard but the tramp of the procession on the road. Edwin hurried down the side street, and in a moment rang at the front door of the Orgreaves. He nodded familiarly to the servant who opened, stepped on to the mat, and began contorting his legs in order to wipe the edge of his boot soles. "Quite a stranger, sir," said Martha, bridling, and respectfully aware of her attractiveness for this friend of the house. "Yes," he laughed. "Anybody in?" "Well, sir, I'm afraid Miss Janet and Miss Alicia are out." "And Mr Tom?" "Mr Tom's out, sir. He pretty nearly always is now, sir." The fact was that Tom was engaged to be married, and the servant indicated by a scarcely perceptible motion of the chin that fiancés were, and ever would be, all the same. "And Mr John and Mr James are out too, sir." They also were usually out. They were both assisting their father in business, and sought relief from his gigantic conception of a day's work by evening diversions at Hanbridge. These 2 former noisy Liberals had joined the Hanbridge Conservative Club because it was a club, and had a billiard table that could only be equalled at the Five Towns Hotel at Knype. "And Mr Orgreave?" "He's working upstairs, sir. Mrs Orgreave's got her asthma, and so he's working upstairs." "Well, tell them I've called." Edwin turned to depart. "I'm sure Mr Orgreave would like to know you're here, sir," said the maid firmly. "If you'll just step into the breakfast room." That maid did as she chose with visitors for whom she had a fancy. II. She conducted him to the so-called breakfast room, and shut the door on him. It was a small chamber behind the drawing-room, and shabbier than the drawing-room. In earlier days the children had used it for their lessons and hobbies, and now it was used as a sitting-room when mere cosiness was demanded by a decimated family. Edwin stooped down and mended the fire. Then he went to the wall and examined a framed water-colour of the old Sytch pottery, which was signed with his initials. He had done it, aided by a photograph, and by Johnny Orgreave in details of perspective, and by dint of pre-prandial frequentings of the Sytch, as a gift for Mrs Orgreave. It always seemed to him to be rather good. He then bent to examine bookshelves. Like the hall, the drawing-room, and the dining-room, this apartment too was plenteously full of everything, and littered over with the apparatus of various personalities. Only from habit did Edwin glance at the books. He knew their backs by heart, and books in quantity no longer intimidated him. Despite his grave defects as a keeper of resolves, despite his paltry trick of picking up a newspaper or periodical and reading it all through, out of sheer vacillation and mental sloth, before starting serious perusals, despite the human disinclination which he had to bracing himself and keeping up the tension in a manner necessary for the reading of long and difficult works, and despite sundry ignominious backslidings into original sluggishness, still he had accomplished certain literary adventures. He could not enjoy Don Juan, expecting from it a voluptuous and daring grandeur. He had found in it nothing whatever that even roughly fitted into his idea of what poetry was, but he had had a passion for Childe Harold, many stanzas of which thrilled him again and again, bringing back to his mind what Hilda Lessways had said about poetry. And further, he had a passion for Voltaire. In Voltaire also he had been deceived, as in Byron. He had expected something violent, arid, closely argumentative, and he found gaiety, grace, and really the funniest jokes. He could read Candide almost without a dictionary, and he had intense pride in doing so, and for some time afterwards Candide and La Princesse de Babylone and a few similar witty trifles were the greatest stories in the world for him. Only a faint reserve in Tom Orgreave's responsive enthusiasm made him cautiously reflect. He could never be intimate with Tom, because Tom somehow never came out from behind his spectacles, but he had learnt much from him, and in especial a familiarity with the less difficult of Bach's preludes and fugues, which Tom loved to play. Edwin knew not even the notes of music, and he was not sure that Bach gave him pleasure. Bach affected him strangely. He would ask for Bach out of a continually renewed curiosity, so that he could examine once more and yet again the sensations which the music produced, and the habit grew. As regards the fugues, there could be no doubt that, the fugue begun, a desire was thereby set up in him for the resolution of the confusing problem created in the first few bars, and that he waited, with a pleasant and yet a trying anxiety, for the indications of that resolution, and that the final, reassuring and utterly tranquilizing chords gave him deep joy. When he innocently said that he was glad when the end came of a fugue, all the Orgreaves laughed heartily, but after laughing Tom said that he knew what Edwin meant, and quite agreed. III. It was while he was glancing along the untidy and crowded shelves with sophisticated eye that the door brusquely opened. He looked up, mildly expecting a face familiar, and saw one that startled him, and heard a voice that aroused disconcerting vibrations in himself. It was Hilda Lessways. She had in her hand a copy of the Signal. Over 15 months had gone since their last meeting, but not since he had last thought of her. Her features seemed strange. His memory of them had not been reliable. He had formed an image of her in his mind, and had often looked at it, and he now saw that it did not correspond with the reality. The souvenir of their brief intimacy swept back upon him. Incredible that she should be there, in front of him, and yet there she was. More than once, after reflecting on her, he had laughed and said lightly to himself, "Well, the chances are I shall never see her again. Funny girl." But the recollection of her gesture with Mr Shushions prevented him from dismissing her out of his head with quite that lightness. "I'm ordered to tell you that Mr Orgreave will be down in a few minutes," she said. "Hullo!" he exclaimed. "I'd no idea you were in Bursley." "Came to-day," she replied. How odd, he thought, that I should call like this on the very day she comes! But he pushed away that instinctive thought with the rational thought that such a coincidence could not be regarded in any way significant. They shook hands in the middle of the room, and she pressed his hand while looking downwards with a smile, and his mind was suddenly filled with the idea that during all those months she had been existing somewhere, under the eye of some one, intimate with someone, and constantly conducting herself with a familiar freedom that doubtless she would not use to him. And so she was invested for him with mysteriousness. His interest in her was renewed in a moment, and in a form much more acute than its first form. Moreover, she presented herself to his judgment in a different aspect. He could scarcely comprehend how he had ever deemed her habitual expression to be forbidding. In fact, he could persuade himself now that she was beautiful, and even nobly beautiful. From one extreme he flew to the other. She sat down on an old sofa, he remained standing, and in the midst of a little conversation about Mrs Orgreave's indisposition and the absence of the members of the family (she said she had refused an invitation to go with Janet and Alicia to Hillport), she broke the thread and remarked: "You would have known I was coming if you'd been calling here recently." She pushed her feet near the fender and gazed into the fire. "Ah, but you see I haven't been calling recently." She raised her eyes to his. "I suppose you've never thought about me once since I left," she fired at him. An audacious and discomposing girl. "Oh yes, I have," he said weakly. What could you reply to such speeches? Nevertheless he was flattered. "Really, but you've never inquired about me." "Yes, I have." "Only once?" "How do you know?" "I asked Janet." "Damn her!" he said to himself, but pleased with her. And aloud, in a tone suddenly firm: "That's nothing to go by." "What isn't?" "The number of times I've inquired." He was blushing. FOUR. In the smallness of the room, sitting as it were at his feet on the sofa, surrounded and encaged by 100 domestic objects and by the glow of the fire and the radiance of the gas, she certainly did seem to Edwin to be an organism exceedingly mysterious. He could follow with his eye every fold of her black dress. He could trace the waving of her hair, and watch the play of light in her eyes. He might have physically hurt her, he might have killed her, she was beneath his hand, and yet she was most bafflingly withdrawn, and the essence of her could not be touched nor got at. Why did she challenge him by her singular attitude? Why was she always saying such queer things to him? No other girl, he thought in the simplicity of his inexperience, would ever talk as she talked. He wanted to test her by being rude to her. "Damn her!" he thought to himself again. "Supposing I took hold of her and kissed her? I wonder what sort of a face she'd pull then." And a moment ago he had been appraising her as nobly beautiful. A moment ago he had been dwelling on the lovely compassion of her gesture with Mr Shushions. This quality of daring and naughty enterprise had never before shown itself in Edwin, and he was surprised to discover in himself such impulses. But then the girl was so provocative, and somehow the sight of the girl delivered him from an excessive fear of consequences. He said to himself, "I'll do something or I'll say something before I leave her to-night, just to show her." He screwed up his resolution to the point of registering a private oath that he would indeed do or say something. Without a solemn oath he could not rely upon his valour. He knew that whatever he said or did in the nature of a bold advance would be accomplished clumsily. He knew that it would be unpleasant. He knew that inaction suited much better his instinct for tranquillity. No matter, all that was naught. She had challenged, and he had to respond. Besides, she allured. And after her scene with him in the porch of the new house, had he not the right? A girl who had behaved as she did that night cannot effectively contradict herself. "I was just reading about this strike," she said, rustling the newspaper. "You've soon got into local politics." "Well," she said, "I saw a lot of the men as we were driving from the station. I should think I saw 2,000 of them. So of course I was interested. I made Mr Orgreave tell me all about it." "Will they win?" "It depends on the weather," he smiled. She remained silent and grave. "I see," she said, leaning her chin on her hand. At her tone he ceased smiling. She said "I see," and she actually had seen. "You see," he repeated, "if it was June instead of November. But then it isn't June. Wages are settled every year in November, so if there is to be a strike it can only begin in November." "But didn't the men ask for the time of year to be changed?" "Yes," he said, "but you don't suppose the masters were going to agree to that, do you?" He sneered masculinely. "Why not?" "Because it gives them such a pull." "What a shame!" Hilda exclaimed passionately. "And what a shame it is that the masters want to make the wages depend on selling prices. Can't they see that selling prices ought to depend on wages?" Edwin said nothing. She had knocked suddenly out of his head all ideas of flirting, and he was trying to reassemble them. "I suppose you're like all the rest?" she questioned gloomily. "How like all the rest?" "Against the men. Mr Orgreave is, and he says your father is very strongly against them." "Look here," said Edwin, with an air of resentment as to which he himself could not have decided whether it was assumed or genuine. "What earthly right have you to suppose that I'm like all the rest?" "I'm very sorry," she surrendered. "I knew all the time you weren't." With her face still bent downwards, she looked up at him, smiling sadly, smiling roguishly. "Father's against them," he proceeded, somewhat deflated. And he thought of all his father's violent invective, and of Maggie's bland acceptance of the assumption that workmen on strike were rascals. How different the excellent, simple Maggie from this feverish creature on the sofa! "Father's against them, and most people are, because they broke the last arbitration award. But I'm not my father. If you ask me, I'll tell you what I think. Workmen on strike are always in the right. At bottom, I mean. You've only got to look at them in a crowd together. They don't starve themselves for fun." He was not sure if he was convinced of the truth of these statements, but she drew them out of him by her strange power, and when he had uttered them they appeared fine to him. "What does your father say to that?" "Oh!" said Edwin uneasily. "Him and me, we don't argue about these things." "Why not?" "Well, we don't." "You aren't ashamed of your own opinions, are you?" she demanded, with a hint in her voice that she was ready to be scornful. "You know all the time I'm not." He repeated the phrase of her previous confession with a certain acrimonious emphasis. "Don't you?" he added curtly. She remained silent. "Don't you?" he said more loudly. And as she offered no reply, he went on, marvelling at what was coming out of his mouth. "I'll tell you what I'm ashamed of. I'm ashamed of seeing my father lose his temper." "So you know." She said, "I never met anybody like you before. No, never." At this he really was astounded and most exquisitely flattered. "I might say the same of you," he replied, sticking his chin out. "Oh no," she said, "I'm nothing." The fact was that he could not foretell their conversation even 10 seconds in advance. It was full of the completely unexpected. He thought to himself, "You never know what a girl like that will say next." But what would he say next? 5. They were interrupted by Osmond Orgreave with his "Well, Edwin!" jolly, welcoming, and yet slightly quizzical. Edwin could not look him in the face without feeling self-conscious. Nor dared he glance at Hilda to see what her demeanour was like under the good-natured scrutiny of her friend's father. "We thought you'd forgotten us," said Mr Orgreave. "But that's always the way with neighbours." He turned to Hilda. "It's true," he continued, jerking his head at Edwin. "He scarcely ever comes to see us except when you're here." "Steady on!" Edwin murmured. "Steady on, Mr Orgreave." And hastily he asked a question about Mrs Orgreave's asthma, and from that the conversation passed to the doings of the various absent members of the family. "You've been working as usual, I suppose?" said Edwin. "Working!" laughed Mr Orgreave. "I've done what I could, with Hilda there. Instead of going up to Hillport with Janet, she would stop here and chatter about strikes." Hilda smiled at him benevolently, as at one to whom she permitted everything. "Mr Clayhanger agrees with me," she said. "Oh, you needn't tell me!" protested Mr Orgreave. "I could see you were as thick as thieves over it." He looked at Edwin. "Has she told you she wants to go over a printing works?" "No," said Edwin. "But I shall be very pleased to show her over ours any time." She made no observation. "Look here," said Edwin suddenly, "I must be off. I only slipped in for a minute, really." He did not know why he said this, for his greatest wish was to probe more deeply into the tantalizing psychology of Hilda Lessways. His tongue, however, had said it, and his tongue reiterated it when Mr Orgreave urged that Janet and Alicia would be back soon, and that food would then be partaken of. He would not stay. Desiring to stay, he would not. He wished to be alone, to think. Clearly Hilda had been talking about him to Mr Orgreave and to Janet. Did she discuss him and his affairs with everybody? Nor would he, in response to Mr Orgreave's suggestion, promise definitely to call again on the next evening. He said he would try. Hilda took leave of him nonchalantly. He departed. And as he made the half-circuit of the misty lawn, on his way to the gates, he muttered in his heart, where even he himself could scarcely hear, "I swore I'd do something, and I haven't. Well, of course, when she talked seriously like that, what could I do?" But he was disgusted with himself and ashamed of his namby-pambiness. He strolled thoughtfully up Oak Street and down Trafalgar Road, and when he was near home another wayfarer saw him face right about and go up Trafalgar Road and disappear at the corner of Oak Street. The Orgreave servant was surprised to see him at the front door again when she answered a discreet ring. "I wish you'd tell Miss Lessways I want to speak to her a moment, will you?" "Miss Lessways?" "Yes." What an adventure! "Certainly, sir. Will you come in?" She shut the door. "Ask her to come here," he said, smiling with deliberate confidential persuasiveness. She nodded with a brighter smile. The servant vanished, and Hilda came. She was as red as fire. He began hurriedly. "When will you come and look over our works? Tomorrow? I should like you to come." He used a tone that said, "Now don't let's have any nonsense. You know you want to come." She frowned frankly. There they were in the hall like a couple of conspirators, but she was frowning. She would not meet him half-way. He wished he had not permitted himself this caprice. What importance had a private oath? He felt ridiculous. "What time?" she demanded, and in an instant transformed his disgust into delight. "Any time." His heart was beating with expectation. "Oh no, you must fix the time." "Well, after tea. Say between 6:30 and 7:15. That do?" She nodded. "Good," he murmured. "That's all, thanks. Good night." He hastened away with a delicate photograph of the palm of her hand printed in minute sensations on the palm of his. "I did it anyhow," he muttered loudly in his heart. At any rate, he was not ashamed. At any rate, he was a man. The man's face was burning, and the damp noxious chill of the night only caressed him agreeably. Chapter 17, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 18 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Curiosity. He was afraid that, from some obscure motive of propriety or self-protection, she would bring Janet with her, or perhaps Alicia. On the other hand, he was afraid that she would come alone. That she should come alone seemed to him, in spite of his reason, too brazen. Moreover, if she came alone, would he be equal to the situation? Would he be able to carry the thing off in a manner adequate? He lacked confidence. He desired the moment of her arrival, and yet he feared it. His heart and his brain were all confused together in a turmoil of emotion which he could not analyse or define. He was in love. Love had caught him and had affected his vision so that he no longer saw any phenomenon as it actually was. Neither himself nor Hilda, nor the circumstances which were uniting them. He could not follow a train of thought. He could not remain of one opinion, nor in one mind. Within himself he was perpetually discussing Hilda and her attitude. She was marvellous, but was she? She admired him, but did she? She had shown cunning, But was it not simplicity? He did not even feel sure whether he liked her. He tried to remember what she looked like, and he positively could not. The one matter on which he could be sure was that his curiosity was hotly engaged. If he had had to state the case in words to another, he would not have gone further than the word curiosity. He had no notion that he was in love. He did not know what love was. He had not had sufficient opportunity of learning. Nevertheless, the processes of love were at work within him. Silently and magically, by the force of desire and of pride, the refracting glass was being specially ground which would enable him, which would compel him, to see an ideal Hilda when he gazed at the real Hilda. He would not see the real Hilda any more unless some cataclysm should shatter the glass. And he might be likened to a prisoner on whom the gate of freedom is shut for ever, or to a stricken sufferer of whom it is known that he can never rise again and go forth into the fields. He was as somebody to whom the irrevocable had happened. And he knew it not. None knew, none guessed. All day he went his ways, striving to conceal the whirring preoccupation of his curiosity, a curiosity which he thought showed a fine masculine dash, and succeeded fairly well. The excellent simple Maggie alone remarked in secret that he was slightly nervous and unnatural. But even she, with all her excellent simplicity, did not divine his victimhood. At 6 o'clock he was back at the shop from his tea. It was a wet, chill night. On the previous evening he had caught cold, and he was beginning to sneeze. He said to himself that Hilda could not be expected to come on such a night, but he expected her. When the shop clock showed 6:30, he glanced at his watch, which also showed 6:30. Now at any instant she might arrive. The shop door opened, and simultaneously his heart ceased to beat. But the person who came in, puffing and snorting, was his father, who stood within the shop while shaking his soaked umbrella over the exterior porch. The draught from the shiny dark street and square struck cold, and Edwin responsively sneezed. And Darius Clayhanger upbraided him for not having worn his overcoat, and he replied with foolish unconvincingness that he had got a cold, that it was nothing. Darius grunted his way into the cubicle. Edwin remained in busy idleness at the right-hand counter. Stifford was tidying the contents of drawers behind the fancy counter, and the fizzing gas-burners, inevitable accompaniment of night at the period, kept watch above. Under the heat of the stove, the damp marks of Darius Clayhanger's entrance disappeared more quickly than the minutes ran. It grew almost impossible for Edwin to pass the time. At moments when his father was not stirring in the cubicle, and Stifford happened to be in repose, he could hear the ticking of the clock, which he could not remember ever having heard before, except when he mounted the steps to wind it. At 7:15 he said to himself that he gave up hope, while pretending that he never had hoped, and that Hilda's presence was indifferent to him. If she came not that day, she would probably come some other day. What could it matter? He was very unhappy. He said to himself that he should have a long night's reading, but the prospect of reading had no savour. He said, "No, I shan't go in to see them to-night. I shall stay in and nurse my cold and read." This was mere futile bravado, for the impartial spectator in him, though far less clear-sighted and judicial now than formerly, foresaw with certainty that if Hilda did not come he would call at the Orgreaves'. At 7:05 he was miserable. He had decided to hope until 7:05. He made it 7 in despair. Then there were signs of a figure behind the misty glass of the door. The door opened. It could not be she. Impossible that it should be she, but it was she. She had the air of being a miracle. Two. His feelings were complex and contradictory, flitting about and crossing each other in his mind with astounding rapidity. He wished she had not come, because his father was there, and the thought of his father would intensify his self-consciousness. He wondered why he should care whether she came or not. After all, she was only a young woman who wanted to see a printing works. At best she was not so agreeable as Janet, at worst she was appalling. And moreover, he knew nothing about her. He had a glimpse of her face as, with a little tightening of the lips, she shut her umbrella. What was there in that face, judged impartially? Why should he be to so absurd a degree curious about her? He thought how exquisitely delicious it would be to be walking with her by the shore of a lovely lake on a summer evening, pale hills in the distance. He had this momentary vision by reason of a coloured print of the silver strand of a Scottish loch which was leaning in a gilt frame against the artist's materials cabinet, and was marked 12 and 6. During the day he had imagined himself with her in all kinds of beautiful spots and situations. But the chief of his sensation was one of exquisite relief. She had come. He could wreak his hungry curiosity upon her. Yes, she was alone. No Janet, no Alicia. How had she managed it? What had she said to the Orgreaves? That she should have come alone, and through the November rain, in the night, affected him deeply. It gave her the quality of a heroine of high adventure. It was as though she had set sail unaided in a frail skiff on a formidable ocean to meet him. It was inexpressibly romantic and touching. She came towards him, her face sedately composed. She wore a small hat, a veil, and a mackintosh, and black gloves that were splashed with wet. Certainly she was a practical woman. She had said she would come, and she had come, sensibly, but how charmingly protected against the shocking conditions of the journey. There is naught charming in a mackintosh, and yet there was, in this mackintosh, something in the contrast between its harshness and her fragility. The veil was supremely charming. She had half lifted it, exposing her mouth. The upper part of her flushed face was caged behind the bars of the veil. Behind those bars her eyes mysteriously gleamed. Spanish. No exaggeration in all this. He felt every bit of it honestly, as he stood at the counter in thrilled expectancy. By virtue of his impassioned curiosity, the terraces of Granada and the mantillas of senoritas were not more romantic than he had made his father's shop and her dripping mackintosh. He tried to see her afresh. He tried to see her as though he had never seen her before. He tried desperately once again to comprehend what it was in her that piqued him, and he could not. He fell back from the attempt. Was she the most wondrous, or was she commonplace? Was she deceiving him, or did he alone possess the true insight? Useless. He was baffled. Far from piercing her soul, he could scarcely even see her at all. That is, with intelligence. And it was always so when he was with her. He was in a dream, a vapour. He had no helm. His faculties were not under control. She robbed him of judgment. And then the clear tones of her voice fell on the listening shop. "Good evening, Mr Clayhanger. What a night, isn't it? I hope I'm not too late." Firm, businesslike syllables, and she straightened her shoulders. He suffered. He was not happy. Whatever his feelings, he was not happy in that instant. He was not happy because he was wrung between hope and fear, alike divine. But he would not have exchanged his sensations for the extremest felicity of any other person. They shook hands. He suggested that she should remove her mackintosh. She consented. He had no idea that the effect of the removal of the mackintosh would be so startling as it was. She stood intimately revealed in her frock. The mackintosh was formal and defensive. The frock was intimate and acquiescent. Darius blundered out of the cubicle, and Edwin had a dreadful moment introducing her to Darius and explaining their purpose. Why had he not prepared the ground in advance? His pusillanimous cowardice again! However, the directing finger of God sent a customer into the shop, and Edwin escaped with his Hilda through the aperture in the counter. THREE. The rickety building at the back of the premises, which was still the main theatre of printing activities, was empty save for Big James, the hour of 7 being past. Big James was just beginning to roll his apron round his waist in preparation for departure. This happened to be one of the habits of his advancing age. Up till a year or two previously he would have taken off his apron and left it in the workshop, but now he could not confide it to the workshop. He must carry it about him until he reached home and a place of safety for it. When he saw Edwin and a young lady appear in the doorway, he let the apron fall over his knees again. As the day was only the 2nd of the industrial week, the apron was almost clean, and even the office towel, which hung on a roller somewhat conspicuously near the door, was not offensive. A single gas jet burned. The workshop was in the languor of repose after toil, which had officially commenced at 8 a.m. The perfection of Big James's attitude, an attitude symbolised by the letting down of his apron, helped to put Edwin at ease in the original and difficult circumstances. "Good evening, Mr Edwin." "Good evening, miss," was all that the man actually said with his tongue, but the formality of his majestic gestures indicated in the most dignified way his recognition of a sharp difference of class and his exact comprehension of his own role in the affair. He stood waiting. He had been about to depart, but he was entirely at the disposal of the company. "This is Mr Yarlett, our foreman," said Edwin. And to Big James, "Miss Lessways has just come to look round." Hilda smiled. Big James suavely nodded his head. "Here are some of the types," said Edwin, because a big case was the object nearest him, and he glanced at Big James. In a moment the foreman was explaining to Hilda in his superb voice the use of the composing stick, and he accompanied the theory by a beautiful exposition of the practice. Edwin could stand aside and watch. Hilda listened and looked with an extraordinary air of sympathetic interest, and she was so serious, so adult. But it was the quality of sympathy, he thought, that was her finest, her most attractive. It was either that or her proud independence, as of a person not accustomed to bend to the will of others, or to go to others for advice. He could not be sure. No, her finest quality was her mystery. Even now, as he gazed at her comfortably, she baffled him. All her exquisite little movements and intonations baffled him. Of one thing, however, he was convinced, that she was fundamentally different from other women. There was she, and there was the rest of the sex. For appearance's sake he threw in short phrases now and then, to which Big James, by his mere deportment, gave the importance of the words of a master. "I suppose you printers did something special among yourselves to celebrate the 400th anniversary of the invention of printing?" said Hilda suddenly, glancing from Edwin to Big James. And Big James and Edwin glanced at one another. Neither had ever heard of the 400th anniversary of the invention of printing. In a couple of seconds Big James's downcast eye had made it clear that he regarded this portion of the episode as master's business. "When was that? Let me see," Edwin foolishly blurted out. "Oh, some years ago. 2 or 3, perhaps 4. "I'm afraid we didn't," said Edwin, smiling. "Oh!" said Hilda slowly. "I think they made a great fuss of it in London." She relented somewhat. "I don't really know much about it, but the other day I happened to be reading the New History of Printing. You know Cranswick's, isn't it?" "Oh yes," Edwin concurred, though he had never heard of Cranswick's New History of Printing either. He knew that he was not emerging creditably from this portion of the episode. But he did not care. The whole of his body went hot and then cold as his mind presented the simple question: why had she been reading the history of printing? Could the reason be any other than her interest in himself? Or was she a prodigy among young women who read histories of everything in addition to being passionate about verse? He said that it was ridiculous to suppose that she would read a history of printing solely from interest in himself. Nevertheless, he was madly happy for a few moments, and, as it were, staggered with joy. He decided to read a history of printing at once. Big James came to the end of his expositions of the craft. The stove was dying out, and the steam boiler cold. Big James regretted that the larger machines could not be seen in action, and that the place was getting chilly. Edwin began to name various objects that were lying about with their functions, but it was evident that the interest of the workshop was now nearly exhausted. Big James suggested that if Miss could make it convenient to call, say on the next afternoon, she could see the large new Columbia in motion. Edwin seized the idea and beautified it, and on this he wavered towards the door. And she followed, and Big James, in dignity, bowed them forth to the elevated porch, and began to rewind his flowing apron once more. They pattered down the dark steps, now protected with felt roofing, and ran across 6 feet of exposed yard into what had once been Mrs Nixon's holy kitchen. 4. After glancing at sundry minor workshops in delicious propinquity and solitude, they mounted to the first floor, where there was an account book ruling and binding shop, the site of the old sitting-room and the girls' bedroom. In each chamber Edwin had to light a gas, and the corridors and stairways were traversed by the ray of matches. It was excitingly intricate. Then they went to the attics, because Edwin was determined that she should see all. There he found a forgotten candle. "I used to work here," he said, holding high the candle. "There was no other place for me to work in." They were in his old work attic, now piled with stocks of paper wrapped up in posters. Work? What sort of work? Well, reading, drawing, you know, at that very table. To be sure, there the very table was, thick with dust. It had been too rickety to deserve removal to the heights of Bleak Ridge. He was touched by the sight of the table now, though he saw it at least once every week. His existence at the corner of Duck Square seemed now to have been beautiful and sad, seemed to be far off and historic, and the attic seemed unhappy in its present humiliation. "But there's no fireplace," murmured Hilda. "I know," said Edwin. "But how did you do in winter?" "I did without." He had in fact been less of a martyr than those 3 telling words would indicate. Nevertheless, it appeared to him that he really had been a martyr, and he was glad. He could feel her sympathy and her quiet admiration vibrating through the air towards him. Had she not said that she had never met anybody like him? He turned and looked at her. Her eyes glittered in the candlelight with tears too proud to fall. Solemn and exquisite bliss. Profound anxiety and apprehension. He was an arena where all the sensations of which a human being is capable struggled in blind confusion. Afterwards he could recall her visit only in fragments. The next fragment that he recollected was the last. She stood outside the door in her mackintosh. The rain had ceased. She was going. Behind them he could feel his father in the cubicle, and Stifford arranging the toilette of the shop for the night. "Please don't come out here," she enjoined, half in entreaty, half in command. Her solicitude thrilled him. He was on the step, she was on the pavement, so that he looked down at her, with the sodden, light-reflecting slope of Duck Square for a background to her. "Oh, I'm all right." "Well, you'll come to-morrow afternoon?" "No, you aren't all right. You've got a cold, and you'll make it worse. And this isn't the end of winter, it's the beginning. I think you're very liable to colds." "No," he said, enchanted, beside himself in an ecstasy of pleasure. "I shall expect you to morrow about 3." "Thank you," she said simply. "I'll come." They shook hands. "Now do go in." She vanished round the corner. All evening he neither read nor spoke. CHAPTER XVIII. Volume Two. Volume Two, Chapter XIX of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter XIX. A Catastrophe. At 2:30 on the following afternoon he was waiting for the future in order to recommence living. During this period, to a greater extent even than the average individual, in average circumstances, he was incapable of living in the present. Continually he looked either forward or back. All that he had achieved, or that had been achieved for him, the new house with its brightness and its apparatus of luxury, his books, his learning, his friends, his experience, not long since regarded by him as the precious materials of happiness, all had become negligible trifles, nothings, devoid of import. The sole condition precedent to a tolerable existence was now to have sight and speech of Hilda Lessways. He was intensely unhappy in the long stretches of time which separated one contact with her from the next, and in the brief moments of their companionship he was far too distraught, too apprehensive, too desirous, too puzzled, to be able to call himself happy. Seeing her apparently did naught to assuage the pain of his curiosity about her. Not his curiosity concerning the details of her life or of her person, for these scarcely interested him, but his curiosity concerning the very essence of her being. At 7:00 on the previous day he had esteemed her visit as possessing a decisive importance which covered the whole field of his wishes. The visit had occurred, and he was not a whit advanced. Indeed, he had retrograded, for he was less content and more confused and more preoccupied. The medicine had aggravated the disease. Nevertheless, he awaited a second dose of it, in the undestroyed illusion of its curative property. In the interval he had behaved like a very sensible man. Without appetite he had still forced himself to eat, lest his relatives should suspect. Short of sleep, he had been careful to avoid yawning at breakfast, and had spoken in a casual tone of Hilda's visit. He had even said to his father, "I suppose the big Columbia will be running off those overseer notices this afternoon?" And on the old man asking why he was thus interested, he had answered, "Because that girl, Miss Lessways, thought of coming down to see it. For some reason or other she's very keen on printing, and as she's such a friend of the Orgreaves." Nobody, he considered, could have done that better than he had done it. And now that girl, Miss Lessways, was nearly due. He stood behind the counter again, waiting, waiting. He could not apply himself to anything. He could scarcely wait. He was in a state that approached fever, if not agony. To exist from 2:30 to 3:00 equalled in anguish the dreadful inquietude that comes before a surgical operation. He said to himself, "If I keep on like this, I shall be in love with her one of these days." He would not and could not believe that he already was in love with her, though the possibility presented itself to him. "No," he said, "you don't fall in love in a couple of days. You mustn't tell me," in a wise, superior, slightly scornful manner. "I dare say there's nothing in it at all," he said uncertainly, after having strongly denied throughout that there was anything in it. The recollection of his original antipathy to Hilda troubled him. She was the same girl. She was the same girl who had followed him at night into his father's garden and merited his disdain. She was the same girl who had been so unpleasant, so sharp, so rudely disconcerting in her behaviour, and he dared not say that she had altered. And yet now he could not get her out of his head. And although he would not admit that he constantly admired her, he did admit that there were moments when he admired her passionately, and deemed her unique and above all women. Whence the change in himself? How to justify it? The problem was insoluble, for he was intellectually too honest to say lightly that originally he had been mistaken. He did not pretend to solve the problem. He looked at it with perturbation and left it. The consoling thing was that the Orgreaves had always expressed high esteem for Hilda. He leaned on the Orgreaves. He wondered how the affair would end. It could not indefinitely continue on its present footing. How indeed would it end? Marriage? He apologised to himself for the thought. But just for the sake of argument, supposing the affair went so far that one day he told her. Men did such things. Young men. No. Besides, she wouldn't. It was absurd. No such idea, really. And then the frightful worry there would be with his father about money, and so on, and the telling of Clara and of everybody. No, he simply could not imagine himself married, or about to be married. Marriage might happen to other young men, but not to him. His case was special somehow. He shrank from such formidable enterprises. The mere notion of them made him tremble. Two. He brushed all that away impatiently, pettishly. The intense and terrible longing for her arrival persisted. It was now 3:25. His father would be down soon from his after-dinner nap. Suddenly the door opened, and he saw the Orgreaves' servant, with a cloak over her white apron and hands red with cold, and also he saw disaster, like a ghostly figure, following her. His heart sickeningly sank. Martha smiled and gave him a note, which he smilingly accepted. "Miss Lessways asked me to come down with this," she said confidentially. She was a little breathless, and she had absolutely the manner of a singing chambermaid in light opera. He opened the note, which said: "Dear Mr Clayhanger, so sorry I can't come to-day. Yours, H.L." Nothing else. It was scrawled. "It's all right, thanks," he said, with an even brighter smile to the messenger, who nodded and departed. It all occurred in an instant. Three. A catastrophe. He suffered then as he had never suffered. His was no state approaching agony. It was agony itself, black and awful. She was not coming. She had not troubled herself to give a reason, nor to offer an excuse. She merely was not coming. She had showed no consideration for his feelings. It had not happened to her to reflect that she would be causing him disappointment. Disappointment was too mild a word. He had been building a marvellously beautiful castle, and with a thoughtless, careless stroke of the pen she had annihilated all his labour. She had almost annihilated him. Surely she owed him some reason, some explanation. Had she the right to play fast and loose with him like that? "What a shame!" he sobbed violently in his heart, with an excessive and righteous resentment. He was innocent, he was blameless, and she tortured him thus. He supposed that all women were like her. What a shame! He pitied himself for a victim. And there was no glint of hope anywhere. In half an hour he would have been near her, with her, guiding her to the workshop, discussing the machine with her, and savouring her uniqueness, feasting on her delicious and adorable personality. "So sorry I can't come to-day. She doesn't understand. She can't understand," he said to himself. "No woman, however cruel, would ever knowingly be so cruel as she has been. It isn't possible." Then he sought excuse for her, and then he cast the excuse away angrily. She was not coming. There was no ground beneath his feet. He was so exquisitely miserable that he could not face a future of even 10 hours ahead. He could not look at what his existence would be till bedtime. The blow had deprived him of all force, all courage. It was a wanton blow. He wished savagely that he had never seen her. No! No, he could not call on the Orgreaves that night. He could not do it. She might be out, and then... His father entered and began to grumble. Both Edwin and Maggie had known since the beginning of dinner that Darius was quaking on the precipice of a bad bilious attack. Edwin listened to the rising storm of words. He had to resume the thread of his daily life. He knew what affliction was. End of Chapter 19, Volume 2. Volume 2, Chapter 20 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20. The Man. But he was young. Indeed, to men of 50, men just twice his age, he seemed a mere boy, and incapable of grief. He was so slim, and his limbs were so loose, and his hair so fair, and his gestures often so naive, that few of the mature people who saw him daily striding up and down Trafalgar Road could have believed him to be acquainted with sorrow like their sorrows. The next morning, as it were in justification of these maturer people, his youth arose and fought with the malady in him, and if it did not conquer, it was not defeated. On the previous night, after hours of hesitation, he had suddenly walked forth and gone down Oak Street and pushed open the garden gates of the Orgreaves and gazed at the facade of the house, not at her window, because that was at the side, and it was all dark. The Orgreaves had gone to bed. He had expected it. Even this perfectly futile reconnaissance had calmed him. While dressing in the bleak sunrise, he had looked at the oval lawn of the Orgreaves' garden, and had seen Johnnie idly kicking a football on it. Johnnie had probably spent the evening with her, and it was nothing to Johnnie. She was there, somewhere between him and Johnnie, within 50 yards of both of them, mysterious and withdrawn as ever, busy at something or other, and it was naught to Johnnie. By the thought of all this the woe in him was strengthened and embittered. Nevertheless his youth, aided by the astringent quality of the clear dawn, still struggled sturdily against it, and he ate 6 times more breakfast than his suffering and insupportable father. At 1:30, it was Thursday and the shop closed at 2:00, he had put on courage like a garment, and decided that he would see her that afternoon or night, or perish in the attempt. And as the remembered phrase of the Sunday passed through his mind, he inwardly smiled and thought of school, and felt old and sure. Two. At 5 minutes to 2, as he stood behind the eternal counter in his eternal dream, he had the inexpressible and delectable shock of seeing her. He was shot by the vision of her as by a bullet. She came in, hurried and preoccupied, apparently full of purpose. "Have you got a Bradshaw?" she inquired, after the briefest greeting, gazing at him across the counter through her veil, as though imploring him for Bradshaw. "I'm afraid we haven't one left," he said. "You see, it's getting on for the end of the month. I could... No, I suppose you want it at once." "I want it now," she replied. "I'm going to London by the 6 express, and what I want to know is whether I can get on to Brighton to-night. They actually haven't a Bradshaw up there," half in scorn, half in levity, "and they said you'd probably have one here. So I ran down." "They'd be certain to have one at the Tiger," he murmured, reflecting. The Tiger! Evidently she did not care for the idea of the Tiger. "What about the railway station?" "Yes, or the railway station. I'll go up there with you now, if you like, and find out for you. I know the head porter. We're just closing. Father's at home. He's not very well." She thanked him, relief in her voice. In a minute he had put his hat and coat on and given instructions to Stifford, and he was climbing Duck Bank with Hilda at his side. He had forgiven her. Nay, he had forgotten her crime. The disaster, with all its despair, was sponged clean from his mind like writing off a slate, and as rapidly. It was effaced. He tried to collect his faculties and savour the new sensations, but he could not. Within him all was incoherent, wild, and distracting. 5 minutes earlier, and he could not have conceived the bliss of walking with her to the station. Now he was walking with her to the station, and assuredly it was bliss. And yet he did not fully taste it. Though he would not have loosed her for £1,000,000, her presence gave an even crueller edge to his anxiety and apprehension. London! Brighton! Would she be that night in Brighton? He felt helpless and desperate. And beneath all this was the throbbing of a strange, bitter joy. She asked about his cold and about his father's indisposition. She said nothing of her failure to appear on the previous day, and he knew not how to introduce it neatly. He was not in control of his intelligence. They passed Snaggs' Theatre, and from its green wooden walls came the obscure sound of humanity in emotion. Before the mean and shabby portals stood a small crowd of ragged urchins. Posters printed by Darius Clayhanger made white squares on the front. "It's a meeting of the men," said Edwin. "They're losing, aren't they?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I expect they are." She asked what the building was, and he explained. "They used to call it the Blood Tub," he said. She shivered. "The Blood Tub?" "Yes, melodrama and murder and gore, you know." "How horrible!" she exclaimed. "Why are people like that in the Five Towns?" "It's our form of poetry, I suppose," he muttered, smiling at the pavement, which was surprisingly dry and clean in the feeble sunshine. "I suppose it is," she agreed heartily, after a pause. "But you belong to the Five Towns, don't you?" he asked. "Oh yes, I used to." At the station the name of Bradshaw appeared to be quite unknown. But Hilda's urgency impelled them upwards from the head porter to the ticket clerk, and from the ticket clerk to the station master, and at length they discovered, in a stuffy, stove-heated room, with a fine view of a shored ruck and a pit-head, that on Thursday evenings there was a train from Victoria to Brighton at 11:30. Hilda seemed to sigh relief, and her demeanour changed. But Edwin's uneasiness was only intensified. Brighton, which he had never seen, was in another hemisphere for him. It was mysterious, like her. It was part of her mystery. What could he do? His curse was that he had no initiative. Without her relentless force he would never have penetrated even as far as the stuffy room where the unique Bradshaw lay. It was she who had taken him to the station, not he her. How could he hold her back from Brighton? THREE. When they came again to the Blood Tub, she said, "Couldn't we just go and look? I've got plenty of time, now I know exactly how I stand." She halted and glanced across the road. He could only agree to the proposition. For himself, a peculiar sense of delicacy would have made it impossible for him to intrude his prosperity upon the deliberations of starving artisans on strike and stricken, and he wondered what the Potters might think or say about the invasion by a woman. But he had to traverse the street with her and enter with an air of masculine protectiveness. The urchins stood apart to let them in. Snaggs', dimly lit by a few glazed apertures in the roof, was nearly crammed by men who sat on the low benches and leaned standing against the side walls. In the small and tawdry proscenium, behind a worn picture of the Bay of Naples, were silhouetted the figures of the men's leader and of several other officials. The leader was speaking in a quiet, mild voice. The other officials were seated on Windsor chairs. The smell of the place was nauseating, and yet the atmosphere was bitingly cold. The warm-wrapped visitors could see rows and rows of discoloured backs and elbows and caps and stringy kerchiefs. They could almost feel the contraction of thousands of muscles in an involuntary effort to squeeze out the chill from all these bodies. Not a score of overcoats could be discerned in the whole theatre, and many of the jackets were thin and ragged. But the officials had overcoats. and the visitors could almost see, as it were in rays, the intense fixed glances darting from every part of the interior and piercing the upright figure in the centre of the stage. "Some method of compromise," the leader was saying in his persuasive tones. A young man sprang up furiously from the middle benches. "To hell with compromise!" he shouted in a tigerish passion. "Haven't us had £40 from Ameriky?" "Order! Order!" some protested fiercely. But one voice cried, "Pitch the bastard out, neck and crop!" Hands clawed at the interrupter and dragged him with extreme violence to the level of the bench, where he muttered like a dying volcano. Angry growls shot up here and there, snappish, menacing, and bestial. "It is quite true," said the leader soothingly, "that our comrades at Trenton have collected £40 for us. But £40 would scarcely pay for a loaf of bread for one man in every 10 on strike." There was more interruption. The dangerous growls continued in running explosions along the benches. The leader, ignoring them, turned to consult with his neighbour, and then faced his audience and called out more loudly, "The business of the meeting is at an end." The entire multitude jumped up, and there was stretching of arms and stamping of feet. The men nearest to the door now perceived Edwin and Hilda, who moved backwards as before a flood. Edwin seized Hilda's arm to hasten her. "Lads," bawled an old man's voice from near the stage, "let's sing `Rock of Ages.'" A frowning and hirsute fellow near the door, with the veins prominent on his red forehead, shouted hoarsely, "Rock of Ages be buggered!" and shifting his hands into his pockets he plunged for the street, head foremost and chin sticking out murderously. Edwin and Hilda escaped at speed and recrossed the road. The crowd came surging out of the narrow neck of the building and spread over the pavements like a sinister liquid. But from within the building came the lusty song of Rock of Ages. "It's terrible," Hilda murmured after a silence. "Just to see them is enough. I shall never forget what you said." "What was that?" he inquired. He knew what it was, but he wished to prolong the taste of her appreciation. "That you've only got to see the poor things to know they're in the right. Oh, I've lost my handkerchief, unless I've left it in your shop. It must have dropped out of my muff." 4. The shop was closed. As with his latchkey he opened the private door, and then stood on one side for her to precede him into the corridor that led to the back of the shop, he watched the stream of operatives scattering across Duck Bank and descending towards the square. It was as if he and Hilda, being pursued, were escaping. And as Hilda, stopping an instant on the steps, saw what he saw, her face took a troubled expression. They both went in, and he shut the door. "Turn to the left," he said, wondering whether the big Columbia machine would be running, for her to see if she chose. "Oh, this takes you to the shop, does it? How funny to be behind the counter." He thought she spoke self-consciously, in the way of small talk which was contrary to her habit. "Here's my handkerchief," she cried with pleasure. It was on the counter, a little white wisp in the grey sheeted gloom. Stifford must have found it on the floor and picked it up. The idea flashed through Edwin's head. Did she leave her handkerchief on purpose, so that we should have to come back here? The only illumination of the shop was from the 3 or 4 diamond-shaped holes in the upper part of as many shutters. No object was at first quite distinct. The corners were very dark. All merchandise not in drawers or on shelves was hidden in pale dust cloths. A chair, wrong side up, was on the fancy counter, its back hanging over the front of the counter. Hilda had wandered behind the other counter, and Edwin was in the middle of the shop. Her face in the twilight had become more mysterious than ever. He was in a state of emotion, but he did not know to what category the emotion belonged. They were alone. Stifford had gone for the half-holiday. Darius, sickly, would certainly not come near. The printers were working as usual in their place, and the clanking whir of a treadle machine overhead agitated the ceiling. But nobody would enter the shop. His excitement increased, but did not define itself. There was a sudden roar in Duck Square, and then cries. "What can that be?" Hilda asked low. "Some of the strikers," he answered, and went through the doors to the letter hole in the central shutter, lifted the flap, and looked through. A struggle was in progress at the entrance to the Duck Inn. One man was apparently drunk, others were jeering on the skirts of the lean crowd. "It's some sort of fight among them," said Edwin loudly, so that she could hear in the shop. But at the same instant he felt the wind of the door swinging behind him, and Hilda was silently at his elbow. "Let me look." Assuredly her voice was trembling. He moved as little as possible, and held the flap up for her. She bent and gazed. He could hear various noises in the square, but she described nothing to him. After a long while she withdrew from the hole. "A lot of them have gone into the public house," she said. "The others seem to be moving away. There's a policeman. What a shame," she burst out passionately, "that they have to drink to forget their trouble." She made no remark upon the strangeness of starving workmen being able to pay for beer sufficient to intoxicate themselves, nor did she comment, as a woman, on the misery of the wives and children at home in the slums and the cheap cottage rows. She merely compassionated the men in that they were driven to brutishness. Her features showed painful pity, masking disgust. She stepped back into the shop. "Do you know," she began in a new tone, "you've quite altered my notion of poetry. What you said as we were going up to the station." "Really?" He smiled nervously. He was very pleased. He would have been astounded by this speech from her, a professed devotee of poetry, if in those instants the capacity for astonishment had remained to him. "Yes," she said, and continued, frowning and picking at her muff. "But you do alter my notions. I don't know how it is." "So this is your little office?" The door of the cubicle was open. "Yes, go in and have a look at it." "Shall I?" She went in. He followed her. And no sooner was she in than she muttered, "I must hurry off now." Yet a moment before she seemed to have infinite leisure. "Shall you be at Brighton long?" he demanded, and scarcely recognised his own accents. "Oh, I can't tell. I've no idea. It depends." "How soon shall you be down our way again?" She only shook her head. "I say, you know," he protested. "Good-bye," she said, quavering. "Thanks very much." She held out her hand. "But " He took her hand. His suffering was intolerable. It was torture of the most exquisite kind. Her hand pressed his. Something snapped in him. His left hand hovered shaking over her shoulder, and then touched her shoulder, and he could feel her left hand on his arm. The embrace was clumsy in its instinctive and unskilled violence, but its clumsiness was redeemed by all his sincerity and all hers. His eyes were within 6 inches of her eyes, full of delicious shame, anxiety, and surrender. They kissed. He had amorously kissed a woman. All his past life sank away, and he began a new life on the impetus of that supreme and final emotion. It was an emotion that in its freshness, agitating and divine, could never be renewed. He had felt the virgin answer of her lips on his. She had told him everything. She had yielded up her mystery in a second of time. Her courage in responding to his caress ravished and amazed him. She was so unaffected, so simple, so heroic. And the cool, delicate purity of those lips, and the faint feminine odour of her flesh and even of her stuffs. Dreams and visions were surpassed. He said to himself in the flood tide of masculinity, "My God, she's mine!" And it seemed incredible. 5. She was sitting in the office chair, he on the desk. She said in a trembling voice, "I should never have come to the Five Towns again if you hadn't." "Why not?" "I couldn't have stood it. I couldn't." She spoke almost bitterly, with a peculiar smile on her twitching lips. To him it seemed that she had resumed her mystery, that he had only really known her for one instant, that he was bound to a woman entrancing, noble, but impenetrable. and this in spite of the fact that he was close to her, touching her, tingling to her in the confined crepuscular intimacy of the cubicle. He could trace every movement of her breast as she breathed, and yet she escaped the inward searching of his gaze. But he was happy. He was happy enough to repel all anxieties and inquietudes about the future. He was steeped in the bliss of the miracle. This was but the 4th day, and they were vowed. "It was only Monday," he began. "Monday!" she exclaimed. "I have thought of you for over a year." She leaned towards him. "Didn't you know? Of course you did. You couldn't bear me at first." He denied this, blushing, but she insisted. "You don't know how awful it was for me yesterday when you didn't come," he murmured. "Was it?" she said under her breath. "I had some very important letters to write." She clasped his hand. There it was again. She spoke just like a man of business, immersed in secret schemes. "It's awfully funny," he said. "I scarcely know anything about you, and yet I'm Janet's friend," she answered. Perhaps it was the delicatest reproof of imagined distrust. "And I don't want to," he went on. "How old are you?" 24, she answered sweetly, acknowledging his right to put such questions. "I thought you were." "I suppose you know I've got no relatives," she said, as if relenting from her attitude of reproof. "Fortunately father left just enough money for me to live on." "Must you go to Brighton?" She nodded. "Where can I write to?" "It will depend," she said. "But I shall send you the address to-morrow. I shall write you before I go to bed whether it's to-night or to-morrow morning." "I wonder what people will say." "Please tell no one yet," she pleaded. "Really, I should prefer not. Later on it won't seem so sudden. People are so silly." "But shan't you tell Janet?" She hesitated. "No, let's keep it to ourselves till I come back." "When shall you come back?" "Oh, very soon. I hope in a few days now. But I must go to this friend at Brighton. She's relying on me." It was enough for him, and indeed he liked the idea of a secret. "Yes, yes," he agreed eagerly. There was the sound of another uproar in Duck Square. It appeared to roll to and fro thunderously. She shivered. The fire was dead out in the stove, and the chill of night crept in from the street. "It's nearly dark," she said. "I must go. I have to pack." "Oh dear, dear, those poor men! Somebody will be hurt." "I'll walk up with you," he whispered, holding her in ownership. "No, it will be better not. Let me out." "Really?" "Really." "But who'll take you to Knype Station?" "Janet will go with me." She rose reluctantly. In the darkness they were now only dim forms to each other. He struck a match that blinded them, and expired as they reached the passage. When she had gone he stood hatless at the open side door. Right at the top of Duck Bank he could discern, under the big lamp there, a knot of gesticulating and shouting strikers menacing 2 policemen. And farther off, in the direction of Moorthorne Road, other strikers were running. The yellow-lit blinds of the Duck Inn across the square seemed to screen a house of impenetrable conspiracies and debaucheries, and all that grim, perilous background only gave to his emotions a further intensity, troubling them to still stranger ecstasy. He thought, "It has happened to me too now, this thing that is at the bottom of everyone's mind. I've kissed her. I've got her. She's marvellous, marvellous. I couldn't have believed it. But is it true? Has it happened?" It passed his credence. "By Jove, I absolutely forgot about the ring. That's a nice howdy-do." He saw himself married. He thought of Clara's grotesque antics with her tedious babe. And he thought of his father, and of vexations. But that night he was a man. She, Hilda, with her independence and her mystery, had inspired him with a full pride of manhood, and he discovered that one of the chief attributes of a man is an immense tenderness. Volume 2, Chapter 20. The Man. Volume 2, Chapter 21 of Clayhanger by Arnold Bennett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21. The Marriage. He was more proud and agitated than happy. The romance of the affair and its secrecy made him proud. The splendid qualities of Hilda made him proud. It was her mysteriousness that agitated him, and her absence rendered him unhappy in his triumph. During the whole of Friday he was thinking, "To-morrow is Saturday, and I shall have her address and a letter from her." He decided that there was no hope of a letter by the late post on Friday, but as the hour of the last post drew nigh, he grew excited, and was quite appreciably disappointed when it brought nothing. The fear which had always existed in little, then waxed into enormous dread, that Saturday's post also would bring nothing. His manoeuvres in the early twilight of Saturday morning were complicated by the fact that it had not been arranged whether she should write to the shop or to the house. However, he prepared for either event by having his breakfast at 7:00, on the plea of special work in the shop. He had finished it at 7:30, and was waiting for the postman, whose route he commanded from the dining-room window. The postman arrived. Edwin, with false calm, walked into the hall, saying to himself that if the letter was not in the box, it would be at the shop. But the letter was in the box. He recognised her sprawling hand on the envelope through the wire-work. He snatched the letter and slipped upstairs with it like a fox with a chicken. It had come, then. The letter safely in his hands, he admitted more frankly that he had been very doubtful of its promptitude. 59 Preston Street, Brighton, 1 a.m. Dearest, this is my address. I love you. Every bit of me is absolutely yours. Write me. H.L. That was all. It was enough. Its tone enchanted him. Also it startled him. But it reminded him of her lips. He had begun a letter to her. He saw now that what he had written was too cold in the expression of his feelings. Hilda's note suddenly and completely altered his views upon the composition of love letters. Every bit of me is absolutely yours. How fine, how untrammelled, how like Hilda! What other girl could or would have written such a phrase? More than ever was he convinced that she was unique. The thrill divine quickened in him again, and he rose eagerly to her level of passion. The romance, the secrecy, the mystery, the fever. He walked down Trafalgar Road with the letter in his pocket, and once he pulled it out to read it in the street. His discretion objected to this act, but Edwin was not his own master. Stifford, hurrying in exactly at 8, was somewhat perturbed to find his employer's son already installed in the cubicle, writing by the light of gas, as the shutters were not removed. Edwin had finished and stamped his first love letter just as his father entered the cubicle. Owing to dyspeptic accidents, Darius had not set foot in the cubicle since it had been sanctified by Hilda. Edwin, leaving it, glanced at the old man's back, and thought disdainfully, "Ah, you little know, you rhinoceros, that less than 2 days ago she and I on that very spot." As soon as his father had gone to pay the morning visit to the printing shops, he ran out to post the letter himself. He could not be contented until it was in the post. Now, when he saw men of about his own class and age in the street, he would speculate upon their experiences in the romance of women. And it did genuinely seem to him impossible that anybody else in a town like Bursley could have passed through an episode so exquisitely strange and beautiful as that through which he was passing. Yet his reason told him that he must be wrong there. His reason, however, left him tranquil in the assurance that no girl in Bursley had ever written to her affianced, "I love you. Every bit of me is absolutely yours." Hilda's second letter did not arrive till the following Tuesday, by which time he had become distracted by fears and doubts. Yes, doubts. No rational being could have been more loyal than Edwin, but these little doubts would keep shooting up and withering away. He could not control them. The second letter was nearly as short as the first. It told him nothing save her love, and that she was very worried by her friend's situation, and that his letters were a joy. She had had a letter from him each day. In his reply to her second he gently implied between two lines that her letters lacked quantity and frequency. She answered: "I simply cannot write letters. It isn't in me. Can't you tell that from my handwriting? Not even to you. You must take me as I am." She wrote each day for 3 days. Edwin was one of those who learn quickly by the acceptance of facts, and he now learnt that profound lesson, that an individual must be taken or left in entirety, and that you cannot change an object merely because you love it. Indeed, he saw in her phrase, "You must take me as I am," the accents of original and fundamental wisdom, springing from the very roots of life, and he submitted. At intervals he would say resentfully, "But surely she could find 5 minutes each day to drop me a line. What's 5 minutes?" But he submitted. Submission was made easier when he co-ordinated with Hilda's idiosyncrasy the fact that Maggie, his own unromantic sister, could never begin to write a letter with less than from 12 to 24 hours bracing of herself to the task. Maggie would be saying and saying, "I really must write that letter. Dear me, I haven't written that letter yet." His whole life seemed to be lived in the post, and postmen were the angels of the creative spirit. His unhappiness increased with the deepening of the impression that the loved creature was treating him with cruelty. Time dragged. At length he had been engaged a fortnight. On Thursday a letter should have come. It came not. Nor on Friday, nor Saturday. On Sunday it must come. But it did not come on Sunday. He determined to telegraph to her on the Monday morning. His loyalty, though valorous, needed aid against all those pricking battalions of ephemeral doubts. On the Sunday evening he suddenly had the idea of strengthening himself by a process that resembled boat-burning. He would speak to his father. His father's mentality was the core of a difficulty that troubled him exceedingly, and he took it into his head to attack the difficulty at once, on the spot. Two. For years past Darius Clayhanger had not gone to chapel on Sunday evening. In the morning he still went fairly regularly, but in the evening he would now sit in the drawing-room, generally alone, to read. On weekdays he never used the drawing-room, where indeed there was seldom a fire. He had been accustomed to only one living-room, and save on Sunday, when he cared to bend the major part of his mind to the matter, he scorned to complicate existence by utilising all the resources of the house which he had built. His children might do so, but not he. He was proud enough to see to it that his house had a drawing-room, and too proud to employ the drawing-room, except on the ceremonious day. After tea, at about 5:45, when chapel-goers were hurriedly pulling gloves on, he would begin to establish himself in a saddle-backed, ear-flapped, easy-chair, with the Christian News and an ivory paper-knife as long and nearly as deadly as a scimitar. The Christian News was a religious weekly of a new type. It belonged to a Mr. James Bott, and it gave to God and to the mysteries of religious experience a bright and breezy actuality. Darius's children had damned it for ever on its first issue, in which Clara had found, in a report of a very important charitable meeting, the following words: "Among those present were the Prince of Wales and Mr. James Bott." Such is the hasty and unjudicial nature of children that this single sentence finished the career of the Christian News with the younger generation. But Darius liked it, and continued to like it. He enjoyed it. He would spend an hour and a half in reading it. And further, he enjoyed cutting open the morsel. Once, when Edwin, in hope of more laughter, had cut the pages on a Saturday afternoon, and his father had found himself unable to use the paper knife on Sunday evening, there had been a formidable inquiry. "Who's been meddling with my paper?" Darius saved the paper even from himself until Sunday evening. Not till then would he touch it. This habit had flourished for several years. It appeared never to lose its charm. And Edwin did not cease to marvel at his father's pleasure in a tedious monotony. It was the hallowed rite of reading the Christian news that Edwin disturbed in his sudden and capricious resolve. Maggie and Mrs Nixon had gone to chapel, for Mrs Nixon, by reason of her years, bearing, mantle, and reputation, could walk down Trafalgar Road by the side of her mistress on a Sunday night without offence to the delicate instincts of the town. The niece, engaged to be married at an age absurdly youthful, had been permitted by Mrs Nixon the joy of attending evensong at the Bleakridge Church on the arm of a male, but under promise to be back at 7:45 to set supper. The house was perfectly still when Edwin came all on fire out of his bedroom and slid down the stairs. The gas burned economically low within its stained glass cage in the hall. The drawing-room door was unlatched. He hesitated a moment on the mat, and he could hear the calm ticking of the clock in the kitchen, and see the red glint of the kitchen fire against the wall. Then he entered, looking and feeling apologetic. His father was all curtained in, his slippered feet on the fender of the blazing hearth, his head cushioned to a nicety, the long paper knife across his knees. And the room was really hot and in a glow of light. Darius turned, and lowering his face, gazed at Edwin over the top of his new gold-rimmed spectacles. "Not gone to chapel?" he frowned. "No." "I say, father, I just wanted to speak to you." Darius made no reply, but shifted his glance from Edwin to the fire, and maintained his frown. He was displeased at the interruption. Edwin failed to shut the door at the first attempt, and then banged it in his nervousness. In spite of himself, he felt like a criminal. Coming forward, he leaned his loose, slim frame against a corner of the old piano. THREE. "Well?" Darius growled impatiently, even savagely. They saw each other not once a week, but at nearly every hour of every day, and they were surfeited of the companionship. "Supposing I wanted to get married?" This sentence shot out of Edwin's mouth like a bolt, and as it flew he blushed very red. In the privacy of his mind he was horribly swearing. "So that's it, is it?" Darius growled again. And he leaned forward and picked up the poker, not as a menace, but because he too was nervous. As an opposer of his son he had never quite the same confidence in himself since Edwin's historic fury at being suspected of theft, though apparently their relations had resumed the old basis of bullying and submission. "Well," Edwin hesitated, he thought. "After all, people do get married. It won't be a crime." "Who's been running after?" Darius demanded inimically. Instead of being softened by this rumour of love, by this hint that his son had been passing through wondrous secret hours, he instinctively and without any reason hardened himself and transformed the news into an offence. He felt no sympathy, and it did not occur to him to recall that he too had once thought of marrying. He was a man whom life had brutalised about half a century earlier. "I was only thinking," said Edwin clumsily. The fool had not sense enough even to sit down. "I was only thinking, suppose I did want to get married?" "Who's been running after?" "Well, I can't rightly say there's anything what you may call settled. In fact, nothing was to be said about it at all at present, but it's Miss Lessways, father. Hilda Lessways, you know." "Her as came in the shop the other day?" "Yes." How long's this been going on?" Edwin thought of what Hilda had said. "Oh, over a year." He could not possibly have said 4 days. "Mind you, this is strictly QT. Nobody knows a word about it. Nobody. But of course I thought I'd better tell you. You'll say nothing?" He tried wistfully to appeal as one loyal man to another, but he failed. There was no ray of response on his father's gloomy features, and he slipped back insensibly into the boy whose right to an individual existence had never been formally admitted. Something base in him, something of that baseness which occasionally actuates the oppressed, made him add, "She's got an income of her own. Her father left money." He conceived that this would placate Darius. "I know all about her father," Darius sneered, with a short laugh. "And her father's father. Well, lad, you'll go your own road." He appeared to have no further interest in the affair. Edwin was not surprised, for Darius was seemingly never interested in anything except his business. And he thought how strange, how nigh to the incredible the old man's demeanour was. "But about money, I was thinking," he said, uneasily shifting his pose. "What about money?" "Well," said Edwin, endeavouring and failing to find courage to put a little sharpness into his tone, "I couldn't marry on 17 and 6 a week, could I?" At the age of 25, at the end of the 9 years' experience in the management and the accountancy of a general printing and stationery business, Edwin was receiving 17 shillings and sixpence for a 65-hour week's work, the explanation being that on his father's death the whole enterprise would be his, and that all money saved was saved for him. Out of this sum he had to pay 10 shillings a week to Maggie towards the cost of board and lodging, so that 3 half-crowns remained for his person and his soul. Thus he could expect no independence of any kind until his father's death, and he had a direct and powerful interest in his father's death. Moreover, all his future and all unpaid reward of his labours in the past hung hazardous on his father's goodwill. If he quarrelled with him he might lose everything. Edwin was one of the few odd-minded persons who did not regard this arrangement as perfectly just, proper, and in accordance with sound precedent. But he was helpless. His father would tell him, and did tell him, that he had fought no struggles, suffered no hardship, had no responsibility, and that he was simply coddled from head to foot in cotton wool. "I say you must go your own road," said his father. "But at this rate I should never be able to marry." "Do you reckon," asked Darius, with mild cold scorn, "as you getting married will start your services worth 1 penny more to my business?" And he waited an answer with the august calm of one who is aware that he is unanswerable. But he might with equal propriety have tied his son's hands behind him, and then diverted himself by punching his head. "I do all I can," said Edwin meekly. "And what about getting orders?" Darius questioned grimly. "Didn't I offer you 2.5% on all new customers you got yourself? And how many have you got? Not one. I give you a chance to make extra money, and you don't take it. You'd sooner go running about after girls." This was a particular grievance of the father against the son, that the son brought no grist to the mill in the shape of new orders. "But how can I get orders?" Edwin protested. "How did I get 'em? How do I get 'em? Somebody has to get 'em." The old man's lips were pressed together, and he waved the Christian News slightly in his left hand. 4. In a few minutes both their voices had risen. Darius, savage, stooped to replace with the shovel a large burning coal that had dropped on the tiles and was sending up a column of brown smoke. "I'll tell you what I shall do," he said, controlling himself bitterly. "It's against my judgement, but I shall put you up to £1 a week at the New Year, if all goes well, of course. And it's good money, let me add." He was entirely serious, and almost sincere. He loathed paying money over to his son. He was convinced that in an ideal world sons would toil gratis for their fathers, who lodged and fed them and gifted them with a reversion of excellent businesses. "But what good's a pound a week?" Edwin demanded, with the querulousness of one who is losing hope. "What good's a pound a week?" Darius repeated, hurt and genuinely hurt. "Let me tell you that in my time young men married on a pound a week, and glad to. A pound a week!" He finished with a sardonic exclamation. "I couldn't marry Miss Lessways on a pound a week," Edwin murmured in despair, his lower lip hanging. "I thought you might perhaps be offering me a partnership by this time." Possibly in some mad hour a thought so wild had indeed flitted through his brain. "Did you?" rejoined Darius, and in the fearful grimness of the man's accents was concealed all his intense and egotistic sense of possessing in absolute ownership the business which the little boy out of the Bastille had practically created. Edwin did not and could not understand the fierce strength of his father's emotion concerning the business. Already, in tacitly agreeing to leave Edwin the business after his own death, Darius imagined himself to be superbly benevolent. "And then there would be house furnishing and so on," Edwin continued. "What about that £50?" Darius curtly inquired. Edwin was startled. Never since the historic scene had Darius made the slightest reference to the proceeds of the Building Society share. "I haven't spent all of it," Edwin muttered. Do what he would with his brain, the project of marriage and house tenancy and a separate existence obstinately presented itself to him as fantastic and preposterous. Who was he to ask so much from destiny? He could not feel that he was a man. In his father's presence he never could feel that he was a man. He remained a boy, with no rights, moral or material. "And if ye say she's got money of her own," Darius remarked, and was considerably astonished when the boy walked straight out of the room and closed the door. It was his last grain of common sense that took Edwin in silence out of the room. Miserable, despicable baseness! Did the old devil suppose that he would be capable of asking his wife to find the resources which he himself could not bring? He was to say to his wife, "I can only supply a pound a week, but as you've got money, it won't matter." The mere notion outraged him so awfully that if he had stayed in the room there would have been an altercation, and perhaps a permanent estrangement. As he stood furious and impotent in the hall, he thought, with his imagination quickened by the memory of Mr Shushions, "When you're old and I've got you," he clenched his fists and his teeth, "when I've got you and you can't help yourself, by God, it'll be my turn." And he meant it. 5. He seized his overcoat and hat, and putting them on anyhow, strode out. The kitchen clock struck 7:30 as he left. Chapel-goers would soon be returning in a thin procession of 2s and 3s up Trafalgar Road. To avoid meeting acquaintances, he turned down the side street towards the old road, which was a continuation of Aboukir Street. There he would be safe. Letting his overcoat fly open, he thrust his hands into the pockets of his trousers. It was a cold night of mist. Humanity was separated from him by the semi-transparent blinds of the cottage windows, bright squares in the dark and enigmatic facades of the street. He was alone. All along he had felt and known that this disgusting crisis would come to pass. He had hoped against it, but not with faith. And he had no remedy for it. What could he immediately and effectively do? He was convinced that his father would not yield. There were frequent occasions when his father was proof against reason, when his father seemed genuinely unable to admit the claim of justice, and this occasion was one of them. He could tell by certain peculiarities of tone and gesture. A pound a week! Assuming that he cut loose from his father in a formal and confessed separation, he might not for a long time be in a position to earn more than a pound a week. A clerk was worth no more, and except as responsible manager of a business he could only go into the market as a clerk. In the Five Towns how many printing offices were there that might at some time or another be in need of a manager? Probably not one. They were all of modest importance, and directed personally by their proprietary heads. His father was one of the largest. No, his father had nurtured and trained in him a helpless slave. And how could he discuss such a humiliating question with Hilda? Could he say to Hilda, "See here, my father won't allow more than £1 a week. What are we to do?" In what terms should he telegraph to her to-morrow? He heard the rapid firm footsteps of a wayfarer overtaking him. He had no apprehension of being disturbed in his bitter rage, but a hand was slapped on his shoulder, and a jolly voice said, "Now, Edwin, where's this road leading you to on a Sunday night?" It was Osmond Orgreave, who, having been tramping for exercise in the high regions beyond the Loop railway line, was just going home. "Oh, nowhere in particular," said Edwin feebly. "Working off Sunday dinner, eh?" "Yes," and Edwin added casually, to prove there was nothing singular in his mood, "Nasty night." "You must come in a bit," said Mr Orgreave. "Oh no," he shrank away. "Now, now," said Mr Orgreave masterfully. "You've got to come in, so you may as well give up first as last. Janet's in. She's like you and me. She's a bad lot. Hasn't been to church." He took Edwin by the arm, and they turned into Oak Street at the lower end. Edwin continued to object, but Mr Orgreave, unable to scrutinise his face in the darkness, and not dreaming of an indiscretion, rode over his weak negatives, horse and foot, and drew him by force into the garden, and in the hall took his hat away from him and slid his overcoat from his shoulders. Mr Orgreave, having accomplished a lot of forbidden labour on that Sabbath, was playful in his hospitality. "Prisoner, take charge of him!" exclaimed Mr Orgreave shortly, as he pushed Edwin into the breakfast-room and shut the door from the outside. Janet was there, exquisitely welcoming, unconsciously pouring balm from her eyes, but he thought she looked graver than usual. Edwin had to enact the part of a man to whom nothing had happened. He had to behave as though his father was the kindest and most reasonable of fathers, as though Hilda wrote fully to him every day, as though he were not even engaged to Hilda. He must talk, and he scarcely knew what he was saying. "Heard lately from Miss Lessways?" he asked lightly, or as lightly as he could. It was a splendid effort. Impossible to expect him to start upon the weather or the strike. He did the best he could. Janet's eyes became troubled. Speaking in a low voice, she said, with a glance at the door, "I suppose you've not heard? She's married." He did not move. 6. Married? Yes, it is rather sudden, isn't it? Janet tried to smile, but she was exceedingly self-conscious. "To a Mr Cannon. She's known him for a very long time, I think." "When?" "Yesterday. I had a note this morning. It's quite a secret yet. I haven't told father and mother, but she asked me to tell you if I saw you." He thought her eyes were compassionate. Mrs Orgreave came smiling into the room. "Well, Mr Edwin, it seems we can only get you in here by main force." "Are you quite better, Mrs Orgreave?" He rose to greet her. He had by some means or other to get out. "I must just run home a second," he said after a moment. "I'll be back in 3 minutes." But he had no intention of coming back. He would have told any lie in order to be free. In his bedroom, looking at himself in the glass, he could detect on his face no sign whatever of suffering or of agitation. It seemed just an ordinary, mild, unmoved face. And this too he had always felt and known would come to pass, that Hilda would not be his. All that romance was unreal. It was not true. It had never happened. Such a thing could not happen to such as he was. He could not reflect. When he tried to reflect, the top of his head seemed as though it would fly off. Cannon! She was with Cannon somewhere at that very instant. She had specially asked that he should be told. And indeed he had been told before even Mr and Mrs Orgreave. Cannon! She might at that very instant be in Cannon's arms. It could be said of Edwin that he fully lived that night. Fate had at any rate roused him from the coma which most men called existence. Simple Maggie was upset because, from Edwin's absence and her father's demeanour at supper, she knew that her menfolk had had another terrible discussion. And since her father offered no remark as to it, she guessed that this one must be even more serious than the last. There was one thing that Edwin could not fit into any of his theories of the disaster which had overtaken him, and that was his memory of Hilda's divine gesture as she bent over Mr Shushions on the morning of the centenary. Chapter 21.